But AS Trentin, I've actually been impressed with Shaka in the bot lane. I think Shaka in the bot lane has been like you said, flashes of brilliance.
Yeah.
And I think he's been playing some sort of later game carries too. And I think if there's anyone that you want to give a bit of a role to here for AS Trentin, I would be looking to Shaka, because in terms of European Masters performances, I think he's looked pretty good.
Yeah, I have to completely agree with you on that side. I think, like you said, it's flashes of brilliance without having the consistency there. This is the time to show that. This is the time for you to kind of step up. Yes, it doesn't mean anything. It's pure pride. It's also, like we talk about the European Masters, it's a platform for you as a player. It's to kind of say, our region can develop this talent. I can move forward into a bigger organization or a bigger team. No disrespect to AS Trentin, but this is the time to do it. It's not time to take it easy and go, oh, it doesn't matter. This is the time to show your mettle.
Yeah, I mean, when your team is knocked out of the tournament, it becomes a little bit about you, as bad as that is to say, because if you can have a strong performance individually against a team that's undefeated, like Fnatic Rising, then that's going to look very good for you for teams that are trying to scout new talent.
And without doubt, this is the last game AS Trentin have in the European Masters. This is their last opportunity to show their stuff. This is the last opportunity for the players on a European stage to say, this is what I'm made of. Let's jump into picks and bans, ladies and gentlemen, as we get there. Fnatic Rising taking on AS Trentin. And you'll see exactly where we go. It's going to be an Irelia ban, which has been a fairly consistent ban from Fnatic on both sides.
Yeah, I think they've just seen so many mid lane bans in general, whether it's the Irelia or the Ryze. It's a lot of these champions that can flex between multiple roles. And it's the solo lanes very specifically, because one thing we'll see a lot of, especially blue side teams, trying to grab those picks themselves, because then it sort of removes the advantage that red side have. So you see the Akali banned away as well as the Vladimir, and these options just sort of get shrunk down.
Fun fact, Akali's been banned 13 times, now 14 times. Irelia has now been banned 13 times in the entire EU Masters.
That's a lot of times.
That's a lot of times. And you can see that they just bring so much solo power to pretty much mid or top. You have to get rid of them, or you just have to first pick.
I like the Cassiopeia ban here, because one of the things we said when we were casting AS Trentin last time is they were playing a peel composition, and Cassiopeia was a cornerstone of that for Dread. And he had a really good role in those really crucial miasma placements. He got a double kill just before their Nexus exploded. He actually had a huge performance on this Cassiopeia. Just feels like they're trying to limit some of these later game options that give the team fight control over to AS Trentin, kind of almost suffocating their strengths.
Yeah, I think also with this Rek'Sai ban here, I mean, my eye immediately looked for something like the Jarvan as the other strong early game jungler. We also have seen a fair amount of Skarners, maybe one of the third best junglers.
It's kind of been the triad of junglers that we're seeing right now. If you can't get people kind of pick Skarner into Jarvan, or okay, here we go.
I like this. This is exactly what you talked about as well. Is pick the Vayne, get her an early game support that can keep her safe, and just scale into the late game.
Well, I also think Vayne plus Braum is very effective at kiting out someone like the Skarner. The Condemn, the point-and-click CC, gets him off of you before he can land the Impale, and the Braum has a whole lot of tools to deny that as well.
Fnatic have thrown down the gauntlet, though. They've picked the Lucian Rakan here, and it's Prosper's Rakan, so it's something he's very practiced at here. Essentially saying, we're not going to give you this laning phase for free. We want to be dominant, we want to try and get first tower, we want to push that lane in and put pressure on this Vayne.
And it makes sense from Fnatic Rising as well, because they don't want to have one bad mark this EU Masters. You're undefeated. They want to continue with that, going straight all the way to the finals if they can make it. And they are showing the respect to AS Trentin that I feel is deserved.
Quite like what I'm seeing from AS Trentin's draft right now. They've given themselves a definite win condition in the form of Vayne, giving the priority over to Shaka, which we talked about. And now we're seeing the Jarvan locked in. It's quite a high-tier draft coming out in terms of champion priority right now.
Yeah, I really like what I'm seeing from them. What I'm actually very interested in, though, is what happens to this mid lane pool. We see the Kennen ban from AS Trentin right now, but we can continue to see some mid lane champions taken away. And because AS Trentin have first pick coming out of this, they could go ahead and snag themselves a safe mid laner like the Syndra or the Orianna, perhaps, if they're able to ban out a couple other options.
If they don't ban Corki, MagiFelix is playing Corki.
True.
I'm certain of it. If that's not the case, MagiFelix will just pick up Corki.
Now, actually, seeing these two range top laner bans, I'm thinking maybe a Hecarim here for AS Trentin. I think it's a very good option.
The two counters to Hecarim right now that he hates dealing with, in most cases in top lane, is going to be the Jace and the Kennen. If you are Fnatic Rising here and you don't want to play against Hecarim, you ban it. Because I think it's guaranteed going to be a pick after this.
Oh, they get rid of the Aatrox. Aatrox also something that would be, kind of have a difficult time into that. But like I said, it's setting up for the Hecarim. I'd be very curious to see if they do pick their mid laner or their top laner. Do they keep their top lane for that counter pick?
It's not just Hecarim, though. Any kind of tanks will struggle
Cho'Gath
with these particular picks in the top lane. So it was just saying that Hecarim is likely the highest tier top laner right now that would struggle with these two particular champions.
Are we really having a blind pick Yasuo?
Into Magi Felix? Or is this the flexibility here? Is this... Because
it could be Vayne top, Yasuo
But the thing is, I
bot.
don't know why I'd ban Kennen or Jace if I'm playing Yasuo top, right?
Yeah, I mean, in theory, it can be the Yasuo top, but I'd be very surprised to see that happen, especially if this Poppy gets locked in. There's no way you can flex that.
Yeah.
So if you just hard counterpick the Yasuo in both lanes, AS Trenton are going to feel real bad.
And we've seen it before as well. We've seen the Yasuo mid. It was Leader who played it, and it was the actual, Renekton that went into it that just stopped it from doing anything. And it was a bit unfair for for the Yasuo on that side. Poppy is locked in, and I really like this Azir pick as well. Keep him at range. Make sure you can disengage in case anyone jumps on top.
But
of
also
you.
it slaughters Yasuo.
Yes.
It
also hard counters the Yasuo.
It's one of those things that when you get past Finch's first item, Yasuo is going to have a real tough time, and you've got the wall to divide, the ability to engage. It's just a really good pick into Yasuo, and we're waiting to see what AS Trenton decide to go into the Poppy at the top lane, because it is going to be a Yasuo top.
Wow. Okay. That's bold, I think. I mean, of course, Poppy has, a fairly long cooldown on the W to block the dashes, but I think all in all, that laning phase should be pretty okay. For the Poppy, you go hard into the armor, and you're going to be able to deal with them. Later in the game, he outscales in side lane, but I don't think Fnatic Rising are going to be looking to give them much time to get to that point.
Trenton do have the Wombo combo to an extent as well. You can get a Cataclysm if you get a couple people knocked up and stuff. You can get a little bit of damage.
I'm just holding here for a second.
Yeah.
I'm just holding here because we've got 5 seconds, and if they don't swap between 20 seconds, we're going to see Wandro playing a Vayne top.
All right, we got a Vayne top.
I was just about to say, just before it was locked in, the Yasuo can go into the bot side because you have got the kind of setup and everything that with the Braum is able to keep him kiting away. The Vayne is so good into the Poppy, it's ridiculous. So you could have just literally just seen them go, oh, we'll take Poppy into Yasuo, and they hard switch it.
All right, Ender, if you're a jungler here, being a jungle main, and I'm going to talk to you about Dan. What does Dan do in this situation? Are you hard camping this Vayne?
Yes and no. I think on the Skarner, you have less jungle priority early on than the Jarvan, so you have to play against him just a little bit. But yes, if you can split the map and deny Jarvan from making it to the top side, you slaughter that champ.
All right, real quick, guys. We have to pass to the casters. Who wins?
Fnatic.
I'm going Fnatic, but with a little style points for the side of Trenton.
I love those style points. I'm all in the Fnatic boat, though. Let's hand it up to our casters. It is Hitbrain and Celtic.
Thank you very much, Excandrel. Hello and welcome to the final day of the group stages. My name is Jake Hitbrain Matthews, and I am joined by Tyke, Celtic Tiger Brennan, as we're breaking down Fnatic versus AS Trenton. And obviously, as a UK boy, I'm a little bit here for Fnatic, but man, Trenton just stole my heart with that Vayne top lane.
I really like it. I think it gives them a really solid laning phase, and we could see that the Poppy was baited out by the Yasuo lock-in. They went, look, this is something that does decently into Yasuo. It was also relatively safe, and they can manage with the rest of the comp quite well in the mid-game. And then they went, okay, we're just going to swap the Vayne up there, and we're going to make sure we have really good laning phases on top of the fact they have the jungler that should be able to win in that earlier stage of the game. So I really want to see AS Trenton do that. Try to get yourself going early on so you can scale up as the Vayne, as the Yasuo, and have a really solid kind of skip that mid game that Fnatic want to punish you in and go straight to those late game champions.
And the question for me is, how do Xmaddie and Prosper play this lane? They've got the Lucian, they've got the Rakan. Do they look to just jump onto the Yasuo, or is it with the Braum with the concussive blows, is it just too dangerous for them?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, Rakan is pretty good at doing that, pretty good at playing aggressive. Lucian, of course, is the same. So there are those kind of level spikes you see, the big spikes in damage with the press the attack. They should have that freedom to do so. Gotta respect the concussive blows very early on, though. And that's where the struggle is.
Yeah, I'm really excited to actually see how this matchup starts to play out, because Xmaddie and Prosper, two players have been playing the whole regular season together on Fnatic, and then Targamas came in for the playoffs and then for the finals. Prosper did play in the finals. He played in the game-winning game for Fnatic, but for the most part, it's been Targamas since he's joined onto this roster. So this is, Prosper's first game here at the European Masters, and I'm thinking he's probably going to want to show up here. He's going to get the style points in and, earn the favor of the Fnatic fans. But Trenton, they are playing here for pride. They're playing for a little bit of glory. Maybe if they could make the gods that are Fnatic bleed, they can walk away happy from the European Masters.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see from Fnatic, because we thought that Rogue would be their major test in this group, and instead Rogue went for this crazy late game draft, got punished really heavily for it, and from there you can barely say that Fnatic were really tested. I want to see them now go up against AS Trenton, showcase what they can do, and Trenton on the other side, you want to get that win.
I mean, Slovakia haven't got a single win here at the European Masters, so it's nice to at least, you don't want to go away 0-3.
Yeah,
you want to walk.
the Czech and Slovakian region have kind of struggled in the European Masters in general, so it would be nice to see that.
Now, we do look across the lineups here, and I do look at Fnatic specifically. I see quite a lot of comfort. Dan has been playing a little bit of this Skarner coming up, but the big comfort for me is when you look at Magic Felix on the likes of the Azir, likes these control mages, suits his style. But that Poppy, I think I've seen Shikari play Poppy more than most other champions. He loves this champion.
I mean, I'm a big fan of Poppy as well. She does a decent amount. Has a surprisingly strong laning phase, a lot of people would say, because you just toss down that Q, does so much damage on top of the fact that you're extremely tanky thanks to that W passive. But up against Vayne, you're going to see that shredded through pretty damn quick.
Oh, Shikari is going to just join up to this wave. Mondro going aggressive already, running that lethal, sorry, press the attack.
Yeah, you actually saw the press the attack procced there as well. Nicely done so far from Wonder. I was saying you have a few options as Vayne in the top lane. You do sometimes see Klepto Vayne in the top lane as well, knowing that you get those free procs, just trying to get towards those item spikes. But press the attack is kind of the more standard Vayne we're used to seeing both in the bot lane and now in the top lane as well. Interestingly, Vayne top actually has been seeing a lot more prevalence in Korean solo queue. Is a top-rated top laner over there.
It's a nice start here by Jakey. He's going to pick up both of the crabs, denying that from Dan, who was on the bottom side of the map. So instant pickup for Jakey. See what Dan decides to do. There's not really too much for him to invade and take away. And when we did look at the numbers yesterday at the beginning of the show, the stats, Dan had a massive amount of time spent in the enemy jungler compared to his opponents. So maybe we'll look for these invades. You can see he's already scuttling his way into Jakey's jungle. But Jakey hanging in this mid lane, maybe looking to try and get onto Magic Felix, who's take a full combo and an electrocute.
Yeah, nicely played there from Dread. Dread is someone who kind of struggled up against leaders, kind of punishing champion pool. We talked about that a lot when we see leader on Misfits. It's if you are in a very comfortable matchup for leader, is very quick to punish. And you would expect Magic Felix should have that same level of comfort, but for now, on that more scaling champion in the Azir, he is not really heavily punishing that Syndra yet, but that is to be expected given the champions. But you can look at the players and expect a little bit more sometimes.
Yeah, and also, you know, he wants a little bit of time. It's only 3 minutes into the game, so it's sitting quite even for the moment.
Very, very early to call it.
Yeah. Shaka just taking a fair amount of abuse from this range advantage that the Fnatic bot lane have, and they are pushing this wave in. Look at that CS lead he's been able to accumulate himself. Should be able to try and catch most of this underneath the towers. Chuck throws out the wind wall to keep himself up next, Maddie. Just running away for the moment.
This is what you noted, though, as well. With those concussive blows, you can see you have to respect the amount of damage they can quickly follow up with. Charka and Vast were probably the biggest kind of shining light for AS Trenson in some of those losses, but they still lost at the end of the day, hey, Brent? So, need to shine a lot brighter this time around.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I want to see how they can actually challenge this team. Because, you know, for Fnatic, it's about, you know, going 3-0. But Trenson, like you said, they did put up a good fight. Have to see whether or not they've got what it takes to put up a fight here versus Fnatic. And Jakey feeling pretty comfortable just walking into Dan's jungle, trying to deny from him. Once again, we go towards bot lane. And Xmadi has some concussive blow stacks on him, so he's playing back. He's actually lower HP than Chaka for the moment. With that passive, with that shield, Chaka feeling very, very comfortable to step up.
Yeah, he's trying to pressure as much as possible with this Yasuo, which is decent as well, keeping up in terms of gold, in terms of CS. Really what I mean there with the Doran's shield and the fleet footwork, you're able to play that a little bit further up. Just trying to do what they can there, but that's AS Trenson just so far have maintained it even, but you're watching specifically that level 6 for Skarners when you expect to see a lot more action, I guess, coming from the jungle of Fnatic.
Well, Dan actually maybe looking to go in for a play. The Winion does step forward, but doesn't spot him out. He's got that Predator available, and Crossfair flash knock-up can come through. They do land a knock-up on to Xmadi, but in comes the knock-up onto one. The Predator's going to get used. Chaka already forced away, and Vast gets stunned up for the moment, but a wind wall will dissuade Fnatic away. Force out Chaka's flash. Don't get anything else.
Yeah, Jakey's in the area, but doesn't want to turn this into a 3v3 with Charka so chunked already. Looks like we're going to back off, and as you said, yes, while a decent way to force Charka's flash, maintain some of that pressure.
Now this top lane is bleeding resources. 52 CS to 30. Wondero really pressuring Shikari here in these early phases of the game. I mean, it's to be expected. It is the Vayne into the Poppy, but it's starting to hurt Shikari a little bit. Wondero now got that access to the ultimate. Shikari still doesn't have the Keeper's Verdict available quite yet.
You see Magic Felix is actually going to try roam up towards this top lane. Punish Wondero is pushed very far in. Has not backed yet, so has no items, but spotted on the ward. Just going to be the honey fruit. Magic Felix backing off.
Yeah, can't contest that. Gets himself the Spire as well. And looks ahead into the jungle to place a little bit of vision, maybe clear a little bit of vision out, see if he can spot Jakey on the map. They haven't seen him for a little while.
I like this from Wondero as well. Does just match boots to boots and go even more attack speed. Most important part of the Vayne is getting those true damage procs off, especially considering you have that armor rush from the Poppy. So I like the amount of attack speed they're going for at this stage.
Not have that level 6 yet. It would be a little bit aggressive to be jumping in without Vast. It's quite close enough. Dan comes in with a flash impale on, and Magic Felix throws out the damage. Prosper and Dan jump in, and Dan finds the kill.
Yeah, and that was, I mean, nice. You had the Skarner there and get the Pale, but at the same time, it is just Dan maintaining pressure is the nice part of that play. Realistically, it doesn't take a whole lot to be able to flash Skarner ult.
Yeah, look at that. Jakey even tried to steal away the blue buff from them, but Shikari comes down to make sure that it doesn't get denied. He's feeling pretty comfortable now that he's got that Keeper's Verdict to send members of AS Trenton packing, and now Fnatic will look to turn their attention towards this Ocean Drake as the first Drake on the game.
Yeah, it's uncontestable from AS Trenton. You can see they're trying to send the bot lane there to maintain something, but realistically, they're just going to go down, and now the bot lane could be pressured once again.
Jakey is going to take away a few camps here from Dan, but Dan quite content just to hang around this bot lane, continue to be a threat, a nuisance to Chaka and Vast. Kari was forced under, so was unable to contest that blue buff being taken.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were going to see the Grass Poppy or not, considering it's so hard to proc in this matchup. Could kind of lead to the belief that you were expecting maybe that Yasuo still to stay in the top lane. Grass, of course, not being particularly useful against Vayne.
Once again, Dan's actually going into that bot lane. He's speeding his way in. They forced a flash out already. Prosper forced to jump away. The culling gets blocked up mostly by the wind wall. They're not going to be able to find a kill, but Fnatic continue to keep this bot lane going. Prosper rejoining up with his roster, and they are looking for aggression. They're looking for domination on this side of the map.
And this comes right back to what we were talking about. You know, Charka and Vast were some of the better performers in AS Trenton's losses, so Dan is forcing all of the pressure onto them, keeping them under, and also the fact they already have a bot lane that can scale into a mid-game really strongly with Rakan and Lucian. A good place to force that if you wanted to start going for not only the first tower, but then quickly rotating around the map and taking all those outer towers. But here we go.
Maddie's got the blows on. They've got the knock-up into the last breath. Maddie flashes away. The Ignite is on. The stuns are there. And then Maddie finds the kill. Voss turns it around, but now Dan should be able to pick that kill up. Meanwhile, we see a kill get picked up by Magic Felix as Voss is inside the Cataclysm. Jakey going 1v1 with Dan, but Dan gets knocked up. He gets the stun down. He's looking to jump away. Jakey, no flash available, and Dan will be able to sliver out. Fnatic come out on top.
Oh, Jake, he goes for the Cataclysm, trying to get in on time for the concussive blows, but they die alongside Vast, so you can't get them back. But here's the play we missed on the other side. Magic Felix helping out in the top lane, going for Wondero, and pretty nicely played there, just outright outnumbering them. But certainly in that bot lane, that was just so sad to watch.
And like you said, the bot lane was the strongest point for AS Trenton. Shikari is this wall for Fnatic. He might have had a horrible matchup, but he's equalizing out that CS lead. Magic Felix as well, one of the most dominant players on this roster. Gets the pressure mid lane, rotates up to alleviate some of that pressure for Shikari had been feeling. And now with that kill in the bot side and the top side, Fnatic, no Drake to contest, so they're going to turn their eyes towards this Rift Herald, look to get some plates, and look to accelerate the gold lead.
Yeah, and this is as soon as it spawns as well. It doesn't look like AS Trenton were out quick to the mark. And will be a nice pickup for Fnatic, as you said. Good objective control coming out for Fnatic here.
And it's the improvement, the growth of Dan as a player, but might have to hold that because Wondero could be in for a little bit of trouble. Prosper has that quickness, lands the knock-up, and Wondero is just melted.
That was a lot of damage in Brain. I think you could see that straight in with the Rakan, just holding off, waiting for the Condemn to come through, and then with the quick combo. This is what we talked about. You want these guys spiking in terms of damage, in terms of engage potential. And Fnatic, now with the quicker moves around the map, with the more damage available to them, are looking so strong.
instantly the Rift Tail gets summoned in the top lane. The second it is taken, gonna get that charge off as well and give over some plates to Fnatic as they grow the gold lead 19k to 17k. Shikari's even gonna be able to take some plates in the bot lane as well. Solid stuff across the board here for Fnatic Rising.
And you can see Shikari's actually trying to play back, going, someone might be responding to me in time, but no, Fnatic are going to get even more plates off this. You also now have Jakey moving towards the top side as well, so I want to see this here for...
That's a Cataclysm. It does land it. Maddie jumps out. They try to get themselves away. In comes the last breath onto Matty. Concussive blows are stacking up. Maddie will go down. Trenton find himself a kill, but the Ignite knock-up comes through. Dan jumps away from the Steel Tempest, and Ace Trenton finds himself a pick.
Yeah, they're getting back into this. A lot of summoners being forced out with the response from Fnatic, though, and all it is the kill. They can't convert that into any objective leads, so while it's nice, while they aren't going down without a fight, it's still Fnatic maintaining control.
And what we're seeing actually from this is the Air Trenton we saw versus Rogue. They fell behind, but they weren't afraid to make plays as a cohesive unit. This was one of their strengths. This is what I liked about watching them versus Rogue. There was a fight at the end of that game where they were 10k gold down, and it did not look like a fight where they were 10k gold down. Even though they lost that fight, they played so well. And, you know, they're not 10k gold down right at the moment. They're actually only 1,000 gold down. So if they can find these plays, these openings, I know this team has the capability to team fight.
Yeah, I think that's it. Their strength has been team fighting. We want to see more of that from AS Trenton, and Fnatic are just denying it by having these stronger lane matchups in that bot lane, specifically punishing the stronger lane matchup they did have. And now we're going to see...
Prospect? He's been knocked up. Concussive blows are on. He throws out a quickness. Dan's coming in. Prospect can't find the way out. Jumps to Magic Felix, but gets stunned up in time. In comes to find the upper front as Dan finds himself one. A knock up on the two by Chaka, but the Sand Soldiers are doing so much damage. Dan finds a double kill, and Fnatic will take themselves an Infernal Drake and a Crab as their reward.
Yeah, and it looked like Crosshair was caught out, even comboed quite well, as you said, cancelling out that jump over the pit, but Rakan too mobile, and fact is there's too much damage on Fnatic. Once you end up committing to a fight like that, not making the pick, you just get turned on so quick.
I love that play from Prosper as well, because any other Rakan would have just jumped over the wall the second he saw them with W, but he ulted, jumped into two, knowing that the rest of the team were going to be able to come through in time, knowing he could rely on Magic Felix to be there to bail him out. Good play coming forward for the Fnatic for Prosper.
Well, that is very positive light to shine in it. I'll leave it there, but certainly we now see the first tower go down, and this is going to be Fnatic again maintaining control over those early objectives. Shikari now being pressured in the top side, but as you said, is a wall for Fnatic. Is going to have a decent time just maintaining control here.
He's trying to clear out this wave as quick as possible. Concussive blows did connect to stun him up for a moment, but they did pick up that plate just before it wears off for AS Trenton, so do get a little bit of additional gold, but the gold lead is growing. Fnatic remain in control of that Blade the Ruin King has been picked up on Xmaddie a little while ago, so he's working towards that blade. See the bot lane difference.
I mean, sorry, see that jungle difference as well. 401 for Dan. You see, Scoundrel on the desk was talking about how difficult Dan has made it for the enemy jungler to even exist in the game. And we see that again here.
They're looking very, very comfortable. This is the regular season Fnatic. This is the same squad that played most of the games in the UK LC. And the flexibility of their roster is what's helping them here. You know, Prosper, like he got replaced by Targamas, they've been scrimming together, they've been playing together, they've been practicing together. Him and Targamas had apparently been kind of shoring up each other's weaknesses across the board. But we have to hold that because Wanderer, once again, is on the receiving end of a gank. He is 0-4 on this Vayne.
Well, that's a good laning phase for you, but that's also a good punish, in fairness to Fnatic, just consistently going up to that Vayne and going, we see that you're pushing in, we see that you want to beat that Poppy, and we're just not going to let it happen.
Yeah, they just played very well around him, but I have to hold this because Jakey wants to make a play into this side of the map. Xmaddie and Prospect are there. They've got that Glacial Fissure. The knock-up into the Taunt onto 3 members. The culling melts through members of Trenton. And in comes the rest of the team. A 2-man knock-up into the last breath is there by Chaka. They've got themselves one. But the Cataclysm onto Prospect by Jakey gets himself one. But Maddie will be able to take him down. Fnatic find 2. They're looking for their third as Vask is so low HP. Dan takes him down. 3 for 1 in favor of Fnatic Rising.
And they're just going to continue this push forward, get themselves another tower after those 3 kills as well. You've got to think Fnatic are so heavily in control of this game, and it's only 15 minutes in.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Let's have a little look at that fight again.
Yeah, I mean, the 3-man knockup looked so clean as well. The fact is, Braum wasn't even in front tanking that culling. His ult from Dan was actually expecting to save for the Yasuo, but Jakey ends up coming in here, taking out Prosper. It means very little, though. Fact is, they just don't have anything after that fact. They're just looking for consolation prizes by taking out the Rakan there.
Oh, it's so sad when the red buff is what just burns you out at the end. Building towards the Shirelias on the Skarner. Forgot the name of the champion there.
Yeah, we have seen this a bit, where it is just a cheap item to help you spike a little bit quicker in terms of move speed and get your team joining you as well. One thing to note as well, you see the Essence Reaver for the Lucian is looking to burst out those squishies. You do lose a bit of tankiness for this, not going for the standard Black Cleaver after the Blade of the Ruined King, but the amount of damage you get off it can make it worthwhile, and certainly when you're this far ahead,
Oh,
does make sense.
He's just going full man mode. The wind wall has been thrown up, and Dan looking to jump in forward, has that Impale. A 2-man knockup comes onto Jakey on the back line. Pachaka is so low, goes in with the last breath. Manny goes down, and Chaka is alive. He finds himself a double kill on the Yasuo. Dan tries to turn it around. The wave is there, and Magic Felix shows up in time to save it, but Magic Felix pops him into the wall with a wall bang, and Vast flashes away. Jakey's forced to jump out as well. Fnatic are on that hunt for AS Trenton members. In comes Shikari, and down goes the kill as Vast is still out of there. The stand behind me to the minion. Magic Felix can't quite close that, but Fnatic Rising come out on top again.
I mean, Fnatic Rising come out on top, but that's not the kind of clean play you want. In the meantime, we did see that go down, so that's why the Emperor's Divide wasn't available, but still, it's just getting messy now. Fnatic, they want to close this out as clean as possible. That's not the kind of play you really want to be making. It's a good recovery to get the members up there, but certainly, come on, guys. We expect better.
I mean, this is the power of Trenton as a team. They are very good at just pulling that trigger, snap decision, go, let's fight right now. Chaka did so well on that Yasuo to pick up that double kill. The Triumph coming in for that big chunk of healing long enough for him to get that second kill. I thought he might be able to get a triple versus Dan, but was not to be, as Magic Felix showed up to make sure he was going to be denied. And we're actually seeing the Luden's Echo build on Magic Felix. He's going towards the Nash's Tooth now, but we've seen a variance where some people go for the Nash's and just rely on blue buffs for mana regen and just kind of flat AP damage after that. But once that Luden's Echo as well, does give you a little bit more burst.
Yeah, the burst and also the quick just run through the wave with the Q as well. As you said, just the mana helping out hugely in matching that Syndra.
Well, Double Ocean will also help your mana at the moment. Fnatic should be able to pick this up. There's no vision there. Thank you for toggling that, observers. You can see just the map is dark for AS Trenton.
So hard to maintain control, and Fnatic are so freely able to push up, but fact is, if you go to defend any wards you do hold, you so quickly burst out. As we were talking about with both the Azir and the Lucian, have focused on kind of burst-based builds. Has made it quite difficult.
Yeah, I really love this Essence Reaver build, actually, on Matty. Dan has looked to find one. He's got himself the stun. They've got everything they need. Vex Matty gets himself his fourth kill of the game.
He tries to defend the wards, ends up going down. Exactly, you can call it so simply at this stage.
With this, Fnatic are going to look to turn their eyes towards this tower. Should be able to take it down nice and quick with this wave. Demolish helps them a lot with that, and it's only 3 turrets to 1 at the moment in favor of Fnatic. And S-Trenton actually looking to put their attention onto this mid lane, but they have to step away because Fnatic are starting to pincer towards them.
Yes, Trenton just struggling now. Starting to see a lot of why Fnatic are the top team. Unfortunately, start to see also a lot of why AS Trenton are the bottom team.
And I think we have to kind of, look at this team and look at what group they were drawn into. They were drawn into a hard group. They had the likes of Fnatic, they had the likes of Misfits, and they had the likes of Rogue. 3 very, very powerhouse teams. Misfits coming out of the play-in stages after absolutely dismantling Diabolus in those knockout games. You have Fnatic, who first seed from the UKLC, a very storied organization with some really big names on this roster for the LEC sister team, and then Rogue, who were one of the favorites to actually make it to the finals, to take this whole tournament. Again, a lot of seasoned players on that roster. So it's a rough group for AS Trenton to be pulled into. The Slovakian representatives here did have their work cut out for them, but there has been glimmers of hope. So you look at this bot lane, like you said at the beginning of their game, they've been the strongest point here for this team.
Yeah, so I mean, you technically have that ability to fight. I want to see their team fight come through, but it's so hard to stay.
Windwall Prosper jumps in with a free 4-man quickness. 2 members, 3 members go down. It's a double kill. 2x Maddie and Fnatic Rising take themselves the team fight.
And it seems like such a foregone conclusion, but it's still so nice to see those big engages come through. Something back for AS Trenton is that 1v1, but they're going to quickly lose the Baron here, most likely. It's only the Yasuo left up. Wondro won't have the TP quite available yet, so it's just Charka alone.
Charka does have that ultimate available, but it's so hard for him to even close in as Magic Felix has gone in forward onto him. Charka trying to get the damage, gets the knock up into the last breath, gets knocked back and bopped back. Magic Felix picks up that kill. Baron Nashor will go down at 21 minutes in favor of Fnatic as they base up, spend their gold, and they're going to look to siege.
Yeah, this should be a pretty easy siege for them. You're already seeing how easy those fights are in general because they can engage whenever the hell they like. The Wind Wall and the Braum E are the only things they're even minorly worried about. The turnaround is just so difficult for AS Trent.
Well, Vast is going to go farm. Let's get some minions.
Well,
he needs that gold, dude. Let's look at this play again.
Yeah, I mean,
actually,
yeah, Wondro kind of low, but you're also Vayne versus Poppy. It is pretty handy for you to turn around. Good turnaround with the Invis, though. Ends up with Shikari onto a minion.
Flash as well.
This is a lot flashier than I expected, but certainly it's still Vayne versus Poppy. And eventually Wondro turned it around. So it was well played by Wondro, though, using the invisibility.
But this is what we expected from really the beginning of the Vayne versus Poppy. Thought Poppy would just kind of get completely smacked in this lane, but a lot of attention was put down there by Dan and Magic Felix to make sure Wondro did not get rolling. But now with the Guinzoos, with that Blade of the Rune King, might be a little bit harder for Shikari here in this lane.
I mean, you still do have some burst potential on the side of AS Trent, and you have the 2 items you really need in the Yasuo. You have the Luden's Void Staff is enough for you to really chunk out any member with a good Syndra ult. So, want to see if that does come through.
Cataclysm's on. That's going to be the Keeper's verdict to send Wondro back. Jakey might need to be a little bit careful versus Shikari, but Shikari can just look to run away as he has the hammer shot to slow down. But Fnatic, with this Baron buffer, just sieging up in the top lane. 2 members of AS Trenton are not in base, and they're basing up now. Dan speeds in, gets the Impale down. That'll be the end of Vast, as an instant kill gets picked up for X-Mani. Knock up by Chaka, but doesn't go in for the kill. In comes the 3-man! Shurima Shuffle! Magic Felix, once again, comes up huge! A double kill picked up for him on the Azir, and now Jakey is being ripped through by X-Mani. The inhibitor tower will go down, and the inhibitor is next. They have a massive wave to work with here, and Fnatic are looking to close this game out.
And this game has always looked like Fnatic in control, but they're still willing to make the flashy plays. They're still going to look to end this one now.
They're trying to go for it. Chaka will fall down. The turrets are down. The ace comes through. Vast spawns up in time, but it doesn't mean too much. He will not be able to defend versus the beasts that are Fnatic as they go 3-0 in the group.
And that's a good, domineering fashion to go 3-0 in. We know AS Trenton were the bottom of the group. This should be their easiest game. But as we said, it's the flashy plays that really just add the style points. Because we saw on the desk, they were like, you know, it's a cool comp from AS Trenton. They're bringing out something new, some style points there. Fnatic come right back with their own.
I mean, Fnatic, they look so comfortable in this group. We called this the group of death. Fnatic hard smurfed this group. They went 3-0. They won every game in a dominant fashion. Now, maybe with the AS Trenton, we kind of predicted this would be a little bit more of a one-sided affair, but you look at all the other games they took in the group versus Misfits, who honestly I pegged to be a lot stronger than they showed up in the group stages so far. They're not out yet, though. They still do have a chance. Thank you very much for bringing this up. Misfits versus Rogue is going to be a very big game because that will actually decide second place in this group. As you can see, Fnatic are locked in first out of the group of death.
And funnily enough, I mean, they both looked pretty weak against Fnatic, and both of them looked pretty strong against AS Trenton. So I'm kind of waiting to see what their form actually is, because with Misfits, I actually thought coming out of play-ins they looked rather weak. I thought once they got into those groups, especially some of those harder groups, they'd really struggle, and they did against Fnatic. Rogue is a team that should also be able to punish in that style, but we're waiting to see.
Well, a dominant win for Fnatic as they go 3-0 in the group, but we're going to cut to a quick break, and when we're back, it'll be SK versus For the Win, so don't go anywhere. See you in a second.
Simon jumps in, Selfmade gets it, and Mad Lions have bitten back.
Welcome back, League of Legends enthusiasts. We're here at the European Masters. We've had the first game down, and I'm joining. You guys always look at me like
I'm a League of Legends enthusiast.
Look, I'm trying to start the intro with something different every time, so
It's very hard.
I have to, like, expand my repertoire.
I'm waiting
I
for you
like
to,
it.
I was going to say, I'm waiting for the hold the skateboard, like, hello, my fellow kids.
Let us know in chat if you're a Twitch chat enthusiast.
Twitch
and
chat
also
enthusiast,
a League of Legends
and also a League of Legends
enthusiast.
enthusiast, and if you're also a gamer, because obviously we're
all
all gamers.
here, man. We're all gamers.
Right, so let's move on. It's going to be looking back at that game very quickly. Almost got confused
Let's
as
do
well where we were
Yeah,
going.
you were like-
So let's have a quick look about that game. It was obviously as we expected. Fnatic definitely took advantage very quickly. Andy, you're making a lot of comments about this Vayne top. We're going to focus on xMatty quickly here, so I'll let you sort of expand on him this game. But it was very interesting, kind of some of these engages.
Yeah, I feel like most of the game was very focused around the bottom lane, and specifically Dan coming in and making plays happen. Before this, we saw multiple ganks towards the bot side of the map to put xMatty in a position to carry.
Yeah, I completely agree. And like xMatty just went into this Yasuo lane. It was either going to sink or swim. And I got to give props to Prosper. He was making some sick engages. He was getting multi-man, 3-man knockups. And it just set up his team for success. And this last fight was just flash in, get the impale, blow someone up, and then there's no support now.
We talked about all of the people that you've seen within this particular set of clips. Dan was very impressive over the course of this game, I think. Especially just going in, level 6, that first blood in the bot lane, snowballed things out from their point. I kind of want to touch on the Vayne top that you were talking about quite a lot during this game. Please share with the world your thoughts.
So my thoughts on Vayne top are this. It's great for getting an early CS lead in top lane. And you know what? Maybe eventually that becomes a late game split push condition. We saw it get a solo kill later on, but it can't do anything in the context of the game, I don't think, because especially once the rest of your team falls behind, like, you need the resources to not get put down. Like, you can't do that much. It was 0-4 at one point in this match. I think it was a pick to try and see if they could go for some kind of a split push, but ultimately that wasn't playing into the team's strength.
I actually feel like if they just put Vayne bot and played a super defensive lane with the Braum, you gave yourself a better win condition in my eyes.
Yeah, like I think, they tried to outflex and out kind of like smart the draft, playing 4D chess and stuff like that, but I feel like they kind of just, put themselves in a little bit of a hole and kind of went, oh, we need to snowball super hard, or otherwise we don't really do anything.
Yeah, it was also this Yasuo in the bot lane that we talk about the Vayne not doing much. The Yasuo really got exploited by early game ganks from Dan. You're a melee champion without a minion wave to dash through. You're very, very low mobility, so it was pretty easy for Dan to come bot lane, burn the flash once, and then once he hits level 6, get repeat kills there.
Like I said, this game kind of went as we expected. I don't think we need to spend too much time dissecting exactly the micro mechanics of what went down. Fnatic have shown to be one of the best teams in the European Masters. They are going to take this group 3-0. AS Trenton, unfortunately, will go 0-3 in this particular group too. And we are now going to segue ourselves to the next matchup, which is going to be, I believe, it's going to be SK Gaming taking on FTW. And this is a really interesting game in my eyes. SK have shown themselves to be very strong, but a lot of recent chatter around FTW, and specifically from some high-level coaches, have shown that they really respect what they do, BP.
Yeah, and like For the Win we've seen Peter Dunn tweet about it. It's like, I've only a couple of teams, I think it was Flash Wolves and Fnatic are the two teams he talked about, where he said that I've only had 2 other teams that have made me go, I need to prepare a lot for these guys. They play in so many different styles, and we had Hiprain did reach out to him. He had a bit of a chat with him, and it was basically kind of like they play a 2-3 style, which is basically they can play 1-3-1. They can play jungler just going into one lane. They can play a 1-4. They've got so many things you have to look out for. It's just the mechanical side that they're kind of falling down a little bit on, but they are definitely a wild card coming into this game.
I think so. Let's have a look at their roster now up on the screen. FTW from the Portuguese scene. They got the Portuguese scene, the LVL LOL, their first ever group stages win at the start of this competition in the group stages 2. So they've really done their region proud. They've stepped up that level for their region also. And I kind of want to talk about some of the players. And specifically, I want to focus on Owner. This guy's Hecarim jungle. I think it needs a ban. It's very strong.
Yeah, I like the Hecarim pick, honestly, for him. And specifically, it's these champions that scale very well in the jungle. Early game for Hecarim isn't going to be your strong suit, but you put Owner on something that can be very strong on 1 or 2 items, and you're going to see success.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I think, For the Win have been very good at putting him up for success. Like, even in their loss, they didn't actually look that bad. It was very kind of like, could have went either way. Yes, Splice Vipers did eventually kind of push forward for the win, but it's just positives coming out from the Portuguese region, and I feel like they can come into this if they win, they are through. That, or not through, they're into a tiebreaker, so they have still got opportunities to push for that second or first spot.
Yeah, I've mentioned a very specific and interesting point about this game is that if FTW win, they force a very interesting tiebreaker within this group, and you can see Splice Vipers would then have to win also, and I believe we're set up at a 2-1 three-way tiebreaker for the top position in this group, in general. So that's going to be very, very cool. I'm looking forward to that immensely if it does happen, but there are lots of tiebreaker situations in Group D, and I'm not going to go into them in detail too much. Let's take a look at the opposing roster, SK Gaming Prime, and this roster has done nothing but impress. Specifically Frennick, who seems to be on point in the early game, but also the interchangeable champion pool between Sakura and Genax. It seems to be never-ending.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just the top side of the map that is so strong. I think that the two star players on this roster are going to be Sakurai and Frennick, and it's Frennick specifically playing around this top side of the map, looking for early game ganks, and as you mentioned, the flexibility of champion pools to make sure that this team, regardless of side selection, has good matchups.
And the only thing I will say, as an asterisk, they have not looked infallible. They have definitely had issues. Yesterday we saw one of them pop up, whereas Frennick, if he gets put under pressure, if he doesn't have the perfect early game that we know he can do, the wheels get a little wobbly. Yes, the gold was still even. Yes, they did just kind of press a big old reset button and go, right, let's just wait till we have late game. We've got a KO. We've got so much that we can go with this. We'll be fine. It does work in their favor. Or sorry, not a KO. They had a Cho'Gath. And I think that, SK are good at pressing that reset button, but it is something that can be exploited.
I also don't want to overshadow the bottom side of the map here. DOS was arguably MVP on his Thresh in that game versus Splice Vipers. He was like finding hooks left, right, and center, and Kedawee has done his job really well throughout this entire tournament. So SK Gaming Prime obviously came from the play-in stages. They went 6-1. They were our strongest team. They automatically qualified for the groups, and they're continuing that tear, not only for themselves, but for the German, Dark Premier Tour regions in general. You've got two teams that could potentially make it to the top 8 from the German Premier Tour region. That is huge for these guys, considering previous European Masters performances.
And not even just top 8, #1 seeds in their group as well. So they're both potentially coming into it. But I'll be curious to see now how far they win. As I said, they still have an opportunity to force tiebreakers if the results go their way.
And that is the ban on the Hecarim, as we expected, against Ona. I think Plasma's Zillion also banned away here. So there's a lot of respect bans coming out against FTW from SK Gaming.
Yeah, you want to ban away the kind of like the comforts, see what else they've got in, kind of like their wheelhouse. I was thinking, I was trying to think of another word. I was trying to think of another word, and
it's become the word of the European Masters so far.
It has. Wheelhouse has become the word of the European Masters. But they're also on the other side. We see Akali, Jace, these flex picks like we talked about before. You need to get them off the board straight away.
Now, what I'm wondering is what is going to be the sick counter pick we see Genax on today, because he has quite the unique champion pool, whether it's the AP, Cho'Gath in the mid lane, or any one of a number of things. Unfortunately, they're not on the red side, so maybe it's a little less likely if For the Win save their mid lane for last.
It's that flexibility though, and if you save the mid lane and then maybe you lose a counter pick in the top lane, Sona Taric has been left open. Sona gets picked up by SK. This for me, okay, look. Yeah. There's been plenty of discussion. I'm not going to quote myself. I'm going to quote Papa Smithy.
I was just about to say.
This is int. But it looks like they're going to be gifted Taric by FTW. FTW feel comfortable going into it, and SK Gaming have been given the potential to go for the Sona Taric.
And this screams to me now, like kind of like, we know how to deal with this. We are not afraid of it, and we've actually seen multiple compositions deal with the Sona Taric. Yes, it can be oppressive, but it is not impossible to get ahead of it.
Yeah,
Swain Soraka, let's go.
Yo.
Okay, that we'll hold on to the Swain Soraka. I'm not necessarily sold, but just to get into how do you beat this duo, I think there are a few different levels that you can try to do it. First and foremost, it's the early game. So jungle attention, strong all-in bot laners. Give me something like the Blitzcrank, right? Something that you can play around this bottom side of the map to try and shut it down and not allow it to get on a roll. And then when it becomes to the mid game, that's when you need hard engage. Okay, perfect. You have the Jarvan, you can try to start off fights to kill it before it outscales. Then later on, split push is going to be how you avoid the full 5v5.
Sure, and then I was talking to a lot of coaches about this, and the biggest thing was also self-peeling AD carry that scales into the late game. Tristana and Vayne being the number 1 and 2 in terms of what they can do. Get yourself out of the range, self-peel versus the engage engage. Then once the Taric ultimate is down, you've got a late game win condition like the Vayne. Vayne and Kayle, you throw that together, you're providing a very strong late game win condition here. They obviously saw the Sona and felt comfortable playing into it. And we'll see if that respect that FTW has commanded from coaches across Europe is going to be deserved here, because they are certainly taking the challenge on.
All right, so I like these bans from For the Win. The two arguably best early game junglers in the game after they already get themselves the Jarvan right off the bat means that it's going to be much harder, I think, for SK to try and bridge the gap and get them into a strong mid-late game.
I believe this is the first Janna we've seen in the European Masters.
Yes, it is.
So, Ender, talk to me a little bit about Janna in this particular situation.
So, to me, I'm a little perplexed by it in the sense that this screams to me they're not playing for bot lane. So it's very much about mid and top. But in the context of the 2 versus 2, Janna with the shield, you're not going to get poked out. I think that it does do some good things in this matchup. Again, you're not under a lot of threat, so Janna will give you more protection. But what it says is we're scaling into the late game. We're going to try to match the shielding. We're going to match the healing in the 5v5.
The other thing that I was potentially thinking about is it's a great way to disengage from Taric ultimate engages. One thing that a Sona Taric composition wants to do is find a tower dive situation or find a hard engage and just throw everything in. A Sona Taric composition that doesn't have engage is a wasted Sona Taric composition, in my complete opinion, which is why I love the Jarvan pickup by For the Win Esports. The one thing that I'm seeing here from SK Gaming Prime, I am worried that Lee Sin is their only engage tool, other than just teleporting everybody in with the Realm Warp. That is what I'm worried about seeing from SK, and I actually love what FTW have brought to counter this. Now we're talking about, like, have they got the mechanics and the in-game to pull this off?
The only thing as well for the Win is that they have so much late game that it's like, if you get to that stage where, you know, the Sona and the Taric is actually incredibly strong at 5v5s, you melt Barons, you melt objectives. If you get one Mountain Drake early, it could be huge for the Win.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing I'm looking at for the Win in the late game 5v5 is that they don't have big ultimate cooldowns in terms of offense, right? It's a lot of defensive ultimate. So usually you'll see the Taric ult be fantastic at absorbing a few big cooldowns, and then once those spells are down, they handedly win the fights. In this case, you have 3 very high DPS damage dealer. You have a Jarvan flag for the attack speed for your Kayle and your Vayne. You have a Janna that's going to be building Ardent Sensor. This team is terrifying in the late game.
And then Sona Taric designed to scale to the late game. However, they've got a lot of mid-game presence with the Lee, Rise, and the Nico here.
Yeah, see, I actually, SK Gaming comp is, I'm a little not so sure about it, because yes, they have a lot of high DPS, but they don't have the greatest frontline. I think their team fight is actually a lot worse, and in this case, if they're going with the on-hit Nico and the Rise, they actually have the stronger 131.
Yes, I think so too. But that kind of plays away from what you're supposed to be picking Sona Taric for in the first place, in my personal opinion. And I am worried about the engage that SK have got. And this is the time where I now need to ramp it over to you guys. Do you go with the fact that SK are just a better team on paper, or are we looking pure compositionally here? Ender, I'm going to start.
You know, I'm going to take composition. I'm going to say For the Win. For me, the Nico has to hard smash the Kayle in lane for SK to win. If that doesn't happen, I think For the Win have a great chance.
I got to agree. I think For the Win's composition just makes a lot more sense.
As an analyst myself, totally on board with this. Just think I've seen Phoenix's Lee Sin, and it's scary. He can probably hard win this laning phase, and that might not even matter, so I'm going to go with SK. Going to throw it up to the boys at the casting desk. Take it away.
Well, with everything on the line, so SK picked themselves a Sona Taric bot lane, but there are answers. There's been a recovery here from For the Win. Pretty excited to get into this one because we've got some interesting compositions between both of these teams. The Nico versus the Kayle. You've got that Rise, which is always really explosive and fun to watch. So pretty exciting comps.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me is I was watching SK. They made the what we'd often call the kind of crucial mistake there of locking the Sona first, which you would expected the Taric to respond with. You see For the Win, we're going, fine, pick it. We have our plan. We have what we want to play into it. And they do so. They get the self-peeling that we constantly talk about as the one way to beat it, aside from obviously going for the hard engage. I preferred the hard engage. We saw Fnatic Academy do that, or Fnatic Rising rather, do that quite well. Before the Win, go for the kind of self-peeling, scaling version of this. The one question I have for SK as well is that their engage, as was noted on the desk there, is decent in the mid-game if you can get Lee behind everyone, but with the amount of peel For the Win have, I'm not sure they have enough engage to get these guys in the 5v5, which is generally what you draft Sona Taric for.
Yeah. Well, I do want to have a little bit to talk about these teams as well as their runs through the European Masters. Obviously, we've seen a lot more games from the likes of SK purely off the back that they played in the play-in stages. They came first out of the play-in stages, so they didn't even have to play knockouts. They just walked straight into this group. Went 2-0 so far, beating out Splice Vipers, who are another team who we really bigged up to be big in this tournament. And now, if they lose this game, For the Win will force a potential three-way tie, depending on the Splice Vipers game coming up later on in the day. But it could potentially force a three-way tie. So they're still not out of the woods. It's not like the Fnatic game we had just before this. This still is a very important game for SK. But if they pull this win out here versus For the Wins, they lock themselves first in the groups.
And as you said, that could be huge for them. I feel like SK as well have always looked rather clean right up until those early games have gone a little off for them, much like we've seen the issues with LDLC when the early game kind of runs away from them, specifically looking towards that jungle role. Frennick, as was noted on the desk by BP, when that early game went so wrong in the Rek'Sai now, both against Red Star and in the previous game up against Splice Vipers, I believe it was very tested, slowed down the game a huge amount. So I want to see that. If For the Win can do that, how SK respond this time around. That they have gone for the Sona Taric, which would generally give you good scaling as well, but you're not so sure given what For the Win have drafted would be close.
Look at this, Sacre with the early shove into Frozen, making sure Frennick is nice and safe to take away this red buff, so just denying from Owner some of these jungle camps. He's going to get a free buff start here on the Lee Sin, and this is what Scoundrel was talking about back on the desk. This man has been a very oppressive jungler, for the likes of SK. He's been one of the people who's facilitated their early into mid game.
One of the things to notice, so has Owner. You have had amazing Hecarim performances from Owner, so could see more of that coming out so far, as you said, being pressured out by the pressure of the lanes more so than the jungle, I would say. I would say SK playing well around that pressure. But certainly the fact that you had Nico push so far up was making it difficult, and now Frennick can look to capitalize on that.
Yeah, remember the minions don't really stop Sacre from landing that route with the Tangle Barbs. As Frozen is playing very far back, is scared of what Gen X can do from the bush, but...
Well, it's not Gen X, it's Sacre!
They get the Tangle Barbs, they go in for the damage, they got it down, and first blood, Frennick picks that up.
Yeah, just runs out of the brush, and as we said, the minions do nothing to stop that. Fact is, he's kind of been put into a really awkward position with that wave, was just pushing forward with it. And now is in an even more awkward position, being forced to TP back to it, and with no wards, at Lee Sin could just return. Gotta be careful.
I love that I was also baited by the Nico there, because it changed the name. So even I was like, yeah, Jax is coming in for the fight.
Yeah.
Oh, lordy.
Afraid not. Afraid they haven't somehow magically lane swapped while Ryze still farms mid lane.
Chameleon. Messing with my mind, man.
It used to be even worse. The Spectator used to just not pick it up at all. So it just used to swap champions in the bot side as well, so it got really confusing to track items.
Oh, it's really weird.
Yeah.
Well, it does mean that SK do have themselves a gold lead here over For the Win. It's only marginal though for the moment, but Frennick looking to repeat gank into this lane.
This is exactly what I said. The wave's in such an awful spot for the Kayle. You can just send Lee Sin right back up here.
Although Owner is about as well. They're looking to spot him out, but the Tangle Bard to come in. Frennick
Flash
has
is
a
available.
water hot throw. The flash does come out by Frozen. The kick comes in. Frennick flashes forward. Frozen gets in that flag. Drag! Frennick finds the kill, but Owner does turn it around. Now Sacre has to try and kite away, but he has that Tangle Barbs. He has those auto attacks to work with. Owner closing in, gets the passive. The flag and drag is flashed. Sacre will be nice and safe.
Yeah, I was actually saying if flag and drag come up during that snare as well, you can move during it, so it can sometimes surprise people with that. Where's the flash out from Sacre? So a good response from Owner, but at the end of the day, it is still a 1-for-1 with that TP force for the top lane. Kayle is still struggling up there.
Yeah, but the plates are going down here in the favor of For the Win towards this bot side. Kind of expect that, but Doss just flashes in. This might just be the kill onto Plasma. Ignite shield, everything is thrown out, and Plasma will be able to walk away. Attempted kill by SK in the bot lane.
Yeah, but all the summoners now down. The only summoner in that bot lane left is AFM's flash on that Vayne. Good attempt from SK to turn around what has been kind of a losing lane. But in the meantime, it's the junglers are sitting around that top side of the map.
It's just so rough for Frozen. He just has to play with so much fear from Frennick, and you see
I just want to scale. Leave me alone.
He's not even got 6 yet. There's a ward today. Actually, might just be able to spot out Owner. Sacre has that Tangle Barbs available
just
to
out of
him.
So you can see Frennick's going to hang around as well. They have their own control ward. Now Owner will be spotted.
Okay, so they know it's happening. with that, you can also see Fenix stepping up. Zacharay's just going to play bait here.
You got the level 6 on the Nico as well, so the potential to lock people up and even just shield the Nico a little bit more.
The ward died, so they now know
Fenix
that
now in a ward
Ona
as
will
well.
spot, but Fenix is on. These poor junglers, man.
Oh,
Getting spotted
dear.
out.
I mean, it's Frozen again, who's really struggling off this. Look at that CS deficit to the Nico, who's also picked up 2 assists, so falling further behind in terms of gold. As you can see there, about 600 behind. Especially when you go Klepto, that is really a struggle.
That's really rough. And you also look at these bot lane numbers. Look at the kind of total gold between SK and For the Win. Sona staying only just 200 gold down behind AFM. He was obviously getting these early waves with that plate is really big, but gold just 1,000 gold ahead in favor of SK for the moment. Frozen now just being forced off as many of these minions as possible. Zacharey doing a good job to deny the KO. Level 6 has now been hit on Frozen. That Divine Intervention is there. Does make Fenix's life a little bit harder.
And it looks like Frozen's looking to move towards that more standard from what we've seen in competitive play, that Triforce KO in the top lane. So not the Blade of the Rune King KO we have seen, which gets to the point a little bit sooner.
Zacharey just really just bullying poor Frozen here. We've paying a lot of attention on that if we do kind of have a little look of what's going on the rest of the map here. Janax staying equal to Zaki on this Cassiopeia. Pretty much like expected, really. These two laners do just kind of, this is how it plays out. They just shove the lanes, step away. It's all about scaling in this mid.
It's always been considered a skill matchup as well. Cassiopeia Rise, the 1v1 can go either way if you just are the better laner, but both of them matching each other here in the mid lane so far.
Well, look at these rotations by Zaki trying to look for an opening. Fenix might just spot him out. Ona has that flag and drag available. They don't know Fenix there yet, but Zaki does spot him out. Gets the poison on. In comes the flag. Drag the kick back. They just find themselves one. Fenix forced to jump away. Dos is next up, and Zaki gets a double kill on the Cassiopeia.
But even the angle on that miasma was cutting them off so heavily. They didn't have flashes, but if they had, they would have been denied that too. But either way, that just consistent slow meant there was no making it out of that play.
Solid rotation from the Cassiopeia. This doesn't mean the teleport was used in the mid lane for Janax, so he's looking just to shove in that wave, deny some CS, get some plates if he can.
Rise not exactly known for the pushing power though, once you get to that tower, but might be able to pick up the one plate. Looks like Owner's going to come in here and try to deny it though.
Owner does clear it out, does spot him out for the moment. Fenix also closing in. Janax flash still available, so it's just going to flash away, but Cataclysm catches him in. Jackie goes in, they've got the damage. They don't have enough to follow up as Fenix kicks one away. Then Miasma cuts him off, but he ward hops away to safety. Jackie throwing Twin Fang after Twin Fang into the back of the Lee Sin.
Well played there from For the Win. I liked that. What you did was you had the Jarvan run forward, get the EQ for the flash, the Cataclysm lock him in. And then as the Realm Warp was coming down, again, it's the miasma at the back of that, meaning that even if the Realm Warp had managed to go through, that grounded would have meant he would not have moved at all.
Solid play there. As Fenix now just has to try and catch this wave. Jackie might actually be the one to take these plates in the mid lane now.
Yeah, Shaki going to go plate for plate with that Rise, but the difference is, going to try not to die for it.
He doesn't.
Really good attempt of not dying.
That's yeah,
successful
solid.
not dying.
We look back towards his top lane now. 77 CS to 47. Been a bit of a rough lane for Frozen.
Okay.
She might have a bit of action. Kedwi low HP, forced to flash away, but AFM looking to go in for the chase. They have to speed up. The Cosmic Radiance comes down to make sure they're nice and safe. They drop the shades and SK walk away.
Yeah, I like the condemn there for good measure. It's fine. I don't even want to kill you anyway. Get the hell out of my fight. But yes, you can see it's For the Win that are consistently making these aggressive plays. That actually play looks like it was started out by the Sona running forward with the crescendo, but AFM and Plasma are able to turn it around quite nice.
Well, Fenix actually looking to turn his eyes towards this Riftgeld here at this point. While this Chameleon is quite happy just controlling the top lane. Look at those plates as well. 2 plates remain. 11 minutes in favor of SK. So that is where this gold is staying equal in favor for SK. It's coming from the lead in the top lane. Janax is able to make his way there. I mean, look at that. Look at that gold in the top lane.
Yeah, that is crippling for this Kayle. And this is what SK have always tried to do. Go for those counter picks in the solo lanes. They got it with the Nico, and it means that they're pushing very far ahead. Now it looks like they're going to go Rift Herald to get that first tower as well. So very difficult now For the Win, now that they lose that first tower so quickly.
Well, the race is on. Tower does go down, but does look like SK should be able to pick up this first turret blood in this lane. They might even try and get a bit more of a push on this side of the map. try and see if they can take down some more turrets, get some more gold, or at least this charge off. Frozen is hanging about. Sakurai steps forward, goes in, throws the Tangle Brad's got a lot of damage onto Frozen for the moment. With Nico, just those attack speed boots, really pressuring Frozen.
Yeah, and KO just not really a champion pre-11, certainly not in a range matchup like this that could punish so consistently in terms of the damage, so Frozen just forced to back off, and as you said, another charge out of that Rift Herald, helping them out hugely, and this is where SK are just focusing their efforts towards this top side. Yes, the bot side isn't going amazingly for them, but if they could facilitate that Nico to carry, it could just work. This is something that Ender talked about in the desk as well when they were worried, when they actually voted for the win to be the likely victors of this game. They went, if Nico doesn't smash, this looks really difficult for SK. Well, I'd call that smashing.
Yeah, I
Full
would
Nigel
definitely...
Thornberry on it.
Smashing, yes. That was terrible. That was like
you'll get it,
the
you'll get it,
worst.
yeah. You're supposed to be English, man.
Our old observer was a lot better than me. I mean, we've just got so many play-by-plays who do accents here. You know, Scoundrel did his...
He does a good South African accent.
What did he do? He did the guy from...
I don't think this tangent
Picture.
works if you can. Okay, yeah,
Picture.
David Mitchell.
David Mitchell. I had Michael
I was
in
going
my
to say,
head.
I don't think this tangent works if you don't remember any of it.
He did it mid play-by-play. I'm not going to Nigel Thornberry a play-by-play.
I would really rather you didn't, to be honest.
It's something I'd have to practice.
It's something you shouldn't practice in general, though.
Well, exactly. I don't want to sit alone. I don't want to sit alone in my room, just rap godding in Nigel Thornberry.
C4 the win here, though, are hovering near this mid lane. I was looking to see they're going to try to get some plays down, but again, it's the slow game for the win. They just want to scale up. They want to be as unpunished as possible. Right now, that means that Kayle is just going to lose. Unfortunately, that's just the way it's gone. SK have done a really good job of punishing there. For the win, however, still doing decently in that bot lane, are scaling up nicely, and Kayle will still be useful past a certain point, but we'll need to get there, and will take a long time to do so.
Plasma steps forward. Can we just get a little bit of poke off? They tried to find that pick there in that lane, 3 versus 2. Infernal Drake is the next Drake up as well, so we've got some very impactful Drakes as our first 2 Drakes in this game, and Sakurai still looking to push into Frozen. Level 10 on that Nico. Frozen still a couple of levels away before he does get that extra range, and just sitting on the Phage into a finished Blade the Ruined King as Frennick. We'll see Ona go over the wall here. He follows up with a kick. He goes over the blast cone and just warlocks away to safety. Now Ona flags and drags in, just gets Dragon Raged back over.
There's a lot of just jumping back and forth over the wall there. And eventually Frennick goes, you know what? I don't want this fight anymore. Knocks it away.
I mean, SK and For the Win just installed 2 trampolines either side of the Baron pit there.
Ah, nice. I was actually talking about that, the trampoline shoes, the moon shoes that were designed for kids before. Yeah, they apparently were banned because they used to break kids' ankles. So, you know, not a great way to go, but here we go.
Ona might be getting his own ankles broken as the flag and drag does interrupt him, but in comes Plasma and Zaki to make sure he's nice and safe as he is able to walk away, but he's constantly invading into Frennick's jungle here, trying to deny him. Frennick is pulling ahead in these camp leads for the moment.
Yeah, Shaki doing a good job as well, as you said, going for the collapse, but it's again Sakurai punishing so heavily from the top side, stealing away the camps as they're pushing in. That's what you want to see from any good split pusher. Some people who, you know, see split push before. Here we go with
they miss out on the stun. The Cosmic Radiance comes down into the flash out as Plasma's come in, and they've got all of the damage available as Kedway, low HP, Genax jumps in and gets condensed back. Plasma will fall, and SK are on the hunt, but they're going to struggle to find AFM, but they're still going for it. The flash forward by Genax. Great miasma, though, by Zaki to dissuade and save his AD carry.
Yeah, Shaki in there as the Cassiopeia once again trying to help out, but the issue is that was all 5 members down bot lane for SK, and they managed to make the play. In fact, Sakurai didn't even have to use, or I was going to say, the TP was used by Sakurai, so they could get another TP up to the top lane to defend it, though, and still managed to hold here, so they're happy enough.
Uh-oh. The owner's hanging about, but he doesn't have his crescendo quite yet.
You can see it was the fact that they knew the Sona was TPing up there that they went, okay, that's a squishy member by themselves. The Taric wouldn't be able to rotate that quickly. If you can get a quick amount of damage down, that could have been big. But Hedwig's just able to play back under that tower and stay safe.
Sakurai now just pushing into this top lane. As you have to watch out, the flag drag onto Genax into the ground, but they get the stun around. They've got the redemption to heal them up for the moment, and in comes the rest of the team. Genax half HP, the healing is enough. He will be able to walk out. Good attempt here by For the Win, but Brennick maybe just looking for one onto Plasma. In comes the Pop Blossom and down goes the kill. Brennick just cues him and steals that one away.
Yeah, they end up taking it, but now, as again, you said, these impactful dragons, they're going to be able to move towards. SK maintain control over this game, and what we were talking about, yeah, the Vayne scaling up fine. It's SK who are still maintain control throughout this, and we're starting to see that now follow up with the neutral objectives. 2K in the lead as well for SK, which may not seem by much, but we talked about the good scaling we have with Sona Taric, and we did question whether they'd have enough engage, but with how far ahead Nico is, with the Lee Sin doing well as well, you could just play so far up, and that's enough engage as well, because you simply throw out the Nico E or you get Lee Sin behind them.
I actually really want to sing the praises of For the Win here. They're doing a pretty good job of kind of keeping up with SK. You know, on paper, you kind of look at this game, you think SK have been exceptionally dominant in the group stages and the play-ins. And I think it's fair, again, For the Win were one of those teams we maybe wrote off. You know, the Portuguese region hasn't had the greatest showing here at the European Masters, and the German region definitely been getting better and better every time we've seen them. So a good showing from For the Win to kind of keep themselves relevant in this game. There is a gold lead in favor of SK, but it's not so substantial For the Win are just down and out.
Yeah, and For the Win have the scaling, so they have a way back in. However, it is, again, I think commendable for SK to still be in control of a game like this, where, again, this is a planned strategy to fight Sona Taric for the win. We saw the Sona Taric didn't really do a whole lot early on in comparison. They were punished by For the Win, but the response from SK were just move towards that top lane and destroy them there, and have done so thus far. Sakurai continuing the dominating performances that we have seen from SK from the play-ins onwards.
I mean, this is what I'm really liking about the kind of Sona Taric, is all these different answers and theory crafting that teams have to deal with it. See, For the Win, they pick that kind of self-peeling and the peeling-heavy version of a comp to deal with it. Fnatic went for the high engage, but Brennick gets the kick. They've got that flash and the insect back into the stun, the crescendo, as Kedwe will be able to pick up that kill. SK find their pick in the mid lane.
Yeah, Plasma with the early tornado just sealed their own fate there. Means that's Plasma going down, and you have some peel as the Janna, but you're quite squishy if you do end up going too far forward. Plasma feeling that pretty damn hard.
Now, it's getting harder for Sakurai to push in these lanes now that Frozen has the level 12. So it does have the extra range with it to stack up the passive from a range to just start to push out these waves ever so slowly.
He has the Triforce as well, so he's just running forward, trying to get those Sheen procs. At this point, still doesn't do a huge amount of damage aside from that, but noteworthy once you throw out that E. Not enough to really carry any team fight anytime soon, but existent, which is not what we could say for the Gale before this stage.
Yesterday.
No, it is not.
Well, heads back to this lane. Looks to try and catch as much of this wave as possible. As the Rage Blade is on the way for Sakurai, now sitting on the pickaxe and the recurve bow. Just to see how much gold he has to work with, but looks like this might just be a base coming up fairly soon. Might just try and get the last few items, the last little bit of gold before he wants to go and get that item. So still a bit of a ways off, actually.
You can see most of the gold shared among that top and jungle, that being the bit major gold difference here. Which is, again, pretty noteworthy for SK. Specifically, you got to be looking at the Nico, but also the Lee Sin. We talked about Brennick needing to have a good early game to really impress, and has done so thus far, and now need to scale that into more good engages. So far, we have seen a good one just there, picking off Plasma. Want to see if they can get a bigger kind of team fight win here anytime soon.
I mean, we actually really need to talk about the scaling that For the Win have here. They've got that Kayle, they've got the Sona Taric, they've got the ability to go into these late game fights and just mince through all of SK. You've also got the Cassiopeia kind of overlooking as well.
Yeah, I mean, you have the Kayle, you have the Vayne, and you have the Cassiopeia. Into the Sona Taric, though, we talked about it can be relatively even. Sona Taric scales incredibly well. It's just you needed to get that Nico into a decent spot. They did so now it's kind of up in the air how those later fights go. They need to burst very quickly from For the Win, or just peel back away from the engage that SK have. For the Win have the ability to play very far back with their peel. So far, SK have managed to punish regardless of that. So I want to see how much more SK could do. Specifically, getting those inhibs will be quite difficult, but I want to see around the Baron is where I think SK can really drive this home.
Yeah, and they've got a very quick Baron with this on-hit Nico, who has that Rage Blade, has that Blade of the Ruined King finished up. I'm assuming it's going to be the Hurricane as the next item, but Genax, actually?
Looks like it's going to be the Wit's End, I imagine, actually, with that No Magic Mantle.
Oh, yeah.
We have seen that as well from Nico's, even recently in this tournament.
We all even saw Hatrix build it. yesterday on the Kale. So potential option here, but Ona just clearing out these wards. Phoenix had spot him out the instant. Kick back, but the miasma is on. Now for the win. Throw the Cataclysm down. The Cosmic Radiance to keep everybody alive. A two-man crescendo comes out by Kedwe as they cleanse and get their way out. But Genex going 1v1 with Frozen. Forces out the Divine Intervention. SK now stepping in. They're not going to go for the fight for the win. Just force the wave out. And they're going to be able to step away.
Frozen's TP was so awful there, but either way, almost gets killed for it, forces that Divine Intervention, and now potentially under pressure from Genax as well for the win. Forced to back off this. They were able to peel back off it. They were kind of scared of the fight there, but in the end, SK are the ones who are dictating the pace of this game.
Yeah, that Cloud Drake has now spawned up as well, so if SK find themselves an opening like this, they can take this objective. It means they can rotate around the map a little bit quicker. Obviously gives you that in-combat movement speed as well, which helps you kind of kite away from a Vayne who's chasing you down with her passions.
I would say the exact opposite. You want to run forward and catch out that Vayne. That's the biggest issue for SK in a lot of these fights. And so far, it hasn't looked like much of an issue because while they're not stomping the fights because of the peel, they are consistently winning.
All right, well, Frozen now got that Zeal, so going to be the Triforce Rapid Fire Cannon build.
Yeah, he's just going to build, yeah, as you said, kind of, I would say the more standard top lane Kayle build.
Yeah.
Has been put pretty far behind, but will eventually get there.
They're working their way there. Sakurai still pretty comfortable in this lane alone, pushing it up. This mid lane turret has remained alive for a very long time. It's 22 minutes into the game, and even with the lead that SK were able to get, they've not actually been able to translate it into this last outer tower.
And that's what we were saying. We want to see them maybe move towards this Baron, try to get control over that, because that's what will help them, because their engage isn't perfect, is dangerous to go for really heavy tower dives, especially against the likes of this Janna. So may want to just go for the Baron so they can siege up more effectively.
Now, Fnatic now has that kick. We've seen every time he's had that flash available, we'll just go for the kick flash. Every time.
You have the flash crescendo available for Sona as well, so you can see maybe Kedwe look for that.
Flag Drag Cataclysm, instant kick out to the Slowade. Ona, in comes the Realm Warper, two-man crescendo. Doss gets the dazzle onto one. They're starting to rip through members. Not enough to find a kill with AFM. Looking to turn the fight around. Frozen the Divine Intervention onto AFM, who kites back with the tumble. Now SK have to step away. They have to play scared. Looks like For the Win have disengaged for the moment, but in comes Frozen. He's starting to hurt people. Great tangle bars by Sakurai, though, in the face of AFM to dissuade him.
You can see these team fights are so even for both sides. It's the kite back from both sides at this point that are making it so difficult, but SK are going to be able to heal up with the Taric Sona, and that's going to make it a little harder to hold here for the win.
The health bars are running a little low, but not too low that they couldn't clear out that wave, and now looks like SK looking just to clear out the vision and actually start up this Baron buff here. Ona half HP. Now let's take stock of the ultimates. Cosmic Radiance is still available to Doss. That's going to be key. Sakurai with that Pop Blossom. All of the ultimates for the win are down for the moment, and it's 5k HP on the Baron. SK looking to commit to this objective. In goes Sakurai, forces out the Shape Splitter for the moment, and they're continuing to keep Baron aggroed. Sakurai steps away, in comes the kick flash onto two members. Fnatic gets condemned back with Genex by the kill. The four-man Cosmic Radiance keeps all of SK alive, and now they're chasing the Warthog. For the Win just have to step away, but Genex, Fnatic, and the rest of the team are not done. They want blood, but For the Win will not give it to them.
Yeah, now SK could turn onto the Baron. Really nice fight for them to manage to secure around this objective. Maybe feeling a little wary because of those low health bars, but again, I mentioned this before, it's the Sona Taric. You just heal yourselves back up and start it once more. They have the jungler alive, though. Owner is in the area.
Yeah, but Sakurai still has that Pop Blossom available. Root comes down, and the Monsoon is just cut through. AFM has to flash away, and SK back onto the Baron. Fnatic kept it aggro. That control ward is still at the back of the pit. So For the Win do know it's happening, but there's lots of wards behind to catch them out. Ona has that flag and drag, and Sakurai Shape Splitters in, misses out on the tangle bars, the redemption to try and poke, to try and give some vision. Ona throws out that flag, 3k HP onto Baron. Ona wants to come over the wall, but Fnatic is going to try and dissuade him. He just kicks him away, jumps back in, and SK secure the Baron.
Okay, good dance there, which eventually secures SK the Baron. This is what we were talking about. We want to see them now. Reset. Go for those sieges. You even have the potential 1-3-1 because you can see Genax pumping out damage there. Took out Plasma on that kind of re-engage as For the Win. We're trying to kind of close in. or you could just go for that group up because you do have that Sona Tarek that gives you the slightly better team fight. As we said, these team fights have been so close because of the ability to peel here for the win.
Been very peel focused for the win, which has been really impactful for them versus the engage from SK. It has slowed them down a little bit. You got 40 seconds until that second mountain drake is spawning, and if SKs can get that, they deny the double mountain for the win. GenX is going to head into this bot lane. Very hyper-scaly Rise build here with the Roa and the Archangel staff.
Yes, but also you follow that up with Spellbinder, which gives you a lot of quick damage as well. I like this kind of mix-up from the Rise in terms of both scaling, as you said, and then some of the damage you want a little bit earlier on. But now we're seeing the strength of SK grouped up with this Baron. Very difficult to deal with. Genax off of the split, though.
Like you said, there's so much sustain, so much healing available to SK as the turret in the bot lane will go down to Genax, who does have that teleport available, as another turret will melt hit to SK as they're looking to continue their siege. The 1-4 is in full force here for SK.
Not going to be able to actually find anything here. They're going to just continue the pressure. They could look now towards top side, try to get that last inner tower, continue the gold lead pushing forward for them. They're going to maintain Genax as a split pusher here. I think that's fine. I said they have the option to 1-3-1 as well. They're kind of moving just Sakurai up towards that top side, so they may now be kind of a delayed 1-3-1, but one that should secure them that last inner tower.
Frozen steps forward, doesn't actually quite get the damage. They don't have the engage without owner willing to commit for the fight. It's very scary to commit on to this Sona Tarek. SK now with the 1-3-1. Sakurai steps forward. AFM trying to clear out this wave. Kick does connect by Frennick, but it's not going to go for the fight. The petrifying gaze actually. Genax gets a massive shield. Tries to come through Jackie. Does not have that flash available, and Jackie running away, but the minions are doing so much damage. Frennick can't quite find that kick for the win. Do disengage their mid laner, but it's still the 1-3-1 in full force here from SK as these turrets are crumbling to the siege.
Yeah, and that shield was huge. You can see the Seraph shield increasing with your mana. On top of that, Roa mana is just insane. So now we have SK pushing in all of these inhib towers and the inhibs as well. SK closing in on for the win. SK closing in on that 3-0 in this group.
Choke is starting to get tighter and tighter here. Frozen doing a pretty good job to try and dissuade them, but they look for those tangle barbs, look for that engage. The turret is going to go down. The inhibitor, sorry, is going to go down. But SK step away, heal up, rejuvenate their health bars. 2 inhibitors are down.
Third inhib to follow, very likely here. It's going to be a very hard fight for them, and what for the win are able to kite back. It doesn't look like they have enough to actually defend. This is why we said the Baron is so important. It looks like it may very well be the death knell for the win and the Portuguese chances of going forward in the European Masters.
Well, they have to do it now. Owner gets chunked half HP here. The siege is slow and it is painful for the win, but they are still in the game. It's looking rough though. 11k gold lead over to SK, and they close in with the waves. The supers are going to start to make their way in. The flash petrifying gaze by Shaggy onto 2 members. Here comes the monsoon. Freddick lands the kick, but nobody has died. The cosmic radius makes sure SK loses not a single member, but Jack flashes forward onto AFM. Not enough to quite find that kill, and their health bars are still low on everybody. Owner is coming up with the rest of the team. He's got that cataclysm down. He can't find that engage. The first turret will fall. The next one is up, and Jenna flashes on. Deletes AFM. Owner gets the next one. 3 kills, and the Pop Blossom comes through. Sakurai gets himself a kill onto Jackie. They jump onto the fountain to kill everyone, and SK secure themselves 3-0 in the group.
And what an amazing way to do it, Hipbrain, because they managed to just control the game consistently, slowly move for the win away, and it was looking like for the win had a potential to scale right up until the Baron, because that's what SK needed. They needed to just get that. For the win didn't have enough to respond with to a Baron siege, and because SK were so far ahead, they had all the options. They could stay together, they could split people across the map. They eventually did so because the wave clear was starting to show up for the win, and there was just no response from then on. So I liked what SK did early, punishing that top lane, getting the Nico ahead, and from there scaling into this, controlling that Baron area, and eventually getting the game.
And with that win, it means SK do secure themselves first in Group D. Does that knock for the win out? Actually, off the top of my head, thank you very much for bringing this up. You can see Splice Vipers 1-1. Yes, if Splice Vipers win versus Campus, yeah, they completely, yeah.
Yes, but if Campus win, I believe that may force a 3-way tie in this
second.
group.
You're right. You're very right. So still all to play for in Group D here. You can see the teams that have been secured in the knockouts. Thank you very much as well, because this is a nice bracket, actually. Fnatic Rising will be taking A2 on. Mad Lions will be taking the second seed from this group
D.
Group D. And then SK Prime versus Team LDLC are locked in as one of our quarterfinals.
And that's going to be a very interesting game. I like to see that from SK Prime versus LDLC. I feel like, again, we've talked about a lot. The potential weakness of SK Prime is when Frennic doesn't get going early on, does seem to be punished a little bit. But it's been the exact same from LDLC. Missing an early game, they seem to have floundered really heavily.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very exciting to see what is going on. But we still have more European Masters action happening here. I was going to say at the European Masters.
Well, it is here.
We're going to a break. See you later.
Bounce out to 3,000, Selfmade jumps in, Selfmade gets it, and Mad Lions have bitten back. My God, that is absolutely stunning! They are the champions!
Welcome back to the European Masters. We just saw SK Gaming Prime absolutely solidify their 3-0 in their group, beating out FTW. It looked easy for them. I want to talk a little bit about it because we kind of mentioned in the draft we felt that potentially there was some lack of engage there, but the 1-3-1 they pulled off made it irrelevant.
Yeah, the 1-3-1 worked, and what it came down to was the top lane matchup. We called it out in the draft. It's Nico versus Kayle. There was a massive weakness up in that top lane with the Kayle pick, and I think that Phoenix especially really did a lot of good work to exploit it early.
Yeah, Phoenix smurfed that game.
I was going to say, like, we talked about, you said it on the desk, like, you've seen his Lee Sin, it can just take over games. He picked this top lane and went, cool, you're not getting to level 18 until 45, 50 minutes.
That was kind of in, though. He could have just gone on it straight away.
Yeah, even in that kill, though, Kayle didn't get an assist. Kayle didn't do any damage, so it ended up being all right for Phoenix, and it really was just him running around the map, getting kill after kill after kill. It was just really solid stuff on this Lee Sin. I think even in some later team fights, the way he was able to position with flashes and W's to get the perfect kick, like right here, like boom, that is beautiful.
Yeah. Does not get condemned, puts himself in a way that he does not get pushed away, gets the kick off, pushing the Janna back into the team. He honestly just played a fantastic game.
Yeah, him and Sakura, and you could see how much time he was spending on the top side of the map really shut down that Kayle. Kayle was irrelevant that entire game, and SK Gaming made them definitely feel that way. Then they split up into the 1-3-1 with Genex on the rise, finding the 1v1s versus the Casio. It just looked pretty good from that point forward. You don't need to team fight with the Sona Taric. You can just disengage with it if you want to with the 3 in the mid lane, and they played really awesome.
Yeah, and I think the point in the game where it just, nailed it home that you knew SK were going to win was around that Baron. They were pulling in and off of it with that Sona Taric combination because you can always heal. And there was a moment where you're like, man, maybe they could lose this fight here. And Janna walks up thinking they're playing Alistar. It was not the Alistar. Janna got absolutely one-shot. And I think that the lack of maybe frontline was a weakness up against them.
Yeah, I don't want to throw FTW down in the dirt too much. I genuinely did like their draft. I maybe would have liked Kayle mid and something else top, but regardless, I think FTW put up a good fight there. SK have just shown how strong as a team they are, though. The German Dark region, the German Premier Tour region, could potentially, after this next game, be qualifying with 2 first seeds.
Yeah, and I want to go back to the Portuguese as well, because they can hold their heads up high. They did something that no other Portuguese team has ever been able to do in the EU Masters. They got a game in the group stages of EU Masters.
And it's not over yet for the Portuguese roster.
100%.
If you're a Portuguese fan, you're supporting Italy now, because if Sparks beat Splice Vipers, we go to a 3-way tie in Group D. SK Gaming Prime is absolutely already qualified, but if Campus Sparks beat Splice Vipers, we have a 3-way tie for second place, which means FTW are still in the running to make it out of groups. So, if you are a Portuguese fan, you're supporting Italy.
Yeah, you certainly
happens,
are. It could mean a lot of tiebreaker games tomorrow because the next match coming up also has very big standings implications.
Yeah, and speaking of the next match, we're going to have Big taking on Random 5. Now, if Big win, they solidify themselves at the top of the group. If they, however, lose, I think that shakes that group up massively. So
the funny thing is that Big have not secured the #1 seed in this group as of yet. If they win, they are 3-0. They're fine. No problem at all. We have tiebreakers tomorrow. If Random 5 are able to take it away from them, though, it means that Random 5 actually leapfrog Big because they own the head-to-head and they will both be 2-1, and we'll have a locked-in seeding.
Yes, so we have got the potential for some tiebreakers. We are going to likely see tiebreakers if Big. I think if Big win, that's a guaranteed tiebreaker in that group that we will play tomorrow. So if you want to see more League of Legends, support Berlin International Gaming, because they will be going up into this as favourites, of course, against Random 5. But Random 5 have shown small sparks where they have potentially got a lot of good players on their team. They qualified first out of their region for a reason. Double Aim, one of the standout stars of the previous EU Masters, said, we weren't expecting it, but they just played really well when it counted. Well, now it counts. This is where you have to play well. And they're going up against the best roster in this group.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about Group A almost being the group of life for some of these regions, kind of like smaller and stuff like that. But I want to talk about the roster of Big, because this is a huge roster to be coming up to. The names here are just so common that you see in high-level tournaments.
And I'm sure, Ender, you can elaborate on one of these names, and the stand-up name that really has been performing in this particular roster, White Knight. He has been a monster for Berlin International Gaming on the top side of the map. He absolutely crushed on his Irelia in the previous game. What do we say about this guy?
I mean, I think it's just really interesting to follow this guy's story, because I remember him last split on the Unicorns of Love, and he was trying to draft a lot of these strong top laners. That team was not very good at playing around him and utilizing him well, where everything has changed now, because I think BIG are very good at putting the resources into him, both in the draft and in the game, and that's really allowing him to shine here on the EU Masters scene.
Yeah, and I completely agree there. I think, you know, Big as an organization, as of course, you know, in multiple esports across, have always been roughly around the top end of competition. And I think that they build these rosters, they have the backing, the organization. And I think, honestly, just as a whole, the DACH region's looked incredible so far this tournament.
Yeah, probably one of the strongest regions we have, I think, coming into it as a whole. Both seeds doing incredibly well here. So have a look at their opposition, Random 5. This is a roster that came top of the EBL, I believe.
Yes.
They beat out Red Star to get that position. Red Star then didn't qualify through the play-ins. So this is a roster that's obviously got something going for them.
Yeah, I think Random 5, you know, they have, like you talked about, they have the sparks, they have things that they can go with. Spookies look very, very good. You know, we've actually seen Vendettas in the bot side. He's called VVZZ because it's just too long of a name to have, unfortunately, in the client. But they have got sparks, they have got opportunities. It's just not been consistent. And we talk about a lot with these kind of like smaller regions, with the consistency constantly being up on the top of your game. The roof is there, the ceiling is there. The you know, the bottom floor is not so much.
I think with the EBL region in general is that we have had like really brilliant stories coming from that region before, like Click Tech, for instance.
Yep.
You know, they absolutely smurfed that first European Masters. We then had a lot of good performances from people like Double Aim coming into the second European Masters. So this is a region that's always produced talent, always produced great rosters. And not everything is done for Random 5 right now. Like you said, if they win this game, they actually leapfrog in total Berlin International Gaming and get to the first seed coming out of Group A, which would be a huge win for the EBL in general to continue that legacy of, you know, really, really high-level European Masters performances.
Yeah, it would be absolutely huge. And I think if you are looking into this game as their last game of the regular group stage, you think, where do you focus? And I think top lane is a good point of that. You know, if you can try to shut down White Knight, I think he is so pivotal to BIG's success that that could be an avenue that they try to attack.
Yeah, easier said than done, though. White
Sure.
Knight has shown us that he is absolute monster as well. And Big in general, they average 15.5 kills per game. That is a lot of and even then they're just winning so damn quickly as well in the EU Masters, and it's almost suffocating because you're kind of like, you're trying your best, you're pushing into what you can and can't do, but at the end of the day, it just kind of looks at it, the Big already, you know, you've done everything you can and they're still coming out with 3,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, you see Big, and it's like, okay, this team's 2-0. They're coming in. They're very, like, you know, moving into the next stage of play. This is a team that could go very deep in the playoffs. So regardless, it is going to be a tough match here for their opponent.
I think the strict comparisons that we're going to draw from Berlin International Gaming are to SK Gaming Prime, two from the same region. How do you think they stack up against the type of, or level of play that we've seen from SK Gaming? As we're heading into picks and bans, just briefly, what do you think about the two German seeds compared to each other?
I think that Big has played better overall, but I also think that SK is in a little bit of a tougher group. So it's hard to evaluate, especially just because we see so few games, that I'm not comfortable saying one is necessarily that much better than the other until we see them meet later in the tournament.
And I think as well, like the last time Big and SK played in their own region together, it was actually a 3-0 to SK. So people argue the relative strength to them, but we'll have to wait and see if they can meet each other in the quarters.
Yeah, the funny thing about SK is people say they smurf it online, and then when it gets to an offline scenario, they don't play as well. Berlin International Gaming have a bit more in terms of solidity when it comes across all types of play. Let's see how they do into this matchup as we head into picks and bans. It is going to be Jace ban again. A lot of teams will tell you, especially LEC teams, if Jace is open, they pick it, right? This is what I've heard from sort of the super high level stuff, and it's kind of starting to bleed down to European Masters now as well. We're seeing a lot of bans going onto the Jace. Corki actually banned out very early from Berlin International Gaming here. The Sona banned on the blue side, changing up the ban strategy just a little bit from what we've seen.
Yeah, what that tells me is they're not comfortable first picking either the Sona or Taric and running it themselves. You know, it's one of these duos that I think you don't necessarily play against every team. Like, even if you think you're a good team and you can play it well, I don't really love it, especially if you have someone like White Knight that wants to be in a side lane and playing more for himself than the rest of his team. It means you're lacking the engage to really utilize that type of a comp.
Irelia banned again, no surprises there, especially versus someone like White Knight. He will not get his hands on that champion. The Corki ban seems interesting. I'm guessing just limiting something that LMZS likes to play. so he will not be getting his hands on maybe a comfort mid laner, because it doesn't really feel like Corki's ever really ban-worthy unless you're targeting out someone that likes to play it specifically.
So something that Big has actually shown us in this tournament as well, like the priority they put onto Jarvan. I actually expect to see a Jarvan first pick here because they've played it in jungle and in top. They have that flexibility to be able to, one, take away a fantastic pick, and also the comfort to be able to flex it.
Definitely feels like with a Rek'Sai ban, that's what they're trying to gear up for here. Whether Random 5 respond with a J4 ban, if that happens, I just assume Skarner's on the table then for Donuts.
All right, there's the Akali ban. I was wondering if we were going to see something like the Jarvan taken off the board, but because they spent a ban on the Jace and BIG went for some bans that we don't necessarily see all the time in the likes of the Corki, usually that's a little bit later on, I think Random 5 were put in a position where they had a few champions that they needed to take away. The Rise ends up going into the hands of BIG, which makes me really think that Spooky will try to pick up the Jarvan himself.
Interesting. I don't know if Statsman over there has the Rise win rate in the European
I can get it for you.
I would love to
I
know the
can
Rise
get
win
you the
rate,
Rise
because
win
it's something that has been first picked a lot on blue side and banned quite often. Spooky will get his hands on the Hecarim, which is something that he likes to play, like you said, and they're actually going for a very early pick Kai'Sa for Vendettas, who is, people would say Vendettas is the player from Random 5. Like, he is the guy to carry them.
Yeah, and putting him on the Kai'Sa, very strong 2-item AD carry, is a way to do that. I also think that when you see someone like the Rise that usually likes to be in a side lane split pushing, going for heavy dive is a good form of attack. Random 5, they have the Hecarim and the Kai'Sa. That's a very easy way to just start off fights by ulting on in there.
I've got some stats.
Go on then.
So we've seen 10 bans on Rise, 7 picks. It has a 94.4% presence, so it's actually pretty popular, like you said.
Yeah.
However, it's 3-4 in terms of wins-lost, so it's actually not on a positive rate. That could change, though.
And you just came up with that out of your brain? That is insane.
I'm the stats man.
He's the stats man.
Yeah.
He needs like about 30 seconds to boot it from
We
somewhere.
don't have computers down here, guys. That's
I
just,
brought
we
that
don't.
from my home memory. But, like I said, the Jarvan's something Big love to pick up because it can go flex. That technically isn't even locked into the jungle. They know the Hecarim is either going top or jungle. They don't really mind it. They can put the Jarvan wherever they want.
Kennen, early on in the draft here, talk to me about it.
So Kennen top lane, I think, is very strong in general, and it's a pretty safe line pick. Like, you're not going to lose many lanes, especially when Jace is banned away. That's like one of the only like really tough matchups for him. What I'm actually curious is now I think Big can slot the Jarvan into the top lane. Jarvan does pretty well. You have a couple of spells you can try to farm from range, and you can look to set up ganks and shut down the Kennen.
Yeah, and we know White Knight is very capable of taking that. However, if that is R5 boxing Berlin International Gaming into that kind of, I guess, draft pattern, then you already know the solo laners that you're playing up against here. So you have to make that call, I guess, as Random 5. Do you think that the Berlin International Gaming are going to respond and say, yes, okay, we're going to take the Jarvan into the Kennen in the top lane, and then we know what we're playing up against mid lane? Or are we going to see another pick come out from White Knight here?
I mean, I think there's still a lot to be determined. Unfortunately for Big, Random 5 are probably going to go for a support option immediately coming out of the second phase of bans, so they're not going to have to reveal what the mid lane is, and that'll mean that Big don't know if Rise is going to be better suited to, say, the mid lane position or the top lane.
I love how you're looking at the TV over there, by the way. I can't even see that far.
Yeah.
So,
I have glasses on.
we got the glasses, so we can look at
I have
that.
like 30
need
vision.
glasses. I genuinely think I need glasses.
Something in favor of Random 5, though. We have seen the Kennen about 3 times. Has a 100% win rate so far in the EU Masters. So actually, odds in their favor in terms of that. You know, definitely something that's shown a lot of power, has a lot of team fight presence, as well as just a lot of good early laning.
I mean, the
How
team
do you
fight.
just know all these numbers? I'm
all
sorry,
here,
this
man.
is blowing my mind.
It's all here.
I actually really like the team fight composition already ramping up here for Random 5. I mean, Hecarim, Kennen, Orianna. I mean, you are telegraphing team fight right now.
This just screams at me. Like, ball delivery system is put it on the pony, tell him to run in, and then Kennen just comes in off a flank. You can get so much.
Ender's like,
you're
why
given
have you
it.
picked your mid laner here? Why did you need to?
I'm a little confused because, so like, to be fair, I think Orianna has a pretty good matchup into the Rise with QW. You know, you drop down the dissonance and you can, you know, kite him around pretty easily. That being said, because we don't necessarily know if the Rise is going mid or top, it seems a little preemptive here. But now that they see the Kalista on the other side, maybe they want to go for a more aggressive support now that they know that matchup. Perhaps the Alistair, I think, which was actually banned away, would have been great for them.
Yeah, and I was actually going to say, I think the Galio is actually going to go into the solo lanes as well, because they can flex that between the mid and the support role. They could go with a Kalista Thresh. Kalista Galio is also a fantastic duo lane for getting that kind of, instant delivery taunt, and that's, because they're going to swap it out, Galio to the bot lane.
Yeah, we've only seen one Galio mid lane so far this tournament. It did win, but it was in a matchup.
I don't want to see Galio mid. Get it out of here. Put him support. He's super strong up alongside the Kalista.
So it's going to be the Ryze top lane into the Kennen, so you still have that ability to rune prison the Kennen. You can trade fairly effectively. The range is not in your favor, but if you can get into up close and personal, you can outburst him. And now we're going to see the Azir mid into the Orianna with the Thresh, that aggressive support that you talked about, Ender, locked in right now for Random 5.
Right, that could give them some tools to play around the bottom lane, although typically when we see Hekarims in our games, they are a little bit slower to get rolling themselves, whereas with the Jarvan, you do have a lot of kill threat around that bottom lane, specifically looking to combo along the side of the Kalista plus the Galio. So overall, like zooming out and looking at these compositions, I think that Big actually have a much easier comp to execute. They have strong early game around that bottom side of the map and strong scaling in their solo laners. I really like what they put together here.
I feel like there is a lot of cogs that need to work at exactly the same time for Random 5 to pull off their really, really high-level team fights. But we'll see what happens. I think the disengage from the Azir is also a good way of stopping some of these team fights from taking place. I like what Big have done. I actually think their bot lane should win this out. I genuinely think they could win this out versus the Thresh Kai'Sa. I expect Kazi to go aggressive here. So these are the two competitions that have been drafted. We're going to talk a little bit about it. We don't really have much time, but I want to know exactly a brief thought on who will win and why.
For me, it's Big. As I mentioned, I think though I'm going to be following Jarvan's early game pathing to see if you can get this Kalista really rolling, and then ultimately they have the tools to team fight. They have the tools to split push with the Ryze. They just are very well-rounded, have a lot of different ways they can attack.
I think I have to agree. Big have so many ways. If they can go 1-3-1, they go for full team comp, they can disengage. They just, on the side of Random, they go in, they don't really come out. So I'm going to go with Big.
I'm going to make it simpler for me. I think Berlin International Gaming are probably just the better team. So I'm just going to throw that there. Okay, over to our casters, Hitbrain and Celtic.
Thank you very much. And this is BIG looking to segment themselves first in Group A. The Balkan Bros, though, in Random 5 do still have a little bit up their sleeves. They picked a team fighting comp. They're going for that wombo combo, and they're looking to capture the German representatives out of position and a little bit unwilling, really.
Yeah, I think the big thing from Random 5 is that this is what we've always seen the Balkans at their strongest with. It's the likes of ClickTech and stuff. What they always impressed us with was when they draft these big, massive 5v5 team fights and just force engages consistently. That would be the most impressive thing, because obviously, having talked to some of the people in the scene, the biggest surprise from them was that their lanes didn't go particularly well, but that they managed to team fight impressively. However, on the other side, you do have to point out, as Scoundrel just said, I mean, Big do just come in as the stronger team, on top of the fact that they have enough tools to win specifically those laning phases and then scale into a strong team fight in their own right.
Yeah, so, I mean, on paper, we look at Big. They've got themselves a pretty strong group. They've been able to get themselves, well, I mean, a strong group for themselves. They got...
Yeah. They have a group that they should comfortably come out on top of.
Yes, and that's what they're looking to completely cement themselves with this 3-0 if they can pull this win out versus Random 5. But, I don't like writing teams off. I like having a little bit of faith in the magic. So
I mean, even if they do lose this, of course, they have that tiebreaker, so it's not completely gone regardless. But having a good showing here for Random 5 would even make them look stronger coming into those tiebreakers. But they're not there yet, as you said. They're not written off.
All right, we've had a few technical issues, so we won't be long until we get going with our game. But once we are there, the players are loading up. It's one of the players, I believe, is DC'd, so we're just waiting for them to reconnect into the game. So hopefully we'll be getting going in with that nice and quick. But yeah, we have a little bit more time to kind of theory craft. What are Random 5 looking to do? Because obviously we look at Big, we know what their playstyle is, we know, but realistically we expect them to pull this out. But what do Random 5 need to do, and when do they kind of need to start playing towards that?
What you're saying is, I think Big are the ones with more options, right?
Okay.
Whereas Random 5 are just, we want to engage on you and we want to kill you before you can disengage us. So Random 5 have a very linear comp, and that's part of the weaknesses they have, as the desk pointed out, because simply, if you know what they're going to do, all you have to do is disengage and you're good. However, on the side of Big, they have a few more options, because you have the Ryze to split push, you have the Kalista Thresh, or the Kalista Galio that should win that lane, specifically as well. Karzi, a particularly good AD carry, should have a good time doing so. And then you can send the Azir off to the side as well. Not the best split pusher on the side, but you can even maintain him with like a 1-4 with just the Ryze split pushing, or just go for the 1-3-1 and have the Azir disengage whenever anyone comes to actually fight him.
Lots of options open to BIG coming in to our third game of the last day of group stages. Everything's kind of been rounded out here for all of these teams. They're all kind of falling into place as we look towards playoffs. We look towards who some of these teams are going to be playing up versus. And that's where I get interested. That's where I'm curious to see who's going to be playing who, because Big being most likely the first out of Group A will be taking on the second seed from Group C.
Well, Big are already secured as the top seed.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, they're completely concerned. But yeah, but they are looking to take on the second seed out of Group C, which is the Group Death. So decided between Misfits and Rogue a little later on today to find out who that last seed will be. They'll be playing one of those two.
Yeah, you have to say Big are something of an unknown quantity as well. That was also talked about in the desk because we had... Fact is, they are in something of an easier group. So even coming out of this group, we don't really know where they stand. But if Random 5 can punish them today, we know that potentially there is a lot of weaknesses to expose there coming into those quarterfinals.
And what I've just been filled in on is if Big lose this game, actually they... Because of the head-to-head, they go second.
Yeah.
At that point, they then have to take the likes of Fnatic on.
Yeah.
So, still a lot to play for here for Big. You know, like we said, it's definitely more Big favored when we look at it just from a kind of a theory point of view. But Random 5, they still got that ability to take first in this group.
Yeah, and worth noting as well that when Random 5 did get that win against what we'll still call the weakened Ventus, it was off the back of Spooky and the Hecarim as well, just doing absolute work there. So if we do see Spooky step up in that regard, get those lanes rolling, and get into those big team fights that we know Random 5 want to force. Specifically as well, if you can avoid that bot lane getting ahead on the side of Berlin International Gaming, you have a little more room.
But you also really want to look at this top lane when you're looking at Berlin International Gaming. You look at White Knight on the rise. You know, you were talking to me about just before the game started that this is probably the lane you really want to be watching.
Yeah, funnily enough, you actually saw Lubins, when they did manage to win, was the Urgot into an Aurelia, so had a pretty easy matchup there. On the other side, White Knight actually played Aurelia into Urgot, which is not a good matchup for you, and still won. That's the caliber of player you're going up into as Random 5.
Well, with Xerneas getting that lane pressure in that bot lane, is able to now rotate to secure Don Arts, the second crab of the game. I think all of our first crab spawns, one of the junglers has taken both of them.
It's always been the one with the better early control. Specifically, Jarvan as well is very good at doing so, because you can run straight through the mid lane and actually pressure at that level 2 point as well. Don Arts having had a decent time doing so as the Jarvan. He's just going to finish out this clear, at least go for the red buff here, and then maybe we'll see a kind of a refocus towards that bot lane where we've already talked about they want to punish.
We'll be picking up this red buff. Just doing a full clear almost for Don Arts. They leave the wolves up for the moment, but quite content just with these rotations, with these double crabs. Giving himself nice and comfortable in this jungle. And like we said, a lot of people, everyone was saying coming into this game, we want to be watching the Jarvan early, we want to be watching Don Arts. See what setup he can do to Big. And this bot lane excites me as well. It's a very, very explosive bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, even on top of that, the picks are very interesting. On top of the fact that Karzi's actually just after hitting, I believe, the top 10 challenger. So he's a pretty scary player in their own right there. On top of the fact you have that Hail of Blades Kalista, which can be so aggressive.
And if Kalista does get ahead, we've seen it so many times, they just look insanely strong. But if they fall behind, it can be rough. It can be hard for the Kalista to play from behind. So Big, recognizing that, want to get their bot lane going, get this snowball going, because it is oppressive to play into a fed Kalista. It feels so horrible. It feels great if you are the Kalista, and it feels great if you're a German fan.
I mean, I don't know. I can't play Kalista, for example, because I can't use attack move, so it just starts to really hurt my hand after a while from all the clicking.
Yeah, there's a lot of clicking.
Would have made a terrible StarCraft player or anything similar. I'm no good in terms of those quick actions. But anyway, see how Karzi managed to do it. Hopefully they can attack move or at least play it better. Should be able to.
This is why I'm a Pokemon man. No, I like my turn-based combat. I don't have too many mechanical stuff to think about.
That's why I was much better at Civ than Age of Empires, right?
Yeah, exactly. Alrighty, well, Spooky making an appearance here in this top lane. The wave should be pushing back out for White Knight, but Spooky is just going to step away for now. decides not to go for a tower dive onto a Rise. I would advise that's probably a good idea. Is this a Kleptomancy onto Lubins? On this Kennen, thank you.
Pretty standard, I would say, as well. You just want to get farmed towards those quick items, specifically the Proto Belt early on as well. Can be a nice quick spike for you. And just be as annoying as possible.
Well, Kazi going to be able to catch this wave crashing in. If we do start to take a little stock of the CS numbers, Spooky is down to Donarts from the jungle position, but the jungle can be very deceptive as he just takes that crab and pulls back that number fairly significantly. Mid lane staying relatively equal. There's an equal top lane and bot lane as well. So across the board, everyone's pretty equal. The gold is still a little bit in the favor of Random 5 for the moment, but that probably comes off the back of Lubins with his Kleptomancy.
And we were saying we want to see more from this Jarvan earlier on in terms of that early pathing, and so far Donarts hasn't really been too impressive there. Has maintained solid CS, but want to see maybe a bit more action, start punishing some of these lanes. We're going to see now maybe the mid lane focus, but Random 5 have been playing pretty far back.
Yeah, asking you shall receive as Zazi forces the flash out with the Emperor's Divide. LMZS smelt something was awry there, so just stepped away.
Decent for this Orianna as well. It's actually gone for the Summon Airy Orianna. You sometimes see the Phase Rush as well. Normally more into simpler matchups to proc that, where you need to be able to disengage quite quickly. Deciding that the Azir isn't one of them and wants that consistent poke that Airy provides. Top of the extra shield.
Big fan of that. Hooked by Turanaga. They actually... It's probably a little bit of damage onto Sir Nukes a lot. Not enough to really scare him off. He's still got 2 pots to work with. And I want to talk a little bit about this Drake that's spawning up. It is the Infernal, so both of these junglers will want to be looking to pick these up, look to try and get that scaling going for their team.
Yeah, we're talking about the fact that you have a better early game jungler as big here, and on top of that you have that early game bot lane as well. So should be able to pick that up without issue. Specifically having got both top laners no TP now as well. Don't have to worry about a big Kennen flank coming in. We would expect that that Infernal should go Berlin International Gaming's way, but I'm waiting to see them actually move towards it. Could be a little while yet. Might want to get a bit more dominance down in that bot lane first.
Well, I'm going to give the blue buff over to Zazi on this Azir. Azir does often struggle with the old mana, and it looks like we're going towards the Nash's Tooth build on Zazi.
Small gold advantage for Random 5 is opened up. Very small indeed, but I think mostly off the back of the fact that Kennen has taken the Kleptomancy, but CS is fairly even across the board. In fact, that's not even where the advantage is. It's Spooky. It's actually got a little bit of an advantage over that Jarvan in terms of CS.
Yeah, it's been farming pretty well on this Hecarim for the moment. And again, we keep saying it, but we need to see Donarts kind of look for this pressure into these lanes. Wants to get the likes of Kazi snowballing, likes the likes of Zazi snowballing as well.
I think the big thing is also waiting for that level 6 for the Cataclysm. Would have liked to maybe see a little more from Donarts before that, because you still have that strength as Jarvan, but even then, as long as you can still find those plays, First Blood is yet to fall, still doing fine for yourselves.
And you can also respect this comes off the back that BIG want to get this win. They want to make sure they just go 3-0 in the group to secure themselves first place. Just be done with this at this point and then look towards playoffs. So it's not worth going for like maybe an over-risky get dive or an over-risky play just to try and snowball, because it's not a game you can really afford to be flashy and potentially lose the game off the back of it. There's still a lot at stake here for the German team.
Yeah, I mean, they're hovering forward. They have still actually, it's not like the Jarvan's done absolutely nothing, has still gone to the lanes, has tried to put down some pressure, but every time you do see the Donarts rotate, has been Random 5 playing pretty far back. Hecarim now on the bot side though, they're kind of waiting to see if the level 6 engage will come through.
Oh, they do land that hook into the flay. He flashes away to make sure the heroic entrance lands a knock up onto Turanaga, but firing away, Kazi goes down and First Blood is picked up by Vendetta. They do throw a flay out. The hook is available to Turanaga. Might just commit for a little bit more, but the taunt will scare them off and they don't want to go for that tower dive.
I think that's fine. Random 5 picked themselves up First Blood. We were talking about this Infernal should be in favor of BIG, but now with that kill, looks like Random 5 maybe will secure it, but here's the attempt.
He misses out on the divide. Donarts is coming in, dodges away from the shockwave, and now Spooky is stuck in the Cataclysm. A double kill for Donarts. And now BIG, they have control of this Infernal.
I mean, it was a good move from BIG, but Random 5, there were some dodgy plays. We saw that Orianna shockwave was very wide on top. The Hecarim decided to join in rather late with no mana. You question marks from me, but looks like Random 5 end up getting responded to quite quickly from BIG, who are now shooting ahead in terms of gold.
Shame Zazi missed out on the Empress Divide, but it didn't really cost them too much. I love watching that Cataclysm. The dodge over the shockwave for your mid-air.
Yeah.
That was clean.
Yeah, I mean, could have gone for Zazie as well, which would have been the better option, but LMZS, I guess, being the pressure there, ends up being taken out.
Trying to disengage him for the moment. Rise now starting to get a little bit of a CS lead here over Lubins. He's got that tier, he's looking to stack up. Wants to get vision control around this Rift Herald, make sure that Spooky doesn't just sneak it away. So has a little pop down to the pit to see what's going on there. See Shelly is having a nap and just walks away.
Sees the Warrior Hecarim as well. We've seen a lot of Triforce rushes, but Warrior is something you do sometimes see with the Conqueror as well. Just get rolling a little bit quicker as the Hecarim here in terms of damage, but does leave you rather squishy.
You see the Raptors actually did a fair amount of damage to Spooky there. You can see that squishiness like you were just talking about kind of coming up into fruition as Big now stepping up, looking towards this Infernal Drake.
One of the things that this does indicate towards me, though, is that they're fully committed to the we want to burst BIG as quick as possible. We want to just go in and just instantly take people out of these fights and see if that's something that comes for them. But now BIG, again, being able to reset around that bot lane, are the ones who have control over this dragon.
Yeah, Donox will be able to pick this Infernal Drake up for himself. 2 kills on to that Jarvan. Next Drake will be the Ocean Drake, so not quite so impactful for these teams. You now see the Big will just step back into their lanes and look to continue to farm up. A Spooky hanging about in this bot lane, maybe looking to find a play on to Sernixolot and Kazi. Kazi flashless, remember?
The exact same play as before, basically. Could absolutely work, as you said, Kazi is without flash, without heal. So Nuxalot has the flash, but I'm not sure if it's enough to save here, and you can see they're very scared. They've lost this play once. Doesn't look like they want to again.
Well, also Fresh just walked up through the way, so I think that kind of gave away a little bit of the gank there, Turanaga. Maybe being a little bit overeager to go for it.
I mean, he wants to land that hook to start it off, right? That's how the last one went, and as you said, is somewhat predictable. No back.
It's so annoying. It's like the most annoying thing. When you're like almost done and the enemy jungler shows up and you're like, well, I have to cancel just in case.
Especially with Jarvan as well, you can just drop the flag on them if you need it. Looks like Donarts. Maybe look to drop the flag elsewhere, try to pressure up here, but nope. Looks like you have Random 5 kind of backing off towards their own jungle just in case. Ends up securing it for Spooky, but a bit more pressure down in that mid lane as well.
All right, well, Spooky looking for maybe something onto White Knight. He's standing on a pink wall, so he knows it's A-OK. Lubin's pushing that his wave, and White Knight's just quite happy to base away. Teleports back up for both of these top laners, so those flanks we were talking about are technically available. We'll see whether or not White Knight TP's back into the top lane or if he decides to run. He's a TP.
It's the TP. Yeah, I mean, there's no need here. As long as they can commit to just staying ahead and farm, I don't think White Knight really wants to necessarily TP to his team. Realistically, if you can just force teleport for teleport, I believe White Knight will be pretty happy because you have that ability with the Realm Warp to move around the map. On top of the fact that Kennen with the TP is much scarier.
Very controlled game by BIG for the moment, as going to take their hands on to this Rift Herald, pick that up to try and get some of these plates. They've only got 30 seconds if they want to use it for plates. They might just save it and wait for first turret blood instead. But it looks like Donart's looking for this top lane.
I thought he was considering it, I believe, throwing down for the plates, but is going to now move, as you said, likely for that first tower blood if he does stagger it.
Oh, in comes Spooky, actually. Shockwave's available onto 1. In comes the flag. The Empress Divide. The Shockwave goes a little bit wide. Random 5 will be forced away, but this will stop the Rift Herald from being used.
LMZS struggling with those shockwaves, though. That could have been huge for them. You can see how much of a chunk Donarts took even without it. So if they managed to get it onto some of those members, could have been big. As it was, big walk away.
And with this, I mean, you look at the gold lead. It's 1,600 gold in favor of BIG. And while it's been a low kind of kill late game, it's been much about the kind of control that BIG have had on the map. You know, White Knight with this CS lead over Lubin. Actually go for a little bit of a trade, just chunking, but gets stunned back up. The Kleptomancy means Lubin's just going to get a little bit of gold.
Pop a little gold off that, but still lose the trade overall. Still go down a bit of health here, but see, the big thing for me is that you're looking at BIG. Yes, they're in complete control, but I want to see them now convert that into more objectives. They've already gotten the Infernal. I want to see them now turn that into towers, kind of up that gold lead, because fact is, Random 5 can still come back. They still have that big team fight, and right now the gold lead is far from insurmountable.
but the lanes should be in favor of big game, of big.
That was a really weird interaction. So I just saw Kazi auto attack move back on the blast cone, and he kind of like glitched a little bit as he went over the wall.
Yeah, it's just the movements stacking on movements. Could be worse. It was the old Tristana interactions with everyone. If you Tristana ulted someone while they were moving, it was like Poppy ult on steroids. They just go halfway across the map.
Not old Poppy then.
No. Old Poppy was an absolute monster, which was super fun to play, horrible to play against.
Well, Zazie looking to try and once again make LMZS's day horrible, but not going to get it. The shockwave dance comes in. Spooky's there, has that onslaught of shadows, gets interrupted. The heroic entrance is out, and he jumps in. Donox dunks down Spooky for the kill.
And you're seeing how that squishiness is really hurting the Hecarim, trying to make the play happen, but couldn't really chunk out Zazie as well because the disengage came in, and then the re-engage just took him out.
Well, we're kind of just A-ramming here for Big. They've got that Rift out. They're looking just to group up as a massive team, take this down. They might go for the extra charge as the Legacy of Shurima is used by Zazie, so got a little bit of room to play with. That turret will take a chunk of damage, and first turret blood in favor of Berlin International Gaming. 27,000 gold to 25,000 gold here. 2k gold lead over to Berlin International Gaming as Luminez also use the Protobelt just to clear out this way from White Knight.
So far, pretty comfortable for BIG. They've been able to just push up all the lanes. Anytime the big engages have come in, they've been able to respond quite well, aside from maybe that first blood. So far, remaining, again, kind of a slow-paced game from BIG, but one in which they feel like they're consistently in the driver's seat.
Always got to remember, though. You've always got to remember, for Random 5, the Wombo combo they have available. You have the Slicing Maelstrom, you have the Hecarim, you have the Shockwave. Kaiser can just look to jump in and assassinate. White Knight did steal that chicken. Yeah. I saw your face. That happened. But there is still a Wombo combo. And when you play one of these kind of team comps, providing you're not massively far behind, that can always be an avenue back into the game, an avenue to close some of this gold lead. But for the moment, Big are happy just pulling them around the map, not letting them group up and go for that 5v5.
It's so hard to find when you are this far behind early. That's why you see most of the big wins in this meta have been through very heavy proactive play. Right now it is BIG who are, anytime a play comes down, getting the better end of it. We'll see here.
Not going to get him, but he actually throws out that Cataclysm, knocks him back out of the Shockwave. Donuts is okay because he uses the stopwatch for the moment. He flashes in, gets a knock-up. Oh! Not enough though, he takes him down. The Slicing Maelstrom is on White Knight. It's just going to turn it around, and now Spooky and LMZ as White Knight flashes forward. Can't quite get the kill, but Zazie takes down the Orianna on the other side as Spooky is getting engaged onto, and Zazie finds a double kill on the Sand Pigeon.
And really well played from BIG there to turn that around. They just had Random 5 re-engage, thinking they had more damage than they did. But at the end of the day, it's BIG who have had the stronger game thus far. And as a result, once that re-engage does kick in, BIG are the ones who get the better end.
Well, turret will go down here on all sides of the map. All of the outer turrets are now down. Berlin International Gaming now pulling that gold lead head. 5,000 gold, but Turnaga maybe looking for something. They're teleporting, they're going for the commit hit. The taunt lands. Kazi is putting that damage down, gets engaged onto, throws out the ultimate to try and stay alive. He holds out for long, but Turnaga is going to take down that kill. A free-man taunt, sorry, only onto one. He finds it. Zazie's entered into the fray. Sun Yuxalot holds his life. Zazie comes in with a double kill, and Berlin International Gaming finds the turnaround.
How did Sir Nuxalot survive that? But they make it out regardless, and it's BIG again with these counter engagements. How long it's taking Random 5 to actually kill them that are able to make it happen. Zazie again with the really good roams up and down now. I think the big one for me was that you were able to delay it because Kennen was TPing in, but the Slicing Maelstrom had already been used in that top fight.
That was so big. Sun Yuxalot also with multiple big taunts onto crucial members to buy that time for Zazie. Now, we looked at Donuts as he's just doing a bit of a clear through his jungle. Now it's all about BIG moving this vision line up beyond the river into Random 5's territory so they can rotate around the map. But let's have a little look at this fight once again.
Well, look at the fact they want to get as much damage down as possible, but Lubins doesn't actually have that much burst left. And a lot of the disengage came out really well from Sir Nuxalot. It was a good use of the Fate's Call as well, but they just turn around, take out the cannon, they escape out the back here. Turnaga ends up canceling the auto as well. That might have gotten them the kill. Ooh.
That was so unlucky, but so they're actually looking to go onto Zazi here. Spooky charging up with the Rampage, but Zazi just shuffles away to safety.
Yeah, you can see actually 404 on that Azir is pretty scary. Has the Rylai's as well.
Definitely playing for the controlled kind of group up here.
The zone.
The zone.
And that's what you want. You want to be able to get that zoning, that poke down. So if Random 5 go for the big team fight that they have drafted for, they're already on those low health bars, and you can turn it around quite nicely for you.
All right, well, we see Kazi go into this mid lane playing wave clear duty. 0-2 on the Kalista, but doesn't really seem to be too much of a problem for him. And one of the things I was saying was, if you fall behind on Kalista, it's really rough, but he's still doing a decent job to stay relevant for the moment, and really all of this game is coming off the back of Donarts and Zazi. We talked about Donarts in the early game. We wanted to see him be proactive. He was a little slow at the beginning, but he's been starting to pick up this pace. He's been really, really good for his team so far.
And the big thing is, as you were then picking up, was consistently countering any of Spooky's plays. So you're there when your team needed you to turn around big fights, and that's what I wanted to see. That's the most important part. The reactive play from BIG has been good so far, but that, because it's all reactive, it is a little bit slower.
But they are starting to pull these proactive plays now as well, so trying to get some control around this Baron pit. Random 5 now moving in. They feel a little bit more safe to step forward and try to take down these. Just checking if Baron's there with the hook.
Well, I mean, was just checking. They have no vision on it right now, so they're just looking for that information. Do find it with the hook, but still don't really know where everyone is. They have, as you could see, no vision really past their own jungle here.
Yeah, sitting in absolute darkness. Ozzy just pushing out this wave. Now got that Hurricane finished up, and BIG just step forward, look to clear out as much of this vision as possible. They have complete control of this red side of the map.
We've already seen this Baron is a great way to end the game where you're just trying to choke out a team like this. But if you start up in a dangerous position, Random 5 still have that team fight available. And even at 6k behind, they could maybe find an opening there.
That Wombo is always very much a threat. BIG being very much aware of that. Do step away. Legacy Shroom is using the top lane. Gives Zazi a little bit of freedom to farm up nice and safe. A little bit pushed up from where he should normally be because he's got that tower, so he's okay. Looks like BIG just stepping up towards this Baron.
So they're going to start it. They still know there's no vision. Spooky spotted.
Concern nukes a lot though. Channeling up that taunt. Has that blast going available. And that ulti. BIG has to step away. The redemption comes through. Donart's a little bit too low to continue without risking getting womboed.
In the meantime, Fight Knight's off on the side. We talked about this earlier on. It was the split push that can come out from the Rise. They've maintained that and kept those other 4 members together. Rise is the one who's consistently picking up objectives on the side.
And they've got double Ocean Drake. The next Ocean Drake is a 3rd Ocean.
The next dragon?
Yeah, sorry. I said
all
Drake.
good.
Yeah, Drake, dragon, same thing.
Oh, yeah.
Both big lizards with wings that breathe some kind of element.
I don't think you... Okay. Drake isn't necessarily.
What's the difference between a Drake and a dragon?
I mean, Drake can just mean a duck, for one.
Where's a duck called a Drake? Is that an Irish thing?
No, I believe it's a technical thing. Male ducks.
You are very right, actually. Does that mean Draco Malfoy is Ducko Malfoy?
No. It's a name. That's not how that works, dude. You don't just take syllables from people's names and rename them, but okay. We're gonna see now.
Hook lands, but not going to actually commit. Donart's actually saying, come at me, bro.
I was actually more worried for Random 5 there. I was wondering if they were just going to go for the hard engage. Still might. BIG are playing quite far forward.
LMCS is weighing about for the moment. That shockwave lands onto 3 members. Don't have the slicing maelstrom. Out comes the onslaught of shadows, but Zazi is on that side. A 2-man dunk is there, and Zazi's already got himself one. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far, but they're continuing to chase. The Sand Soldiers come in to the hook as VZZ puts that damage out. Shurima shuffle as Zazi finds himself a double kill. Vendetta forced to use the supercharge to safety, and White Knight secures the kill. The Realm Warp into the Baron, and BIG look to take this objective.
And it looked like a good attempt from Random 5 to try turn it. I actually really like the way VZZ played it, but at the end of the day, it's BIG and Zazi as well on that Azir, pumping out damage, get themselves the Baron, and are now looking extremely strong at 9k gold in the lead.
Gonna base up, spend some gold here. Let's have a look at that. That was a good shockwave.
Yeah, it starts off well. You think the big engage is coming in. They don't quite kill Carzzy, though. And it's just Spooky gets so immediately deleted. Look at VZZ, though. The positioning is actually really nice. Getting out a huge amount of damage in the meantime. Tries to play forward here. Actually managed to ult past that Shurima Shuffle. Or not even a Shurima Shuffle. The Emperor's Divide. Tries to finish off Zazie. Can't quite do it. And again, it's just BIG being this far ahead. Just have so much more damage easily available to them.
And Lubins was in base that entire time, so if a 3-man shockwave into the slicing Maelstrom was there, that's the wombo combo random 5-1, but they were not in the right position to pull that trigger and go for the full wombo combo, so big turn it.
I think we're trying to combo as well. You saw that big shockwave on top of the Onslaught of Shadows, but at the end of the day, the Onslaught of Shadows, the one person who was at real danger managed to avoid it.
Yeah, he flashed the wall, Carzzy flashed away.
And then the slicing Maelstrom, as you said, wasn't there. No TP having come in from the Ken.
Well, White Knight now with this Baron buff is setting up. It's the 1-3-1 for Berlin International Gaming. They're not actually waiting to push quite yet. They want all of the waves in similar positions before they fully commit for this. And you can see actually the bot lane have now rotated towards that top side to help Zazie.
Yeah, you can see Zazie is pretty wary of being engaged on Azir. Not the strongest split pusher in the world, but against the comp that Random 5 have drafted, can do fine, at least in a 1v1. More importantly, your 1v1 and your 3v3 should be much stronger.
Well, they even put a turret up so they can continue to push up there for the moment. White Knight, 1v3 here in this lane. Does it be a little bit careful?
Yeah, sorry, this is what I meant. The 1v1 on the other side of the map is just so strong with the rise. You can manage to keep the Azir on the side as well and maintain your pressure. See if Random 5 got the massive engage. They do need to try turn this away from just Big slowly choking them out here.
Well, turret is very low in the top and the bot side here for the moment. All of the ultis are available. Thank you very much, observers. You see that turret go down. Top lane turret should be next up on the menu. That cannon still remains pretty healthy as that turret will finally crumble. BIG now looking to go forward, so Nuxalot gets hooked, throws out the taunt. Fate's called to safety though. They're just playing the safety game here. Don't want to overcommit. Don't want to risk it.
Have the get out of jail free card there with the Fate's call. I think it was necessary as well. Kai'Sa was just chunking out. But in the meantime, it is Big who are looking now for their first inhib. This is going to be the engage first, it looks like.
Oh my lord! White Knight just chunked through Lubins. Spooky needs to be very, very careful. But goes White Panther and Agate. The inhibitor goes down. Last inhibitor turret will fall here too big.
You could see the lack, or not even the lack of communication, the lack of commitment coming out for Random 5. They're punished so heavily, so quickly by Berlin International Gaming. Gets them all 3 inhibs, and now with the Baron, you gotta think it's looking like the end.
They have to commit here. They do land a hook onto Darcy. A 2-man shockwave into the taunt. Jumping back with the Emperor's Divide. 2 quick kills have been picked up. The slicing Maelstrom locked down a few members here. As you can see, Vendetta does hold his life for the moment, and he's still remaining untouched. But they've still got Carzzy, they've still got White Knight, they've still got the wave clearance. Spooky gets rooted and absolutely annihilated here. And Carzzy will secure that kill, but they take down White Knight, and Random 5 have managed to hold. They've kept themselves up, they've got the hill, they've got these taunts. They're trying to turn this, but LMZ holds up with the shield for the moment, and Carzzy gets shot down.
So much damage coming out from the Kai'Sa there. They managed to turn around. Massive amount of gold swings towards Random 5, but they're still 10k behind. And without a base, you gotta think, yes, you won the fight. Yes, you hold on, but barely.
That was so close here. Let's watch this again.
Just watch VZZ throughout this fight as well, getting to move around the back really nicely, taking out most of those key members, while the rest of Big are split off towards the bot side of the map. VZZ is never under pressure from most of the major damage sources and can then re-engage as the team is, I mean, dying, but that's something of a distraction for you.
Man, Spooky just got absolutely minced through here, but VZZ, what a team fight for him on this Kai'Sa. His free items really starting to come up. It looks so close to LMZ getting picked off there, and now Big gonna turn their attention now towards this third in Ocean.
And while that was a nice hypey fight, it looked really cool. Random 5 managed to turn it. Fact is, Big are still at such massive control over the map.
Yes. Now, Item spikes are really starting to come up. You can see the GA has been picked up onto Kazi now. 1-3 on the Kaisen, not being quite the dominating performance we were expecting, but like I said, it's all about the mid lane. It's all about these solo laners, the top lane as well. White Knight looking exceptional on this ride. They've got 3 waves of supers, so 6 super minions per waves, and if Random 5 want to hold out, they need to find a wombo combo one more time, but it looks like Big just kind of playing at a distance, letting the minion waves push up.
Look at VZZ, the amount of damage they're pumping out with that 4-item Kai'Sa. Still have to commit pretty heavily for the wave clear though, because they're feeling that.
They are struggling a little bit here. We will have to watch the flash from Donut. Gets the dunk onto 1. Shockwave's not up at the moment. They got that slicing maelstrom to lock down 1. The GA has been forced out, and Sir Nuxalon will fall. They've got a 1-for-1 trade so far, but Kazi gets spooked up for the moment, but he holds out with the Zhonya's. A double kill has been picked up onto BZZ. He gets shuffled back. A quadra kill has been picked up onto Zazi. LMZS not willing to give it up quite yet. A pentakill for Zazi Zazir, and BIG are going to take this game over Random 5.
And what an absolutely dominating performance from BIG right at the end there. I was looking at it going, VZZ is full health. They have no way to actually close this one out. They're allowing the Kai'Sa to just shred through everyone. I see the Azir just jumps forward and goes 100 to 0, please. Thank you.
Just the quick button and they're all gone. I don't even know what to say. What an incredible ending to that game, because it was such a slow burn for such a long time, and then Random 5 2 times in a row, pull the trigger, go for the big team fight. And while Big did come out on top, there were glimmers of hopes. There was some really solid team fighting. What we expect from the Balkan region, because they are known for this. This is what they're good at doing.
Yeah, but the issue is Random 5 just seem to have such a weak laning phase that they never find those big team fights in time. Fact is, their best team fight was after losing 3 inhibs and the Barons, so they're already so far behind. The next fight they take, they're losing their Nexus in the meantime, you know? Even while it was looking okay for them, fact is you already had this Azir who was so far ahead. The only person who was even matching that was that Kai'Sa, only off shutdowns.
Yeah.
And then finally it was just pushed away.
Well, let's have a little look at Group A and see where everybody is holding up for the moment. Now, BIG go 3-0 in this group. This does now force a 3-way tiebreaker for second. So all of these teams are not out. Future Perfect, Random 5, and Ventus have a chance to make it out of Group A.
Yeah, we will be seeing them tomorrow in those games. So we have fun one. I think Ventus, if they have Crystalline back, can definitely hold their own in this as well, because we did see them look rather weak against Random 5. That was Random 5's one win as well. So Random 5 really have to step up in terms of those early to mid games if they really want to hold their own in the tiebreaker.
I'm very excited for all of these games, but let's have a little look at the knockout bracket, see who is going to be playing up versus who. BIG will be taking up the second seed from Group C, which is either going to be Misfits or Rogue.
And we can see that Group C there is looking pretty strong. This is the group of death that a lot of people touted. Fnatic getting their way to the top of that pretty convincingly. Rogue Misfits as well will be a very interesting game deciding that one. I mean, I'm leaning Rogue's way myself because we have seen a lot more from Misfits, but at the same time, Rogue, we've been told a lot of good about them, but so far, when they got really tested by Fnatic, especially because of that draft, we have yet to see much of it.
Well, there's still so much more League of Legends action to come, so don't go anywhere. And after the break, we'll be back with even more games, so we'll see you in a second.
3,000, Selfmade jumps in. Selfmade gets it, and Mad Lions have bitten back.
Hello, welcome to the European Masters. My name is Kid and Scoundrel Low, and on the desk I am joined by two new analysts. I have been back to base and refreshed them, and I am joined by Celtic Tiger and Hip Rain. Gentlemen,
Hello.
good games?
Yeah. My throat's a little sore now. That was good.
Anyway, I'm going to stand down because I feel like
You're
being Ender is very hard.
I don't know if chat saw this, but it was like a black screen for you guys before it came in as well, right? Because
That was, yeah.
I
that
think
was
it's
alright.
our main
I was
cut.
ready to be like, hello? Is anyone there? Like, apparently the pentakill broke the
Oh, I
stream.
was Ender. There we go.
That's what
Oh,
I'm
you
being
were?
told.
Yeah.
Oh, you're Ender as well.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
nice.
having raves in the break. We're just, it's all going right today.
We had some production memes over the course of the break. I'm sure you all saw it.
Mm-hmm.
It was good. All right, so let's move on because we're going into our last three games of the day now. Just to let you guys know, we are guaranteed a tiebreaker in Group A, which will be played tomorrow, the rules of which are simple, round robin between the three teams. If we are tied at the end of it, we have the fastest victory going through as the second seed from Group A. So that is what will happen tomorrow in Group A. Fear not, we will resolve it. We could still see some tiebreakers later on, but I'll talk about them once we get there. We are now going to go into another game which means little for the outcome of the group. I'm going to have a quick talk about the previous game, have a look at the replays, and of course there's really just one guy that we should talk about, the pentakill man himself, Zazie.
Yeah, and I mean, that was really nice at the end. I was actually really worried it was going to be turned around because you do see VZZ, but we'll get to that first. You can see at this point, this is how they got there. This is how they got to that strength. It was just the consistent plays that BIG were finding. They were just so much stronger from the laning phases because you see White Knight's damage and Zazzy's damage was so much higher than anything coming at them.
I mean, the solo laners for BIG was just insane. They were playing really, really well. I mean, Zazie obviously... It's always good to look good when you get that penta, but you have to also say White Knight played very well. Donart's enabled them. There were glimmers of hopes, though. I did say it's at the end of the game.
This was probably the closest team fight for them.
Apart from the one that actually won.
Yeah, aside from that one when they had 3 inhibs down, yes, I suppose. That was the issue. That was before this. You had this going decently. BZZ actually had a very good game from Random 5.
He did.
Positioned really well, but the issue was you were already so far behind.
Yeah, I think it was a struggle, and this was indeed that final pentakill that Zazie picked up here. The Shurima Shuffle, or the Emperor's Divide, actually picked up 3 kills in one go.
Yeah, you can see. I was actually worried VZZ would actually do too much damage for them because was being given effectively a free fight right up until they get one shot.
Yeah, I think it was actually 2 kills. He picked up the quadra off the end of it, and then LMZ, does he give him the penta? He basically walks in and gives him the penta.
We were worried there. You're just like, LMZ's just sort of hide in the fountain, just avoid getting penta, but nope. Walked out, tried to go for that 1v1, didn't get it, and Zazie secures it.
With that, though, the German seeds, both Berlin International Gaming and SK Gaming Prime, finished 3-0 in their respective groups. The Dark region qualifies 2 seeds to the top 8, and you can see just on your screen highlighted. And again, the ones in yellow, those are our tiebreakers, so the Group A tiebreakers will be decided tomorrow. We can still see a tiebreaker over in Group D. However, we cannot get a tiebreaker in Group B as LDLC and Mad Lions have already gone through, and you cannot have a 2-way tiebreaker because we're running with head-to-head, so Group C is also going to get a guaranteed second seed going through today.
I think the most impressive thing for me is coming out of the DACH region, if you look at that first European Masters, I'm not even sure, I think they've had 1 win throughout the whole play-ins, etc. This time around, they only have 1 loss, including the play-ins.
It's like these stairs. You go from a poor European Masters 1 to European Masters 2 with Euronics, who, looked okay, didn't look like the strongest team there, but definitely making it through to the semi-finals was a big deal. And now you've got the German scene absolutely smurfing the European Masters, getting 2 seeds through to the top 8, looking quite likely to move on further in the competition. And it's great for the Dark region in general. They've done a really good job. The teams themselves are incredibly talented. They've obviously got some great coaches behind them too. It is looking bright for the German scene in the European Masters.
I think it's interesting because a lot has been shaken up here coming into this European Masters. UK scene was always a little bit of a meme. Fnatic come in, they go 3-0 in their group. The Polish region have been consistently good. Now, at the best, they're going to get themselves second out of their group for Rogue. So they're still not guaranteed through. So some of these regions that have been consistently good, also the Nordic regions as well, they've had good showings at the EU Masters, but there's been a little bit of a shape up, but the Dark region have been on this upwards trend and been looking really, really good.
All right, let's move on to the next matchup now. And again, this game will not affect the standings in Group B. Mad Lions are guaranteed going through as first, and unfortunately, Ensure cannot find their way out of this group. However, Ensure can do, what they can do rather, is get a win on the board for their region. They don't want to end 0-3, but a national pride on the line here.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing for Ensure. Last time we saw a game like this at the European Masters, it was probably Misfits up against Echo Zulu, and the game went a little bit awry on both ends. So you can also see just a very fun showing in general for both sides. So I'm really interested to see how this draft goes, what that kind of indicates for us on the teams.
Yeah, again, we've seen some up and down performances from Ensure. 2 losses, of course, but it definitely felt that their second game was really poor compared to their first, and Chosen One did not have the best of times. Mad Lions looking better and better and better the more that we see of them. Can't really pinpoint anyone that's been kind of carrying the team realistically. Everybody has looked incredibly good. Samex and Yoppa we have focused on before, but Pretty and Blue Resort have stepped up too.
Blue Resort stepping up is the big one for me. I think that's a good portion of why they look a lot better than they did in some of those losses at the start of play-ins. You've seen that Blue Resort, okay, originally moved to the Skarner, and then the question was raised, like, okay, is it only good now because you've got the Skarner? We saw the Skarner coming out banned, then went to the Lee Sin, and Blue Resort looks good again. So I think just stepping up in general as a jungler here has been massive for Mad Lions.
For me, it's actually Pretty who's impressed me, because we kind of expected Yoppa, we kind of expected Samex to do really well. But then you look at Pretty, we had questions. I remember you even saying on the desk at one point, we kind of haven't really seen too much from him. He just kind of plays a neutral lane. But actually, in the more recent games that Mad Lions have played, this man has been stepping up. So I'm happy to see that actually all 5 members are looking really good on Mad Lions, and this upwards trend looks to continue. And remember, if they don't go 3-0, they're the only first seed to not go 3-0. So while this game technically means nothing for the state of the group itself, it does mean a lot for kind of pride and kind of your confidence going out into the next stage.
Right, we're going to jump into pick and bans now between Ensure and Mad Lions. Mad Lions looking to continue their 7-game unbeaten streak coming into this particular one. We looked at their stats earlier. They had a really impressive 100% first blood, 100% first tower in 10 games across the European Masters, including their losses somehow. So they've obviously got a really clear plan going into that laning phase that seems to work out for them. Struggled in the mid game on their first 3 games, but haven't lost since then. So Mad Lions certainly finding the form of their previous championship team in the European Masters Season 2. And you can see now bans coming through. Mad Lions targeting out that Talia, which was, I think, previously picked up by a Gentas. So having a look, Teemo ban? Interesting.
Well, I mean, the game does mean nothing, to be fair, so maybe
they're
they're
trying to
fun.
spell something. 8. I like 8 Atur. No, it doesn't make sense.
No.
Make sense. Sorry.
Maybe they'll hold on and just ban OX and be most of Aatrox.
Maybe, absolutely. So we'll see Mad Lions. Are they going to ban something like the Sona Taric at the end here just to ensure that doesn't go over to the Ensure roster? Or you could just say, well, okay, first pick Sona, and we could either pick the counters that we think are appropriate, or we can go for the Taric and make you just have to work with the Sona, essentially. But Mad Lions, yeah, going to ban the Taric here, not going to allow that composition to come through.
Yeah, it looks like Mad Lions definitely taking off some of these power picks. Makes sense. Like I said, they want to go 3-0 in the group. They don't want to be the only first seed to not do it. So want to come up big for the Spanish region, the defending champions of the European Masters, and the defending champions themselves, Mad Lions. You know, they want to make sure they get as clean as a game. They want to just kind of round this up as fast as possible. So curious to see what Ensure decide to take away as their first pick. They pick the Corki blind, which is, it makes sense. It's a safe mid laner. I like it.
Does it make sense?
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's not terrible.
I'm not looking at this draft and saying that is the next 40 level drafter. I'm saying, okay, right, you've picked a mid laner that maybe Pretty is happy playing.
That's why I said it makes sense.
You could flex it to the AD carry, I guess, as well.
Yeah, you can flex it to the AD carry. I just think there were other power picks up and available, and you probably could have left Corki until later on in the draft here.
I think Yoppa going for the Aurelia makes sense. We could say it's being flexed for Pretty, but I really feel like Yoppa's just going to take it regardless. We've seen Mad Lions are willing to go a little more aggressive with their picks. If given the opportunity, we have seen Yoppa pick up that Riven in previous matchups as well.
It'll make sense if they lock in a completely random set of top picks through their first pick phase, which could very much be the case if Ensure really are just going into this having fun.
I was also looking at Mad Lions, and I'm wondering if they're just going to continue the trend of locking their own champions and just ignoring everything else.
Okay, so go for the Trundle. We've seen Trundle a little bit here at the European Masters. Most likely going to see it in the jungle, but you could still technically flex it to the top lane as well. But I had some mixed success on the Trundle. We had a pretty good game yesterday
I
feel
like I was too harsh on your make sense comment, Jake. You look at me with puppy dog eyes when you said that, and I felt really bad for like the last 30
Corki,
seconds.
I see safety. That's why it makes sense to me.
I was just trying to meme it a little bit, and now I feel like you took it really badly, and I'm now hurt because Jake was doing these like puppy dog eyes over across the desk, and he was like, "Scoundrel,
you hurt my feelings, man.
Scoundrel, you really hurt my feelings." And I was like, "I'm sorry, Jake, I didn't mean to."
Why am I caught in the middle of this?
I know. Anyway, let's get back to the draft. And it's going to be a Braum lock-in. Again, there is that flexibility to Corki, who we've seen a couple of bot lane Corkis in this competition already. And nothing really, I think, being taken away from Mad Lions in terms of what they would want in their individual lanes right now. And Hitbray did say, are they just going to lock in things that they want? Well, they go for the Zilean.
I think Falco has consistently taken the Zilean into the Braum, so this doesn't hugely surprise me. You still technically flex it mid. One of the things I'm actually surprised to see go through so long is the Morgana.
Yeah, Morgana has been up, and actually a lot of people have ignored Morgana today, I think. We haven't seen too many bans or picks on that particular champion. We'll see Pretty, he's not really, I don't think Pretty's ever shown us that he's willing to commit to a certain champion across all of the games that we've seen him play. I think he's been quite flexible in that mid lane champion pool. I do think Yopper is likely to take the Irelia here, though. That is something that he has consistently liked to play.
I think it makes sense as well. Yoppa's been happy enough to even go relatively blind as well, but part of that is, of course, that you do have that flexibility option if you do think it's a massive struggle up at the top lane.
It's going to be the Jinx banned away here, so we haven't seen much presence of Jinx in terms of picks or bans at all throughout the European Masters, even though some people have been playing at the higher levels of competition. Really been sort of superseded by the likes of Tristana, Kai'Sa, Lucian, Vayne even, to a lot of extent. And
I think we've only seen the one Jinx, I believe.
I think we might have only seen one Jinx so far, yes. It might even been from Samex, actually, but I'm not entirely sure.
Well, there's a Vladimir ban coming out from Mad Lions, followed up by that Hecarim as well. So want to give Yopper, most likely with this top lane Aurelia, pretty comfortable matchup. So one more ban for Ensure. They've taken away the Jinx. Wonder if they do just pinch the AD carry pool and put that Corki in the bot lane.
It's possible, but I feel like there's so many AD carries, it's very hard to really pinch that pool heavily, especially considering you've seen Samex even go for the likes of Misfortune.
Ban the Caitlyn here. Maybe that is just a pure range thing right now, and they're not interested in playing that, though. You can see the Lucian, which is more aggressive here, is being immediately locked in for Mad Lions, although it does look like it will be a Corki mid lane, as Ensure have locked in Tristana.
I think that's fine. I think the Lucian Zilean can play pretty far up into that matchup, wanting to punish the likes of the Braum.
Corki mid lane.
Most likely.
Yeah.
Yes.
I shouldn't talk about hobbits, but sometimes.
We'll see how this ends up playing out anyway, but I think the big thing is there you have good aggressive lanes from Mad Lions. They want to play this far up. I think anything less than a dominating performance is something of a moral loss for Mad Lions here.
Definitely feels like Corki's secure was like Zwar saying, I really just want Corki here. Like, I want it to be safe. I don't want to be a risk of being camped by Blue Resort. I want to have that ability to just Valkyrie away. So maybe for them, their particular kind of draft here, it made complete sense. And I will secede that to you, Jake.
Well, they pick Kassadin.
Interesting. They pick Kassadin, which is definitely a rougher early matchup for Kassadin. You can, as long as you time your Null Sphere, block Phosphorus Bomb damage, but it is a fairly rough matchup in the early levels for Kassadin in the mid lane.
I think the big thing, though, is this offers you a massive 1-3-1 later on. So as long as Mad Lions get past the laning phase in decent form, they'll have a good way to respond. And also, they have that really strong bot lane to kind of accelerate that style.
Yeah, post 6, Pretty Green should start to find a bit more sort of love versus the Corki. Get the Rift Walk in, a bit more burst damage coming off. We'll see what happens. I think this is a very comfortable composition from Mad Lions. A lot of it, I think, hinges around Pretty just keeping himself level in that mid lane, able to transition to a 1-3-1. I expect Yopper to be able to win out on this Aurelia matchup on the top side of the map. Although we saw a lot of Cho'Gath from Chosen One, I believe, in previous EU Masters.
Yes.
So this is something he's feeling pretty comfortable on, I guess, coming up.
I think it's kind of a comfort pick for a lot of the players in this game. All of the picks coming through, you see pretty much comfort. I mean, the Zilean getting picked into the Braum, we've seen that multiple times come out from Mad Lions. So I like it. Now, obviously, I was to speak hypothetically. Corki kind of wants a fairly neutral lane, doesn't want any kill pressure. Kassadin offers no kill pressure, so you do kind of get that free farming. But I mean, this is the like of Pretty, someone who has been getting better and better. You've got Yopper on the Aurelia, so it does look hard for Ensure when you go into this game.
All right, quickly, prediction.
Mad Lions.
Mad Lions.
I think you can't really predict any other way. Mad Lions will be the case. We've got a new set of casters up on the desk. BP and Ender, take it away.
Thank you very much, Scoundrel, and thank you from the desk as well. And I am joined here by Ender, our first cast ever Yeah,
this will be good.
This will be fun. It'll be a good time. So, seeing the comps coming into this, it unfortunately doesn't mean anything for the standings. However, national pride there. Mad Lions want to continue their streak of, resurgence as such, keep that win streak going. And what do you make of the comps?
I think both of them actually look pretty solid to me overall. I think looking from an overall compositional perspective, Mad Lions look very solid. They have a lot of tools to work around. I think the Zillion Skarner is a very strong engage tool. But Ensure, I don't think it's too bad themselves. They have a lot of good lanes they can play around early on. I think bot lane with the Tristana Braum is going to be very solid, looking for early all-ins if they can bring a jungler down there. So they have some tools they can work with in the early game.
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly if they're able to use those tools. A bad carpenter blames his tools, but we'll have to wait and see as the Mad Lions. Again, like we talked about, they want to continue their resurgence. They are looking for that momentum, very much a momentum-based team as we jump onto the Rift. They went 0-3 in the first day and haven't looked back since.
Yes, they did. Now, curious to see how this early game pans out here, because I think when you consider some of the things we have working, especially on the side of Ensure, we mentioned strong bot lane 2 versus 2, top lane as well. I think Cho'Gath actually does pretty well into the Aurelia early on in terms of push power. The silence also going to be decent in those engages. So my eyes will be on Agentas to see where he wants to play around, because I think there's a case to be made for both sides of the map, which lane he wants to focus early.
You can see a little bit of an aggressive footing there. Bomb lands.
Making that money.
Yeah.
Money.
All about that money. That's a good little start. And, it's kind of like pressure as such. The Zillion does give you that kind of like annoying little kind of like damage.
Do you think Ensure put enough pings onto the map? Like, they literally just spammed the entire Mad Lions side. That's crazy.
They're
That's
here,
crazy.
guys. They're here.
They're somewhere in the fog of war, BP.
Yeah. I actually see 15 gold there for Cho'Gath as well, so not sure where that actually came from. Oh, I think it was just from his actual regular setup, but Chosen One, like I said, just going to be able to run up with this on this Cho'Gath in the face of Aurelia. Has no real issues with the Aurelia in the early game. It is later in the game that becomes a problem.
Yeah, and actually notice what Agentas is doing. He walked straight into the enemy jungle. Did he flash the wall?
Yes, he did.
He flashed over the Baron wall to get this steal without being spotted out by any of the wards in the river. And with the way he's pathing, too, he's not going to be seen. So this could be a little bit of an odd surprise here when Blue Resort comes up to the top side of the map.
Yeah, he's going to be completely out of vision. Yappa going to find out just now. He's probably going to be forced to use the flash. No, actually going to be able to get to his turret fairly safely. But like you said, the pressure is there. And I like that kind of, adaptation from Ensure.
Yeah, I think the only problem now with Agentas showing for the gank is getting the flash was going to be highly unlikely with a level 1 Cho'Gath to set up. So this gives room for the Skarner now to clear the Scuttlecrab and potentially enter his jungle. The problem with that is because Corki was able to push out mid, he walks down, places a ward, and now the option for the counter invade is not there.
Yeah, that was a really smart move there. Ward popped down. They know the red is still there, so you can see Argentas just going to run into that lane himself. Trade in the top side here. Conqueror has been procced even. Cropped, that's a bit like a Photoshop term, but Agentas gets double red, and that's a pretty decent start for the Ensure jungler.
Yeah, it's a fine start, especially if when Blue Resort walks into the top side, he is spotted on that ward. That'll give Chosen One the knowledge that he can back away and play a little bit safer up in that top lane.
See what Blue Resort wants to do now. He has had great games in the early game and has had very poor games in the early game, unfortunately. Will be spotted out by this ward that he just passes. They know exactly where he is. So I like this early game plan from Ensure. It's very proactive. It's very much kind of keeping tabs on the enemy jungler.
Yeah, and making sure that you can get that experience lead as well, because Agentas now, he has his entire top side of the map he could look to gank. He also has that pillar, is level 3, and could look towards the mid lane. It's easy to burn the flash early on against Kassadin.
Yeah, Kassadin immediately burns the flash. Valkyrie in from Zor. Just means that he's going to take a little bit more harass than he possibly needed.
Yeah, and Zor's going to look to just push this wave and then reset. He has the teleport as well, so he can get back in towards lane. This is the early all-in from that bot side.
Here we go. Ignite goes down. Flash is burned. Exhaust is traded. Falco still has Flash Hit available. Does hit the stun. That's going to be a good trade-in. Yoshinero has nowhere to go. And that's first blood over to Mad Lions. No flash for Zabulus either. Just dodge out a little bit of the Pursing Light, but it's all just to wait. And boom, clap, 2 kills to the bot lane of Mad Lions.
Yeah, Mad Lions going to be very happy with how that early game went. I mean, Yashiro and Zabulus, I thought they had the tools to make the play happen, but they spent so much on towards Samix and were not able to make it happen. Now Yappa should be fine here.
Yeah, it does land the flawless duet, was very far away, and you can see the ward there.
Spams the lap on it. Hit him with it.
Got it. Knows there was a ward. Knows immediately that he sees that.
Yeah, 2 ganks in the top lane. Still hasn't gotten the flash, but still finds the need to BM him. I don't know what that's about.
It's all about sending a message. That's all it is. It's all about sending a message. But despite this pressure that's been put down onto Yappa, he's still 10 CS or near 10 enough CS ahead.
Yeah, he's doing all right up in this top lane. Of course, the wave crashing in should give room for Chosen One to get some minions. But actually, I want to talk about the bottom lane a little bit again, because I'm a little bit confused with the play. Because, of course, they went for the all-in. I think it was good, and they had the opportunity to back away. But I think knowing your timings when you want to go for the all-in, that was a pretty easy call to say Agentis actually come bot side. Because, you know, at the time of this play, Agentis had just ganked mid, but he goes top lane. If Yashiro and Zavalis know they want to make this happen, they can call him on down there. Instead, that double bomb from Falco absolutely locks up Yashiro, and because they spent both of their flashes trying to close the gap onto a Lucian, it was just very easy for Mad Lions bot lane to turn.
Yeah, and I want to say as well that the Winter's Bright missed, and that was kind of like, that was literally the 4th proc, which means the flash wouldn't have come in. They probably would have been able to get a lot more damage. You know, this is where League of Legends can be a literal, like, you know, a game of inches, where like if one thing lands, it changes the entire scope of the fight.
Certainly can be. Now without the summoner spells, this bot lane could get real rough.
Yeah, Unbreakable forced out there. Double bomb onto 2 people means the stun is just so much, and Falco feels good on this Zillion. You can see that he's just feeling confident, able to move up so aggressively.
Yeah, and the thing about this bottom lane, you have to hold that thought, because here comes the Predator gank.
Yeah, Predator gank comes in. The Rupture not going to hit anybody, and this is Alpha just using the minions to his advantages. Does land the Vanguard's edge, and that's going to be an easy cleanup there. Mad Lions looking good so far, but here we go. The repeat gank in bot side. They know that Samix has knocked off flash, but he's got a lot of damage. They do lose this a lot, and that's going to be Falco picking himself up his 2nd kill, and it's all falling apart so rapidly for Ensure.
Oh no, Ensure, what's going on? The 3v2 they lose on the bot side. Falco's still going to be an absolute nuisance. Zavalis in trouble because Pretty is here.
Pretty is here. He jumps in with the Rip Walk, and this is just going from bad to worse. Mad Lions playing with their food right now.
Agentis, again, is spam laughing. He didn't actually know that Cassidy was on the way. He thought he was being a funny guy, but didn't even realize that he was in so much trouble. Mad Lions up 5 kills to none and 3,500 gold.
See that mid lane flash in, catches the Corki on the Valkyrie, and gets the stun. Now here comes Pretty as well. I don't think Zor has many places to go, even with his flash. He's going to have to accept his fate, and that's 6 kills to none. We nearly have a kill a minute.
And that's a solo kill, too, from Blue Resort. I mean, this is why Mad Lions are up 2-0, right? They came in through the play-in stages, and they've just looked on fire ever since.
You got to say as well, the drafting has been pretty damn good. The coaching staff as well. Chosen One has no real reply to this. Flashes in and gets the 1v1. This game, I don't want to say that it's over, but it's already looking really bad.
It's definitely feeling grim here for the side of Ensure. I mean, you think about some of the plays they tried to make early, starting with the early game jungle pathing of Agentas. You know, it was a good steal away. But ever since then, all lanes have now been targeted. Top lane is losing 1v1 after the first kill got donated over by Blue Resort. And the bottom lane, again, after that early all-in, it's just starting to crumble away.
Think they're trying to, you know, catch up to G2 versus Origin. They're in the 3rd game, 18.5 minutes.
All right, we're going to need a 17-minute win here,
yeah,
Mad Lions.
Like, we're going to need you guys to win in the next 10 minutes. You know, it isn't impossible.
It's really hard,
It's
man.
very hard, though, which made it so impressive when the side of G2 were able to do it in the LEC finals. And
all right, Trundle's walking over some wards. Give me the lap. Nice, that's a good one.
Nice lap went in.
So I don't know if you realize, but Trundle's a troll.
He is a troll. I'm
and
glad
Agentis doing a little bit of that right now.
I don't know if, see, the funny thing is, I don't know if he's trolling or if he's like the enemy team or if he's trolling his own team right now.
Maybe it's just like an insane role play. Here we go, Yashiro.
Yeah, Yashiro going to tank up a huge amount of the culling as well, so he's going to have to back away immediately. Now the double bomb potentially onto Zavilis, and he's forced to flash away. This is honestly Mad Lions. Like, they just can do whatever the hell they want. They know they're just mechanically better players.
Yeah, I mean, the itemization difference between this Lucian and Tristan and the level difference between supports. Level 4 Braum to level 7 Zillion? What?
Oh, what? That's a big yikes from me. That is a big yikes.
I didn't even know that was possible.
Well, you learn something new every day, and This bot lane is just doing so much for Mad Lions. They're already up 5,000 gold. It's not even 10 minutes. This is Chosen One getting dove again. Vanguard's Edge will get another reset on the queue, and that's just 3 kills and 23 C. Oh, he actually tanked too much of the turret and died on the top side.
Yeah, the rupture there on Tim made him keep tanking the tower, and that was pretty rough. Buddy. All right, we got another one. Here comes Blue Resort VP.
He's dead. There's nothing I can really add to this. Heal pop. Samus picks that one up. This is Mad Lions sitting around saying, look, we know we lost 3 games at the start of play-in, so our stats aren't amazing coming into this. We need to pad these a little bit, you know, just going into knockouts. We want to look good. We want to look clean.
Yeah, they're doing that right now. You know, we came into this game and we expected Mad Lions with a distinct advantage up against Assure, but the way they've been playing, I mean, they're just like smashing every single opening, and Assure are giving them quite a few.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of openings here for the side of Mad Lions to take advantage of. They are now more than 6k gold ahead. It's literally going a K a minute right now. It's becoming ridiculous. You don't even need the Cassidy to scale. You don't need anything. You just have the gold right now.
Yeah, it's you're in a good spot.
I'm
gonna say
it's a full Blade of the Ruined King versus a Cull.
Don't forget about the pickaxe and the dagger as well. Okay,
yes.
you're not giving Samix enough credit. This guy's smurfing.
This guy is hard smurfing right now, and we're gonna see potentially another move in here onto the.
All right, hit him with the level 5 Braum.
Level 5 Braum, no way of getting out. There's the Impale. They just have so much damage to chuck on top of him. Pretty picking up his kill. Chosen One getting jumped on again. Savic's going to be the one to pick up that one. And oh, did he die? No, he doesn't. He uses the heal, but also has the resurrection.
And going to be looking to take down some turrets. This could be the fabled 15-plate early game, because they still haven't taken Herald. I think Blue Resort is starting that one up right now. Agenta's taking the Dragon, means they won't be able to reply with that. And with 10 plates down already, they could look to just walk that Herald into the mid lane and take them all.
I've only ever seen all 15 plates taken once, and it was in an NALCS game, so naturally, you know, that kind of level of play. But Rift Herald does go down. They trade it for a Cloud Drake, and it's going to be another Cloud Drake, so not even the kind of RNG you want.
Yeah, so I'll tell you about the 15-plate gank. Should be okay. He's going to get stunned up, though.
Stunned up. Does have to defuse the Force's Flash. Still getting a lot of damage onto him, but he's just got a lot. He can turn. They get the shutdown. The reset, he's out. They're able to kind of keep this one going a little bit. Yappa coming in, though, will be able to get resets off of this kill as well. They take down 2 for 1. Blue Resort has been subjugated, but Ardenta's just not really much you can do about get that Kaiser. Blue Resort gonna be able to pop the...
Chase him down, baby.
Yeah.
Let's go.
He can go for this. There's the Flawless Duet. Gonna give him another reset. Triple kill for Yappa. There's the Rift Herald. They want everything in the first 15 minutes.
They're going to get it all. Mad Lions have 10,000 gold lead. Mad Lions have 16 kills, a 10,000 gold lead, and are going to get all 15 turret plates. The only word that can be used to describe this game is
disgusting.
Yeah. It was going to be either, you know, disgusting, devastation, demolition, or just killing everyone.
Oh my god, another kill goes down. Rifty is still going strong. It's another chunk into the tier 2. I don't even think I need to play-by-play right now. I think it's just, you know, like, they're still going. They can honestly look for it. They are looking for the 18-minute win right now.
The only thing that I think Mad Lions could have done better
is not give away the first
No. I think you need to save the Rift Herald so it can dance when you take down the Nexus.
Honestly, that would have been the dream. We are potentially seeing a pre-15-minute inhibitor though taken. Mad Lions have dinner plans. They need to leave.
Zovalis is still level 5. He's on the flank, baby.
Oh, it's the flank coming in, but gets double bombed. They just grab everyone immediately. The Choga off the teleport goes in. The Glacial Fisher finally has the level 6, but it's just too little, too late. Double kill into the triple kill. Do we see another Penta? I don't even think he has time before the respawns come in.
I mean, Agentis is walking over to the tower, so it's not going to be the case. Yappa still flashing forward. Mad Lions, that is a pre-turret plate falling inhibitor.
Let's throw on the positives. Ensure can still take turret plates in 5 seconds. They won't, but they could. Hey, I don't even know what to draw from this.
So, no, let me tell you. Ensure, they got 2 turret plates. They got 1 in mid lane, they got 1 in bot lane. They got 2 kills, including a big shutdown on Cassin.
Hell
and
yeah.
they also have Cloud Drake, Now, when you take all of that in combination,
Along with a 12,000 deficit.
no,
goal.
no. I'm gonna need you to get out of here with your logic.
Okay.
Ensure runs so quickly because they have Cloud Drake. That's the only reason Mad Lions have been able to get so many kills in the early game. Because after the respawns come through, they actually get to the fights
running
faster.
too fast.
Exactly. So I think when Agentas went for the Cloud Drake, it was actually a huge mistake.
I agree. Honestly, I think, you know what? That logic is infallible.
Thank you.
It's
Thank you.
perfect. It's perfect logic. This is destruction, decimation,
Nice.
desperate.
Give me some more. Give me some more.
I don't even know what else to go for. They will pick up a tower, though, because they have the movement speed.
So there's like 4 people inside of their base right now is the only problem.
Minor issue, I feel.
Okay.
Minor issue. Nexus Surt's going to go down. This is honestly probably the quickest professional game that I've ever casted.
Yeah, I think there was a Mineski game in Season 3 at Worlds. It was like 17 minutes, but this is rather swift.
Yeah, I don't know what else to think about it. All of the Nexus turrets are gone.
triple bomb, baby.
That was a triple bomb that goes in. Mad Lions, honestly, just swiping the floor would ensure, and the Spanish Lions roar into a 15-minute and 38-second game. That was the best G2 cosplay I've seen all day. I honestly, I'm just going to throw it to break right now because I don't even know if we can talk anything about that. Anything to add? Anything to add before we go to break?
I guess, welcome me to the casting desk.
Yes.
That was a way to start it off. Mad Lions, that was quick.
What a baptism. You know what? GG Mad Lions, 3-0. They go through top of the group. That's gonna pad their stats very nicely going into quarterfinals.
Yeah, that's gonna skew things a bit.
That's gonna skew it just a little bit, and they go straight through there. Nothing changes in the knockouts as we look at the graphic, but again, 15 minutes and 35 seconds. Not really much else to say.
They were smurfing. They were smurfing.
That is the definition of smurfing right there.
And I think what I'm most curious about, looking forward towards the rest of the day is what team are they going to face? Because now that we know they are the first seed coming out of their group, what remains is those 3 last spots left to be taken.
Absolutely. Well, Mad Lions had fun and sure played their last game, and I think that's all I can really say about that on Twitch. So we're going to throw it to a break, and when we return, we're going to have the analysts break down that game.
Bounce out to 3,000, Selfmade jumps in, Selfmade gets it, and Mad Lions have bitten back.
Well, that was a game.
Was it?
I'm not sure, buddy.
Yeah,
That was a game. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk and the EU Masters. Positives that can be taken from this?
Mad Lions are very good.
Mad Lions now have, I believe, the quickest game in EU Masters history.
I want to
I
check
am
competitive
shocked.
history.
I am
really.
absolutely shocked.
It could be even competitive history.
I actually really want to check that.
I really don't want to spend too long here. I just like them, I want to get this over with pretty quickly. Good game from Mad Lions, certainly capitalized. Ensure definitely were making some questionable decisions. Don't think we need to really kind of cover it too much. Let's move on to the big game.
It was a ball kick to the Baltics.
Yeah. Yeah, yes it was.
Oh boy, you made me really squeaky there. All right.
Well, just like they probably were feeling after that. Anyway, let's move on to the next game. Rogue versus Misfits. This is the big game of the day. This is the one with the most direct impact in terms of who is making it out of Group C. Misfits, they have that win. They are 1-1. Rogue also 1-1. This is essentially deciding this team to go out second to Fnatic Rising. Rogue coming in, I think, is the favourites to this particular matchup, but Misfits could obviously surprise, bring their A game, and Rogue have not looked absolutely dominant.
I think it's quite fair to say that we haven't really seen Rogue's power here at the European Masters. They played versus Fnatic, they got counterpicked and kind of dismantled. They played versus Air Strengthen, and what we saw from Air Strengthen wasn't particularly too great either, so they kind of they completely smashed them. So I feel like this is the one where we really actually find out who is the better team in this group between Misfits and Rogue.
I mean, the big thing for me, right, is that we've seen a lot of Misfits throughout the play-ins, and I would have thought that they're looking rather inconsistent. When they win, they win quite convincingly. When they lose quite convincingly. And that's the same from what we've seen from Rogue, but Rogue have only done it for 2 games. And one of the people they lost to convincingly was Fnatic. So Rogue, I would say, have the higher potential in my eyes.
Let's take a look at the rosters now, and we can have a quick brief overview. This is the Rogue roster. Larson in the mid lane, Finn. Top lane Inspired, in jungle, Woolite and Vander rounding out the bot. A very, very good roster all round the Summoner's Rift areas. You can see, I think, Finn, a young talent coming in. He's had a split across the Spanish League, I believe, then moved over to Rogue in the Ultra League. Larson has essentially been called the best mid laner out of the LEC numerous times throughout my casting career. Inspired, a great jungler as well, and then Woolite and Vander don't really need any introduction. They've got a long storied history in competitive League of Legends.
Yeah, I think Larson is possibly the best mid laner in this whole tournament, maybe next to Magic Felix as well. So it was a little depressing to see the kind of matchup they had where you just picked like late game scaling Kale. So hopefully we see something a little bit more kind of like
something that
worthy
lanes
of the title he gets, because he is an incredible mid laner. I've been watching this guy for years. He's so good. So I'm going to be watching the mid lane in this game. I'm really excited to see Larson.
So have a look at the other side of the coin then, gentlemen. It's going to be Misfits Premier, Dan Obsessed, Leader, Neon and Heaver. Okay, Celtic. We've got the Larson Leader matchup. I think we've talked about this. I guess we'll talk about it in the future. Anything else that you're looking at here?
You see, for me, every time I take notes for Misfits, I do 2 things beside their names. I just put a giant question mark beside Leader and a giant question mark beside Heaver, because their play has just randomly swapped from looking pretty good, deciding a lot of key team fights, to, well, you're deciding a lot of key team fights, but for the other team. So I would like to see them step up in terms of consistency, in terms of finding those key engages for Heaver, and for Leader, if you're going to go for your, I mean, we'll just say tiny champ pool, at least make sure you get yourself a good matchup for it.
I'm actually quite excited to see the likes of Finn versus Dan. Dan has been a very impressive top laner. He's really shown up for his team, for Misfits. So I'm curious to see how he's actually going to kind of shape out in this game as well, because I feel like the solo laners have been big deciders in a lot of our games so far at the European Masters. So I'm pretty excited to see how Dan's going to kind of go toe-to-toe with Finn here.
What do you think about their styles? Because stylistically, we haven't seen much other than kind of Jarvan, really, you know, from the top side for Finn, whereas you've got Dan, a large breadth of both teamfight orientated and split push orientated champions.
That's where I think Misfits should go for. They should go for the 1-3-1, because I think, again, Leader, all of his champ pool seems to want to split push. Just let him do it. Lean into your strengths right now when the game means most. So I think go for that 1-3-1, give Dan the later pick as well, because as you said, it seems the Finn is consistently locking similar things, not really stretching that champion pool too much. Is a strong top laner, I'm not denying that, but I think Dan's the one who'd want to go for that later on 1v1.
I think another lane that I want to kind of hit on as well is this bot lane.
Neon and Hiva, you know, they're going up versus Woolite and Vander. These are two seasoned, experienced bot laners, both with LEC and LCS back at the time history. They've been around in the European Regional League since then as well, and they've been active players. Woolite made it to the finals of the first European
Illumina,
Masters.
yes.
For Illumina.
Yeah.
He's a bloody good bot laner. So, and like you said, Hiva can decide team fights either way.
He also made it to the finals, yeah.
Yes, but like I think like this is going to be a really exciting one because I think this is a big test for Neon and Hiva because they're going up versus some serious competition in that bot lane.
Well, we are going to be jumping into picks and bans as soon as they're ready. I believe they are just. And now coming up, so Rogue and Misfits jump into probably the most important part for Rogue, especially getting that draft right and trying to shut down Leader before he can get his hands on something he feels comfortable with.
And certainly after fumbling the draft against Fnatic, Rogue really want to fix this up, show that that was just kind of a flash in the pan, a mistake, and now show up against Misfits.
So the Yasuo ban coming through, that again, I'm looking to see whether Blummigan and Rogue choose to just target out his champ pool across those first 3 bans.
Yeah, I expect Leader just gets targeted out. They ban away the Akali. I'm really excited to see how these two coaches go up against each other because they are fairly well-known names. You got Blummigan, you got Jesus going kind of playing the mind games here before we even get onto the Rift. So like we said, we're expecting Leader just to kind of get targeted away, get Larson something that he can just smash him with because we know Larson is going to be the avenue to kind of crack Misfits open.
Yeah, I expect they might ban the Irelia here and then go for that first pick of the Rise. I think that makes the most sense based on what Rogue generally want to do. And it's also taking most of Leader's meta picks away.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't take Rise, they will take Rise on first rotation. So Rise definitely feels like it's going to be an absolute target pick for Rogue. Whether Misfits choose to ban that out as their final ban, that is the question. Because we know Larson's got an incredible Rise, and Misfits, yeah, there we go. So Misfits don't want to give that over. And now if you're Rogue, what are you worried about from Leader? You've got rid of probably 3 of his biggest champions. I mean, this, if we were to lock in Jarvan or Rek'Sai here, I would be fairly comfortable saying that's a nice opening to the blue side.
I think the Rek'Sai is the one I prefer seeing because it kind of locks you into the fact that you do have that stronger 1v1 to start. And I think the more proactive teams have generally been the ones that have been rewarded at this European Masters and I think deserve to be rewarded.
And it denies Obsess from that Rek'Sai. He's looked very good, but instant locks him for Misfits as they take the Talia and that Zed for Leader. Now, I actually feel like Larson could maybe pick something like the Vladimir up here. It's one of his comfort picks. He's so good at that pick. So I expect maybe something like that can come out, but then you can still technically flex it to Finn and then play out the rest of the draft from there.
I mean, there's funnier picks you can pick, like Malphite mid and such, things that are just specifically there to annoy Leader, but I would expect that they just go more standard meta and counter, as you said.
Yeah, I feel like you want to probably pick your mid laner before the bans come through, because then Leader might be trying to limit what Larson can play. It is obvious that Leader has to take this Zed, so we know that. We know that from what the Leader champion pool. What do you make about the Talia, though? That is not something that we've seen a lot of in this European Masters. Are we assuming this is Obsesses?
I'm actually really surprised we haven't seen more. Talia is very strong in competitive in general, in my opinion.
Hold up,
oh, that is the Pantheon Talia bot lane.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
There's a KL as well. This is quite an exciting draft, actually.
So this is the LCK Talia Pantheon bot lane. You want to bring something this spicy to a game, a best-of-1 game where it matters this much. Have Rogue got what it takes to deal with this?
What I will say for Misfits is that they were coming in as the underdogs. What better way in a best-of-1 to try just flip that around than go, we're just going to take something hyper-aggressive, and if it works, we just roll it.
Okay, so now Vander and Woolite have their, I guess, their odds stacked against them. They could technically go Taric Sona here, you know, and then just stick Galio top if you really wanted to.
Is an option.
That is genuine, or Galio mid and Kayle top. I mean, the Taric Sona has not been banned out by Misfits Premier, so...
If you go Taric Sona, you get destroyed in lane.
Yes, that's the idea behind it, right?
Pantheon Talia is just designed to
one-shot you. Didn't work for Griffin, though, right? So
yeah,
I don't think Rogue want to pick
They're not
Taric
against
Sona
SKT,
again.
though, are they?
It's true. It's true. Technically touted as the SKT of European Masters, though, with, by most people's estimations coming into this particular game.
All right, well, see what Misfits decide to go for here. They're looking for a top laner and a jungler at this point. So they go for the Sejuani. Gives a serious amount of engage because you kind of throw in, throw out the Mola, and then everyone just kind of pile drives in from there.
You also need a front line, right? Fact is, you have no tankiness yet in your comp, and now this gives Dan a little more freedom in what they want to pick in the jungle, or in what they want to pick in the top lane. It means you can actually counterpick the top lane as well.
which is quite nice for you.
I love the Civet, actually. If they lock this in, because you just spell shield the point and click from the Pantheon, you can kite back with the ulti as well later. You've got the Galio standing in front of you as your kind of meat shield. So I actually quite like the Civet as they do lock that in.
The Sivir is the safest thing you can take, but at the same time, that blocks one spell. You are getting spells constantly thrown at you here by Misfits. So that's the real danger in this comp. That's the real danger from the Pantheon Taliyah specifically.
It's
what I'm looking forward to seeing.
It's a lot of scaling from Rogue again. They've got a hyper scaling here versus a composition which I think spikes much earlier.
Yes,
I'm looking at Misfits and thinking genuinely if they can take control of this early mid game, Rogue are struggling. And then if Rogue don't make it out of groups, what an upset that would be.
That would be a massive upset. We even see the Nico get locked in, so that's going top for Dan. Gives him something we can split push on, but no, yeah, because they've got the Zed. So yeah, Dan's going to take that Nico. I'm wondering whether or not Larson or Finn swap at this point. I'd really like to see Larson on the Vladimir. I love his Vladimir, but I can understand.
The problem is they're both terrible matchups for KO in most instances, right? Both Zed. I mean, I think once you're 6 for KO, you can negate a lot of the damage, but they're still both not great matchups.
I think that's it, but you want to take the Zed into the you want to take the KL into the Zed because it's a specific kind of matchup. Because historically it was just we go ult for ult every time, and then I just get to farm up.
At 20 seconds, I was about to hold my hands up and think, what? So it will be the Taliyah Pantheon bot lane. It will be Leader playing his Zed. I'm worried about Rogue. I'm very worried about Rogue. There's a lot of scaling here, and there isn't much kind of get-out clause.
The one thing I'll at least say is they do have a way to push some of those waves. With the likes of the Sivir and such, they can push into the Taliyah Pantheon, but they're under a lot of pressure.
I've got to push you, gents. This is a tough one. Misfits or Rogue?
It's really hard. You know what? I'm going to go for Misfits.
I much prefer Misfits draft. I'm leaning towards Misfits.
Just for the sake of spice, and I put Rogue coming out of this group, I'm going to say Rogue. But I genuinely think Misfits may have found a kryptonite here. I'm going to hand it up to our casters, BP and Ender. This should be juicy.
We're just getting all the fun games today.
This is awesome.
This is awesome. So immediately, obviously, the big elephant in the room, the Taliyah and the Pantheon bot lane. Tell me, why are teams going for this? It did not work for Griffin.
Yeah, so this is actually a thing that originated in Korea Challenger League, and then we saw it in the finals with Griffin trying to play it. Basically, the idea behind it is that you have so much kill threat, and it's very easy to execute on. So the way you play it is Pantheon takes W, that's a point-and-click CC on the spell, and then immediately after that comes through, you have the knockback from
the seismic show.
Exactly. You put that, and it's a lot of burst damage, especially in the early laning phase. It means there's heavy kill threat in the 2v2. Gank setup is going to be very good as well. And then once you get your lead, you can use the double global combination to try and spread that around the rest of the map.
Ah, very good. So obviously, if it gets ahead and if it gets going, it can be very, very good. Unfortunately, there is that big asterisk of if it gets ahead, and if it goes behind, we have seen, obviously, in LCK, if you have watched the finals, it just doesn't look that good.
Yeah, and on the other side, there's a whole lot of scaling here for Rogue. I will say in the draft, it was clever what Misfits did, because they very clearly wanted to go for this strategy. Their first two bans were Morgana and Tahm Kench. Spell Shield is no fun, and then the Devour also stops this heavy kill threat bot lane from working. Now, with Woolite having the Spell Shield as well as the Cleanse, it's going to make it a lot more difficult for this bot lane to take off.
Well, let's see who is going through as the number 2 seed from Group C, the Group of Death. One of these teams will die at the hands of the other. Misfits Premier, Rogue Esports Club. And I'm excited. I'm super excited because, you know, we talked about it a little bit. We talked about it a lot on the desk. Rogue came in as the favorite as the tournament. Misfits Premier came through the play-ins, and now we're looking at it. It's win or lose, go through or don't.
Which is such a surprise because Rogue came into their game yesterday in Fnatic, and we thought, well, Rogue should be able to take this, but they had a huge flaw in their draft. They went so hard in the late game scaling that the Fnatic rolled them over early on. Well, this draft is looking oddly reminiscent of that. You have Kayle, you have Vladimir, you have Sivir, once again against heavy early game, and that could be tough. Now watch for the invade, because Hiva can take W at level 1, which is a lot of CC if they want to try to go for this, because Taliyah does so much damage as well.
I like this as well. They're kind of not immediately pushing in. They just want to try and see exactly what they can get. It's going to be a red buff start for the Rex side, but not solo like we normally see.
Yeah, so Neon, he'll be able to skill the Q for some quick burst damage and then use the surfing to get on out of there. He doesn't actually go for the trade, which is a little surprising. He didn't know exactly what the pathing was going to be from Rogue, but they're actually just going to step up very far in front of this wave and zone, because notice the itemization. It's a Spell Thief's Edge for Neon. He's not looking to farm in this lane. It's the same idea as Sona Taric, where he's going to be harassing with his Q, making money that way until he can finish stacking his support item.
And we do actually see it is the spear that is taken by Hiva Q, so he's actually just looking for early game poke. Like you said, just get that shredded volley on top of the poke, just keep being a nuisance for this Sivir.
Right, and when he does hit level 2 and gets access to the stun, you'll also see he's taking the Aftershock as well. So Pantheon is a historically very squishy champion, and especially when you're looking for a lot of these early all-ins, having the electric or the Aftershock as opposed to something like the Electrocute is going to make those trades into 2v2s a lot easier for Misfits.
Misfits definitely playing a dangerous game, but like we said, if it works, it can be so difficult to be able to kind of deal with it on the side of Rogue. But Rogue, like we said, heavy favorites. They have two guys who were in the LEC actual teams during the regular split. They should have the experience to be able to deal with something like this.
Yeah, they certainly have the player strength and the history of doing well in their regional leagues to be able to make this work. Now, level 2 Sejuani, they just want to push them under the tower.
Yeah, there's the taunt going in. It's a 3-man taunt. They're going to jump straight in. There's the cleanse away. Woolite spell shields, very nicely done. And actually, it's upset. Going down. The dive goes awry, and it's Rogue who get the first blood.
It's a really rough dive right there. Woolite having the cleanse and the spell shield works wonders. Now Hiva gets bursted out there with the taunt nearby the tower. Very nicely done.
That is not what you wanted if you're a Misfits fan. Already you're seeing the scaling Sivir, the thing that will just bring you into that late game with a team fight ricochets, getting that first blood. Honestly, probably the worst thing that could have happened.
Yeah, it's tough too, because you see the play and you see the theory from Misfits, and I actually think it's really, really good. One thing we didn't get to touch on at all was Pantheon's passive, the block, right? So when you stack up and cast enough spells, you get the block, as well as when you cast your W on an enemy, you also get that, and it blocks tower shots, especially in the early game when it does so much damage. That spell is absolutely busted for turret dives. The issue was they weren't able to quickly burst Woolite out because of the cleanse, and that ended up making it so once Hiva dropped turret aggro, Obsess took it over and was taken down with just 2 hits.
You see, not exactly what Misfits want, but obviously First Blood not as massive as it used to be. A long time ago it got nerfed, and it's not as impactful of, oh, we lost First Blood, let's just leave this game. So definitely still opportunities for the spot lane to try and capitalize on it.
Yeah, so we will be tracking Obsessed, because I think you almost have to revisit this bottom lane in the near future. Again, you expect Neon and Hiva to have early lane pressure in this 2 versus 2, and now without the cleanse, it makes it a little bit easier to jump onto Woolite. If you can use one of your CC spells to stop that, you can hit him with the other.
And I'm actually, because we had so much, focus put onto this Taliyah and Pantheon bot lane, we actually never really got to talk about any of the other lanes. And something that kind of struck me is that Nico locked in for Dandan into Vlad. That split push will be very, very effective for Misfits going into that kind of mid-game.
Yeah, Dandan on the Nico is going to be doing a lot of good work, and I think what Misfits composition does overall is a really solid 1-3-1. Check this out, flash forward, TP behind!
TP behind is coming in, he just flashed in with the taunt, excuse me, that's the first kill going down. Vander now needs to get the hell out of here. There's going to be the flash in, it's going to be picked up there straight away, but it's a 2-for-1 trade. TP's being traded back and forth. Rogue, Finn have joined the fight, and they should be able to get this kill onto Dandan. The red buff is just slowing him down. Finn goes in, it's a double kill for the Sivir. It is disaster for Misfits, and Rogue are just tearing apart this pick comp.
Inspired, knew exactly where he had to be. He was waiting behind, knew the gank was coming, and was able to shut that down. That is a disaster here for Misfits. They were looking to snowball, and Inspired was just able to tell them, no, that is not going to be happening today.
You can see they had the snowball at the bottom of the hill. They were like, this would be a good starting point. Just as they turn around, a big old avalanche is coming down, and Rogue is just looking so scary. They got to try and something different right now. I feel like this, this early game, their plan, their kind of, idea to get this bot lane ahead, it's just not going to work now.
Yeah, it's really rough, and Misfits' composition is one that needs to be ahead to succeed. We're seeing this one more time. It's a flash forward from Hiva. It looks good, but actually Vander swaps around. He flashes forward to get the taunt to immediately kill Neon, and even though the TP comes in from Dandan, the fact that Inspired was already there meant that he was able to turn it around. It's a Rek'Sai with fully stacked Conqueror, still has the flash because it was Misfits committing to the fight, so he's able to use that to pick off Dandan on the other side for just a complete shutdown of this play.
Action does never end, as we
Here's
see
Inspired.
there. Inspired is back down here. Neon in a lot of trouble. Hiva has the back away. I think Hiva's just going to go for this. He has Ignite, but the flash is there, and it's just all going to hell. You have a 0-4 bot lane at 6 minutes. This just hasn't worked.
It has not worked at all. Oh man, this is tough. This is tough because honestly, I love comps like Misfits run and I want to see it work because the theory behind it is great, but they keep pushing too far. And with Inspired now just permacamping bot lane, you know that this duo wants to keep pushing, so keep on coming down, then you're just going to pick up free kills.
That is a 100% kill participation as well on the server. You have 3-0-3. I don't even know where you start to begin with, you know, what Misfits need to change up right now. They obviously are hard committing, and you can kind of tunnel vision on that sometimes, even when it goes wrong.
Yeah, so if we try to, you know, slow things down a bit for Misfits, because at this point, I feel like they almost have to, you know that your solo lanes are very strong, especially by themselves isolated in a 1-3-1. Dan will beat either Finn or Larson. Same thing from Leader. With the Ignite, you can beat the Vladimir in the 1v1. I think you're going to have pressure against the Kayle as well, even though her ultimate makes it harder to get kills. So focus on those now. Let your bot lane hit level 6, and then once that happens, you can look for the ults to roam around and potentially help out your team later on in the game.
The team fight you have from Rogue as well, and the split pushing, as I say that though, Inspired, just going to basically keep Dan at arm's length, make sure Finn can reset this wave properly.
Yeah, they just got hard baited by the W there from Dan, the clone, running on forward. Now, Obsess is just going to cover Dan as he tries to push out this wave on the top side. And the only unfortunate thing for him is he's not going to have control of his Scuttle Crabs. It's going to be a pretty easy pickup for Inspired.
You're going to lose control a little bit of that top side river, as you can see decent vision for the side of Rogue. Thank you, observers. You see a little ward there. Will die very soon, so they know exactly what's going on. Trying to transfer the blue buff now over to Larson. And Rogue, they're going to feel pretty good, but it's not over yet. It's only a 2,000 gold lead. They still need to scale. They have a lot of scaling, but they also need to be very, very careful, like you said, of the assassination potential that you have got on the side of Misfits.
Yeah, you just have to, you know, watch out for that. Now, Obsess is making his way bottom lane. There's no vision spot around. There's no spell shield on Woolite. Obsess can use the ult.
He has got the ult. He lands a cleanse, though, immediately. And Vander has been so damn good with these taunts. He's just been incredible. Hiva will not go down. Vander will be shut down. Misfits finding themselves a silver line.
It's such an important play here by Obsess to find the pocket of vision that he could slip through and to get a kill in this bottom side. Now, a lot was spent to make that happen, but this is going to have to continue to come through from Misfits if they want to turn things around.
Finn already starting to feel the burn from this on-hit Nico, and it's definitely a very, very annoying lane to go into.
Yeah, I mean, he's down 35 CS at the moment with the turret plate falling off as well. Nice knockback, but Neon tanks it. He has to heal.
That was very close. Neon looked like he was doing a pretty decent move. Leader, just you already used a shadow, but had a feeling he should probably back away.
Yeah, no flash on Inspired for just a few more seconds, so it's going to be hard to make the gank work out. That being said, I would not be surprised to see him revisit this bottom side. Now that he knows Neon committed everything to get that last kill, Inspired has the tools, especially with Rogue pushing up now on this bottom side, to be comfortable that there won't be any wards he would be seen crossing on.
Level 6 is starting to be hit across the board now. We see, you know, a couple of big team fight ones specifically from the side of Rogue, but like you said, the global ones coming in for Misfits, and that's where they can potentially look for some pick comps at this extended laning phase.
Yeah, so if we, like, look forward 10-15 minutes, the way that both these teams want to... All right, I'm going to have to hold that. Flash forward on Hiva.
Flash forward, taunt in. Hiva trying to just run away, but he will not be able to get anywhere except for into a gray screen. Inspired now does have the ultimate, uses it incredibly well. Double kill for this Sivir. That's going to be 5 kills for Woolite. And it's just, this bot lane just hasn't worked. I think we can categorically say it just hasn't worked.
Yeah, I think a wise man once said that Rek'Sai would gank bottom lane immediately upon them returning to lane because Neon had no summoner spells, and that's exactly what happened right there. There was 3 turret plates as well. It's really tough because when you look at this duo, it's one that obviously can snowball very effectively, but when it gets put into the ground, it really looks terrible. Now Misfits are in complete damage control. They drop the Herald, and with Leader in the area, they're setting up for the dive.
They're trying to go for something. Hemoplague actually misses, so the Ignite is going to tick down, and that's Leader picking himself up a kill. That was the assassination. You need to be so careful on the side of Rogue. They're not 100% out of the woods yet.
Yeah, they've got the Herald up top lane too, so they will pick up the first turret of the game. Gold lead not too far away, just about 600 at the moment. Misfits have realized, let's just give up on the bottom lane entirely. They know the top side of Rogue needs a lot of time to scale up, so they can use this pressure to get some money back.
And the thing is that it's not even that much of a gold lead right now. It's less than 1,000. So despite the 8 kills, despite everything else, and that's only going to be 2 towers into the top side for Dandan, that's pretty significant. This split push, this 1-3-1 we talked about could also be a thing, and they can't really take this dragon 100%.
Yeah, because Obsess and Leader have the opportunity to walk down here. Inspired does have a tunnel to try and escape if he needs it, but here comes the man drop. They're going to force him out.
They're going to force him out, and he can't come back into this either, and that's going to be great.
TY for Leash.
I was just about to hold my breath because I was like, if that Boomerang Bride steals it, I'm going to eat my words. But Misfits get 2 towers, the dragon, and a kill. That's a great response.
This is just really interesting to see because Rogue have to wait on the scaling. Now Vander, it's 3v3.
Yeah, but Neon taking so much damage on the backside, so it might as well be a 2v3. And oh, no! Hiva, the TPs are coming in. They cannot be cancelled. Now Hiva is ignited. He will go down. There is the ultimate from Sejuani. Dandan flashed away, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. Already starting off this fight. Larson is there, but he's not in range. 1-for-1, Misfits will take it.
Oh man, Hiva gets betrayed by his teammate, but ultimately it is a 1-for-1. Misfits able to keep it up, even in this bottom. Their bottom lane is 0-7. Oh man, but they're still able to get one back.
And the thing is as well, like, you know, we're obviously looking at Woolite, who has got these 100% kill participation still, is, you know, the 100% front carry for this team as of this right moment in time. But if he gets caught, if he is killed, that's a huge amount of your gold gone on the side of Rogue. They need to be so careful that they do not get him assassinated by Zed.
Yeah, luckily they have tools like the Galio to try and peel him. Kale as well on the team. See this? Neon actually just gets double crit by Woolite on the bot side. He's zoned away, but he's still alive. So when Hiva gets betrayed, Inspired used his ultimate to follow, which I think may be a bit of a mistake here. He can't use that to dodge away from the damage because Neon just absolutely blows him up once he drops down from that ulti.
And you have 2 kills onto this Zed. A Youmu's, a Bork, you're getting some items onto it. It's not the end of the world, Misfits. They can still draw this back. And we're still pre-14 minutes. There's still places to be taken for the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, so what Misfits should be looking to do in the future is put the Talia Pantheon mid lane to have that global support for the solo lanes in the side. But for now, Inspired once again in the bottom lane. He does not have his flash, but neither does Hiva.
Hiva doesn't have his. Neon does have his, though, so they've got to feel like this is coming. They've got to feel like with the Galliot, yep, there it is. Big War goes in. Nicely done by Hiva. Fool me 3 times. Shame on me.
Yeah, there was actually a nice move, too, because Leader, while Misfits Duo was trying to push up, he had started walking down. He was about halfway through the river. Now they're just going in.
Hiva has no flash. A heal has to be used straight away. There's the on the hunt use, but good zoning there from Neon means they're not able to push in further.
Everyone's running down here. Misfits on a beeline for that bottom side. Leader as well, trying to make it happen. All the while, Dandan has his 1v1. Again, it feels like these games are just getting onto inhibitor towers very early into the match.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Dandan really putting the team, you know, Dandan Leader right now, we talked about before the strong solo lanes, they're putting this team on their back and saying, we can make this work, don't worry, just do not die anymore, please.
Yeah, which is surprising because you look at names like Finn and Larson, you expect them to be the power in this Rogue composition, but with the way they drafted, they were not given the tools to succeed in the 1v1. So while mid lane has gone roughly even in terms of CS, top lane, with the attention of Obsess early, is getting smashed.
Yeah, and Finn trying to bait this one out. There is a red buff there for Dandan, but 3 people have arrived. He's just going to try and go straight in on top of the Vladimir. Not really going to be able to get in. There's a divine intervention. Dandan will fall. Just flew a little bit too close to the sun there.
Yeah, Dandan's been pushing up for a very long time without getting the proper vision to see Larson walking over. Now, Misfits will get some damage down mid. If they can proc the Demolish, they would lock down that turret, but without Dandan on the map, they can't make it happen.
Dandan just needs to be careful of that, you know, if people are missing, just to kind of go, maybe I should back up. You have the red buff, yes, but you're not 100% ahead. And We're looking into this mid-game, coming up to about 16 minutes, and we're actually at a dead even right now. There is the spell shield coming in, Ignite drop down onto Wall Light, but it's a 3 people onto the Zed, shut down. Obsessed and Kiva just weren't in position to join in, and that's going to be a pretty damn easy kill.
Okay, leader?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're trying to do.
He lives and dies by the sword.
There's a Galio right next to the Sivir, tries to make it happen, but Woolite does quite a bit of damage. They're able to turn around pretty easily.
And Hiva actually backs away from Inspire. Inspired flashes in. There's the Galio ultimate as well, but a potential blast cone away, but Inspired able to use the Void Rush to keep him on top. So we're going to go back down to the bot lane. They're looking to try and take out Larson. There is the flash out of him, so he hasn't got that left. There's the Divine Intervention going down, stunned up, and that's going to be Obsessed picking that one up, and here comes the rest of Rogue. Can Misfits disengage? There's no real flash engages coming in from Inspired, and they're going to back away, effectively a 1-for-1.
If there's one thing I love about the game, it's how fast these teams are willing to play it. Whether it's Misfits just all-inning bot lane again and again, and it not working all the time necessarily, or Rogue, even with the late game scaling, trying to find plays themselves. It is paying off. It is fun to see here. It's a very loose game, I feel like, but at the same time, you know, it's delivering an excitement at least.
It is, and so far today, myself and you have had the most exciting of games.
Yeah.
And, you know, fast pace is all what we're about, but let's bring it back down, let's bring it back in with them respective. Everyone's starting to reset. We're starting to see, you know, the lanes become that little bit shorter, vision not as, you know, perfect anymore. What's the next move for both sides? What do Rogue want to happen, and what does Misfits want to happen?
Well, it's interesting because I think I've been speaking from the perspective of Misfits for a lot of this game because they're the team that has to be proactive. So that's the team I'm always going to hone in on, and you'll see now they have Nico and Zed in side lanes so they can split and use the global pressure to potentially collapse. That being said, with how strong Sivir is at the moment, that means Rogue are always going to have control and priority in this mid lane, which gives them first move on objectives like the Dragon. So it's going to be a battle between Rogue trying to group up and force around objectives, maybe try to take down some turrets because we haven't seen them do that just yet, while Misfits are trying to play this side lane game and abuse the pressure in the 1v1s.
As you said, the 1-3-1 has been activated, but the team fight very much belongs to Rogue. See now, as we come up to the 18-minute mark, exactly which either team goes with right now. It's a Cloud Drake, so not the most highest of priority right now. Still good to get, but you don't want to risk anything for it.
No, you don't. Now, bot lane Inspired was seen on this ward, so Dan giving up some ground in this lane. They're really trying to make it work. You know, they don't expect to have a ward in the lane, and the one thing they do have to consider is that if Inspired sticks here for long enough, players like Hiva and Obsess are going to be able to make it down here. The globals mean that any play on a side laner could be really dangerous.
Not only that, it also means that Leader is free to know that he's just not going to be pressured by this, you know, this Rek'Sai as of right now. Ward has been spotted. Obsess is here, like we talked about. They can make a play towards this bot side having the full vision. They're going to see him now in the scuttle. That's going to be Cloud Drake, pretty much taken by Rogue. I don't think the side of Misfits want to contest.
Yeah, one thing we're always going to have to keep track of is teleport timers, especially on the Rogue side, because Larson went for teleport himself, whereas Leader didn't on the other side. So especially when it's very bot-focused at the moment because there is a dragon up, because Leader doesn't have TP, Misfits have to be very careful if they look for an engagement around this bottom side, and it's going to have to be some pretty big investments from Rogue if they're looking to make a play themselves.
Xander is here. They're just going to fully commit now to try and get this tower. We'll get it. First tower of the game going for Rogue at 19.5 minutes. Leader pretty confident knowing where everyone else is, able to push up further and further.
Yeah, so Rogue, they can get a lot of things done just by moving around as a four-man unit. You know, bring Sivir anywhere you want her to be. If you need a tower, just have her roll up, because with Galio next to her, with a Kayle next to her as well, Misfits cannot assassinate her, and that makes it almost impossible for their composition to team fight. If they don't have pressure in the side lanes and they can't split up Rogue, it is going to be very difficult for them to get any more ground. So you see them push, and it looks great, right? You know, they've got pressure, but now the question is, can they actually transition that pressure into turret damage, into a tower, into a solo kill in the side lane? Until they can do that, the game will stall out on their end, and the Sivir will continue to get stronger and stronger and stronger. She's already got a 2,500 gold lead over Neon.
You could also look at that and twist it. Dan has a similar lead, actually 3,000 gold in the top side. So it is very much a tale of two sides. You got Rogue doing incredibly well on the bot side, whereas Misfits, they're relying on Dan right now.
Yeah, the difference is Dan's damage in a team fight compared to a Vladimir in a team fight is going to be a very big difference, especially once, you know, a Rabadon's death cap comes through from the Vladimir. So there's always going to be this ticking time bomb from Rogue that says, you know, at 4 items, we just automatically win every single team fight. I think it actually probably comes sooner than that for this composition. But at the same time, even if this game were to go 40-45 minutes, and if there's not a neutral objective on the map that Misfits have to fight over, like the Baron, they can be very comfortable just avoiding engagements altogether.
We did see their leader and Obsessed looking for something. They actually have an okay vision control towards that bot side, and it's very dark for the side of Rogue. And one auto attack did 1/3 of the damage. As we see now, Skyfall coming in. Leader is coming off the back of this as well. Vander does get caught up, but there is a flash for him if he needs it. They're forced to back away. There's the ultimate use onto Woolite as well. He gets Divine Intervention. Bot lane does get taken down off on the side. Looks like Misfits just wanted to force some ultimates, force some people to come in. They do get the TP from Larsa.
I am so surprised Misfits wanted to make that play. 4v5 without the Nico there. They're able to disengage it though, and that is one weakness they're sort of exploiting. Because they went on to Galio and he's the primary engage for this team, Rogue weren't able to turn that around after it looked like they were winning the fight. They didn't have the CC and the utility in order to make that happen.
Yeah, and they actually got a turret and half damage as well down onto that bot side. Neon now potentially going to get caught out here. He is dead. That is a Conqueror, Black Cleaver Rek'Sai, and I feel like Neon's just really not realizing just how far behind he is right now.
Give him a break. He's a support to Leah. Don't you see his items?
I see the Luden's Echo, but with that pick, it is going to mean that the mid lane turret does fall. That's a lot of, you know, potential opening. There's the Galio ultimate.
I don't know about that one, buddy.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure with that one. A bit over-eager. Felt like they caught Hiva out of there. Knew he had no flash from the last engagement. Just a little over-eager, and you can see both these teams feeling pressure right now. Like we said, this has huge implications for both these sides. Your LEC sister teams, and you're both very, you know, facing down the barrel of elimination to the EU Masters.
Yeah, I mean, losing this game, you're done. We never get to see you play again until your next tournament. That's months away. You win, you go to the knockout stages, you have a chance to eventually make it to that live final if you are able to turn things around. Yet, I think one thing we will notice from Rogue in this game as we continue to get later and later is a bit of frustration. And I think we saw it there with the Galio play, because it is hard with this composition to start off a fight. You know you're going to win the 5v5 if Misfits run into you, but they don't have the really strong traditional tank front line, and they don't have, you know, excess utility to throw at the side of Misfits in order to find the engagements that they're really looking for.
The game has really slowed down right now. It's kind of been a turret here, a turret there. Both teams kind of picking up some small little advantages, but the gold is pretty much even as of this moment in time. So no one really gaining any huge advantage. But like you said, the Sivir, the Vlad, the Kayle, they just scale so damn well into that late game. So the longer this goes, the worse it is. And that's an on the hunt used?
Yeah, they're really trying to put a lot into punishing the side lanes. Again, they have some tools. It's really hard to find their mark. You know, the on the hunt is used, they rotate, they come back mid lane. It's fine because, again, they want to find it. And it's not like Misfits are going to punish them for not having the on the hunt. Again, the way that these compositions play is very interesting. Man, I don't mind going deeper into it because there are very different theories behind what you are trying to do. You know, Misfits, they're playing this game of inches. It's all about slowly whittling down your opponent, but Inspired just smashing Inspired. That's a solo kill.
That is potentially a solo kill, but the Edge of Night is huge, and oh, the outplay! That was Leader at his best.
Oh my god, I did not believe in it. Just at the last second, getting the spell shield. Incredible.
Slow motion replay, please, observers. We need that right now because that was so clutch.
I honestly thought Leader had no chance there. Inspired got the ultimate to come through, but man, very nicely done, and that's the kill that means so much because now Dan, you know, he knows there's no Rek'Sai. He can push down here and hopefully get onto that tower. It's a major break for Misfits.
That is exactly what you're expecting from your star mid laner, and we have questions about Leader. We had questions about, let's have a look at this.
Knocks him up, auto, has it procced, and then look, oh, he's channeling it, it comes up. There's nothing that you can do if you're Inspired. and then there's 5 people with point-and-click CC on you. There's just no chance.
Oh, as we say that though, Dan forced the flash away, but the boomerang's enough, and that's a shutdown onto the Sivir, who now has 3 items.
Oh man, 6-0 and 6 here for Woolite. Rogue still attempting to punish these side laners. Leader doesn't have the ultimate just yet, but he's able to steal away the wolves. That's just a little in your face here for Inspired, who just got outplayed.
Again, this game, very, very tense as of this moment and time. Both teams, you can see the frustration. They know what they need to do. They just need to be able to be patient for the opportunity. That top lane kill onto the Rek'Sai was definitely an outplay, and I think that adds to frustrations from the side of Rogue. They know they're so far ahead, or they feel like they're so far ahead, but they just can't make it work.
Yeah, it's one of the things that this team can do, you know, especially now that we're 26 minutes into the game, is just walk over to Baron, because when it comes to 1-3-1 versus 5v5 types of compositions, Baron is the ultimate equalizer. If you're playing for team fights, you walk to the Baron, and all of a sudden the split push can't occur, because Baron is such a powerful objective that if you start that one up, Misfits must come to you. They must contest. They have to call off the split push entirely and try to 5v fight you. And we know that Misfits already want that to happen. If you can force the enemy team to walk into you, it puts them in a very good position. So in order to make that play around the Baron happen, what you have to do is it starts with control over mid, then vision control in river, then push it into the enemy jungle, and then start that thing up. The struggle with that is that they're always working on a clock because these side lanes are getting so much done.
Exactly, and on the other side, if you get the Baron on top of Misfits, your 1-3-1 is...
Oh, the game's over.
It's over. Yeah, the game is over. You cannot stop it on the side of Rogue. You have to go for a last-ditch effort to really just try and get a 5v5 out of something, or a 5v3, and hope you kind of come out of it on top. But like you said, there's so much pressure coming out from the Zed, the Nico, just being able to put so much in. And despite your bot lane going 1-9, you're still very much in this game.
You definitely are. Dan doing so much. Pantheon on the way.
Pantheon is here. Finn forced to use the Hemo Plague and use the ultimate to see if he can get out of this, but unfortunately Hiva went far too close, far too quickly. Good seismic shove, but Neon don't want to bring them closer to you, buddy. You need to push them away. But that gives opportunity to the leader. He's going to crack open the base.
Yeah, it was a disastrous play for Misfits on the bottom side of the map, but the turret does go down. Unfortunately, it's not an inhibitor, but now Rogue, we're going to be looking at them to walk straight over towards the Baron and start that up, I think.
The scary thing is, though, Obsess is still alive, so you are potentially still looking at a 50-50. Smite is not quite available for Inspired. They are going to try and set it up straight away. There is a ward just here to the left, as you can see. They have got teleport on Nico. They're going to see if they can go for something. Obsess, he needs vision, but they're going to take a little bit more time to try and kill this.
Yeah, it's really hard. Leader is waiting on the side. If he can jump in and assassinate someone, it would be great. But with Kayle there, it becomes almost impossible. It must be the 50-50.
They have to try and go for Obsess, trying to go for something. Does throw out the ultimate, but they're going to be able to just layer everything on top of him. He actually gets out, just about to try and delay it a little bit more. Obsess, he's alive! He's still not dead. He's still able to keep going, and they've reset it, and Dandan's on the inhibitor.
Yeah, look at this. Dandan is still pushing, and Rogue committed 5 people onto this Sejuani. It is a massive blunder from Rogue. They're able to get another kill, but it's the bases that are being stopped. They can't stop this push.
They can't stop the push, and the Sivir is dead, and now Leader goes in. This could be huge for Misfits, and it's Inspired as well. What is this game? Neon gonna get taken down as well as Finn goes in. He's trying to get as much damage as he possibly can down. Leader not able to kill him off. This game, I don't even know what to think about it anymore.
I mean, it's absolutely unreal, right? Misfits were in a position where they should have been beaten. Rogue got the picks onto Neon and to Hiva. They had forced Obsess out of the pit. He used his flash and his dash to leave, but they turned. It's a massive miscommunication. It's a terrible call from Rogue as they pull off of the Baron while the split push is occurring. That very well could have just lost them the game.
And it's the fact that it's the furthest lane from the Baron as well. Like, it's so difficult to hold that from there as well. And this is something that we expect to see from top teams as well. When the moment comes, the clutch decision, Misfits, they didn't flinch. They knew exactly what they needed to do. And Rogue, they tunnel visioned on the Sejuani. They were like, if we kill the Sejuani, we can take the Baron, no 50-50. But it took so long. The Baron reset. They didn't even get her. And then it was just delay, delay, delay. Misfits, they may not feel on top, but right now they're looking at.
Yep, they're in a very good position now, but it's Rogue not living in the past. They have major breakpoints for this team. Level 16 has been achieved on Vladimir and Kayle, 2 of the best champions to have that level 16 upgrade on. You have triple item on Kayle. Make no mistake, while Misfits stopped the Baron and got an inhibitor, they are still only up 1,500 gold. They should lose team fights up against this late game scaling 5 versus 5 composition. But all the while, Dan will be hovering, looking for the push. But now Larson Inspired, they spotted him.
They've spotted him out. He has got flash, but a nice route there. Inspired still looking for it, but the Bork going to keep him safe. And as you can see, knowing that information, yes, the Weaver's Wall does go down, but Misfits, they move into this Baron pit. They make sure it's not fully envisioned of Rogue right now. Both these teams playing as they should be. Everything is on the line right now.
Yeah, and I have to say, playing this game, I feel like, is difficult now from the side of Misfits because it's not immediately obvious what their next move is. Again, going to Baron is not easy. Leader getting chased down by Larson.
This could be a huge bait, though, as Obsess is jumping in. They're going to jump it straight away. Just bait out 2 key ultimates from Rogue, and that I feel like the Leader wanted.
Yeah, they even got the on the hunt from Woolite as well, so that's a major break now for Misfits. So what this team is trying to do, they're going to keep Dan in the bottom lane. Even though the inhibitor is gone, the reason they do this is because he's so strong in the 1v1, they can't start Baron, and they have the global, so they can always look for support, but Hiva gets caught.
Hiva does get caught. He will get resurrected.
Look at this. Dan is teleporting to the Baron. Misfits, they're losing their support, but they're making the immediate call to start this up. But there's a follow TP by Larson. He's going to have a disgusting flank. He will lose the Baron, but they must look for the fight.
They need to go for it right now. Baron goes down. Finn is there. He's going to immediately have to go into the pool, though, because Leader has gotten so much damage straight away with the death mark. He will fall. He will fall for his team. They get themselves the Baron right now. They're trying to just disengage, but Obsess misses the ult, or excuse me, the ulti Q over the wall.
They're
Inspired
all
takes a
dead.
look. Larson trying to go in on top of this, has to use Divine Intervention again. Neon will be forced to give up his life. Only 2 Barons taken for Misfits. Rogue, they got the kills, but they're still behind.
It's so important, though, that Dan held on to the Baron buff. It's massive. It doesn't matter that they lose kills. Look, the gold is just about dead on even. Misfits, they know they lose the 5v5, so just getting out with whatever they could, given that situation when they lost the support, was absolutely perfect from them. And now, without Baron on the map, without that objective on the top side, Dan is no longer confined to the bottom lane, where there's no inhibitor for him to really put into contention. Instead, top lane, that has already been left exposed from Leader's push early, is going to be his next point of attack.
Infernal will be the prize, though, for Rogues. They get a nice buff in stats for the Sivir, for the Rek'Sai. A lot of their comp can use those extra ability power and AD. And like you said, Nico going towards that top side. Dan hasn't got really any vision as of right now, so he's just going to wait to see who pops up where.
Misfits with the Baron. Obsessed was the other member to keep it, so mid lane priority should be very easy to hold on to. Rogue just looking to try and force here. Hiva is always the target, the poor support Pantheon. He's died 8 times in this game, but it doesn't matter. Even though Misfits have died so many times, they still have the gold lead and they have the pressure.
They have the pressure. Inspire going in pretty damn hard. We do see the grand entrance from the Galio as well. Divine Intervention used. That's 2 kills. Potentially going over to the side of Rogue. They will pick up Obsessed. It's a double kill. They're trying to get on top of Hiva now as well. He will fall as well. That's 3 kills.
Death by Redemption.
Death by Redemption is the thing, but now we're going to see the 2 teams trying to just go for different objectives. It's a split fight right now. The Vladimir has fallen and Dan still has the Baron buff.
Yeah, Dan's going to be able to take the top lane inhibitor. The question is, does he go bot lane or does he just keep pushing? Larson might be dead.
Larson is getting so much damage put down on top of him. He will get the zone used just in time, but the towers are going down. I don't think Rogue can do it. I think Misfits have done it. The split push has done it. And Misfits, the second seed from France, will be going through the group of death. Rogue are out of there.
Unreal. Misfits had no chance. Absolutely no chance in the team fight. They got beaten time after time after time. But at the end, they're able to pull off the upset and knock out this ridiculous Rogue team.
Seeding be damned. Power rankings be damned. It is how you come into this game. Leader and Dan put on their big boy shoes and they said, no, we can win this. And oh my God.
They said, we're going to carry the 1-in-15 bot lane, okay? Guys, okay? It doesn't matter. Your solo queue games, you don't ever complain to me again because I just saw the hardest smurf from solo lanes in my life.
That was incredible, and there is confirmation. It is Fnatic rising your #1 from Group C, and Misfit Premier as your #2. Rogue, the favorites in this entire tournament, are out.
What a statement. I mean, this team, they were supposed to win it all, you know? They've got so much talent, ex-LCS players. I mean, they've done it all, right? But you come in, it doesn't matter if your composition is better on paper. Misfit Soul Lanes were able to execute, and there were so many clutch calls, you know, from the teleport onto Baron from Dan to make that happen, from the split push base race move at the end as well. Those were the defining moments in this game, and it was Misfits with the clearer calls and the better execution.
I can't say anything more than that. We are going to throw it to a break, but when we return, we're going to have our analyst desk break down that absolute thriller. Do not go anywhere.